La Belle Province, but it's not something we will have to worry about until we get out later on this afternoon, because we are inside that dome right there, the Maurice Richard Arena, the home of Canadian short track. We have been here plenty of times this season, but one more time for the ISU Short Track World Championships. Gavin Day here, Tyler Dara. There we are inside that facility right there. They've packed the morning with school kids to bring a little atmosphere on qualifying day. Now, Tyler, one final time, but this one is for World Championships.
Oh, that's right, Gavin. World Championships here. Always interesting having a World Championships following the Olympics. There's a little bit of that moment where the skaters have a bit of reprieve after the games. That's really what their focal point was. They go home, they take a break, and then they start to regain focus for the World Championships. And sometimes you're wondering what kind of conditioning, what kind of form the skater's going to be coming in. But you know, once they get on that ice, they're all competitors here. They all want to win. They're going to be putting everything they have into these races because there's still those elusive World Championship titles at stake for them. So they will be battling it out. They'll be giving everything they have all weekend long.
You mentioned the Olympic Games. The pressure of that is over. It's a little bit more laid back considering it's a World Championships. It is still a lot to play for, and we've seen most of the biggest names are here, and so it sort of puts a finer point on things that, yes, the Olympics are done, but this is still a World Championship.
100%. At the end of the day, at the end of the event, when you look at the results, when it goes up online, you're going to have that World Championship title, and nobody wants to give that up. And it's an opportunity, I think, for some skaters that see, you know what, maybe some of my other top competitors may have just kind of shut it down, and maybe there's an opening for me to come get a World Championship title, and it just means so much.
And then you look at those skaters who maybe did not have the Olympics they had dreamt of, and so this is a chance to finish on a high and really start a new quad with some enthusiasm and some confidence in the bank.
Yeah, of course, and there's skaters here as well that didn't qualify to the Olympic Games, right? So this is still the high point of their year. They, were unfortunate. It's so difficult to make those games, but they're able to come back out here and compete at the World Championships to cap their seasons off.
I just mentioned those skaters who this is their biggest moment of the season. Maybe a chance for them to catch some of the people coming in off that Olympic hangover off guard. Some surprising results, always a possibility.
For sure. What's interesting too is with the Olympic Games that some skaters may have mistimed their peak, so to say. You know, it's a bit of a science. You're trying to dial it in, and sometimes you hit it just right. You find your stride, but sometimes maybe you push a little too hard, then you took a little bit of rest afterwards, and then you actually come into Worlds a few weeks later skating better than you were at the Games.
So much to play out over the course of this weekend. We have a long time to see these stories unfold. The kids have filed in. We are expecting packed houses over the medal sessions on Saturday and Sunday afternoons. And I don't think we have seen it as full as what they are expecting here in our couple times in Montreal. So that is something we are going to be excited for.
Well, there's an upper deck level, so to speak, the blue zone, I might call it here, up top. And what we've heard is that those tickets have sold out as well, which we haven't seen in the World Tour here in the fall. So it's just going to make the atmosphere all the better.
Nothing quite like experiencing this sport in person. It'll create it's such an exciting atmosphere for the athletes and us as well. We'll hopefully get some of that energy and push it out to you wherever you may be watching around the world. First event of the day, first event of the competition, I might add, the men's 1,500-meter quarterfinals. We have, count them up, 8 heats, top 2 from each race, and up to 3 fastest third-place skaters qualify for the semifinals. That will go tomorrow. And if you are new to this sport or tuning in after getting really interested during the Olympics, you are going to hear me say a lot. Maximum 3 fastest third-place skaters. Those times start to disappear if there are advancements to the next round. Heat number 1. And it is the 2-time defending Crystal Globe winner, that man right there, number 1 on his helmet. He doesn't have the Crystal Globe helmet, but he still sports the number 1, William Donjanu. Stan de Smet also here, a guy who peaks for the big moments, has a couple of World Championship medals. Renas Berzins of Latvia, Timbor of the Netherlands, Tariq Omeragic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Jakub Karabin of Slovakia, and Rafael Schlosserek of Germany.
Well, we have a condensed field here, Gavin. Obviously, fewer skaters, so we get right to these big rounds so quickly. We're not used to seeing the big names in the first races of the weekend, but here we are with William Danjanu already on the line.
Go to the start.
Underway for the first race of the weekend. Yeah, if you're watching the World Tour this season, since so many skaters were trying to qualify for those Olympic spots, we would have 2 days of qualifying, but we are back down to 1. And in the early going, it is Tariq Omeragic ahead of William Danjanu, who I can imagine he'll be fired up on its own, the fact that it's a home World Championships, but admittedly, the Olympics didn't go as he planned, and so he will just have to be out here to make amends a little bit.
Yeah, he'll be looking out here to prove himself at home in front of his hometown crowd, and his family and friends will be cheering him on. I think, of course, he was disappointed, but he's got his full support from everyone. And as we're talking about him, he makes a move around the outside. It wasn't a slow start to this race. Omeragic got it going right away. It's a comfortable pace at that 10-second lap mark, but they weren't dogging it.
Perhaps eyeing that third place time as Rinus Berzins gets into second. Danjanu, one of the most fearsome competitors you will ever see, but also so many victories, and he celebrates those wins like each one is a big deal, and of course they are.
Berzin's taking the lead now. I'm keeping an eye on Stan de Smet in 5th, and as I say that, he moves up to 4th. He's the king of the late finish. Now he's working his way up to 3rd, just picking his way through the field.
It is still Berzins, Danjanu, and de Smet inside. 5 to go.
When you have someone like Danjanu in your race, often their battle is to find that spot behind him and lock in and defend that second position. Trainings Berzins will be looking to do that now as we move to 3 laps to go, sorry.
Berzin's in a great spot getting to hitch his wagon to Danjanu, getting into that draft, but he's not happy with that. He's to the lead, knowing full well there's Danjanu, de Smet, and Boer all behind him.
Danjanu up the inside, Stan de Smet setting up for a big finish here, working on the outside shoulder of Berzins.
De Smet never afraid to make a pass, and he makes that one stand just in time. Danjanu takes it. De Smet second, Berzins in 3rd, and that 2:15.34 third place time will be up on the board as the one to beat for the moment. I don't think anything is getting reviewed again. If you are brand new after watching the Olympics and going, this sport's amazing. A, you're not wrong, and B, anytime there's a review, you'll note a little yellow dot that goes up on the screen. That means an incident is being looked at, but that one, I believe, was clean. Of course, they do just kind of make sure at the end to review everything.
Yeah, no, it looked like a clean race to me. It started off not too slow, those mid-10s. Omeragic got it started, and that led to this 2:15 time, which is a respectable time that could potentially earn a spot through. As you mentioned, Gavin, we'll be watching the advancements as we move through these heats. Really relaxed race from William Danjanu here. He didn't look stressed at all. Nice little late inside pass. It's good to get some work on your passing. It's been a few weeks since they've raced, so they want to get comfortable with making moves. Great late finish from Stan de Smet as expected. And then Tun Boer, they're kind of falling off late in the race. And that's when you start to ask yourselves, some of the skaters after the games, what have they been doing? And I don't know, Tun Boer looked maybe not necessarily a 1,500-meter skater per se, a little bit stronger in the 500, but I was expecting a little bit more from him in the finish there.
The Olympic hangover is very real as well. Even fans, they always talk about what happens now when the games end. Imagine being the athlete, and there's a certain element of that. And so getting yourself jazzed up is a big challenge. Heat number 2, Thomas Natalini, Wonjun Moon, Mihao Nivinsky, Lucas Ku, Furkan Akar, Peter Murphy, Aklavia Jagal, Italy, Hungary, Poland, Brazil, Turkey, Luxembourg, and India.
Thomas Natalini ranked 2nd in the 1,500 meter in the world ranking. think like some other skaters, maybe not quite the games he was hoping for, and maybe looking to make some amends here this weekend.
Ready.
Natalini, you mentioned a breakthrough year on World Tour, picking up his first individual medals at the senior level. You mentioned the Olympics not being perhaps his best, but he got himself a gold medal as part of that mixed relay team on the first day of competition, giving himself a new memory in that Milan arena, because before that, he was remembered more for the moment on World Tour where he went completely out of the arena. It was in Milan at World Tour at the Olympic test event where Natalini literally flipped over the mats right out of the arena. Spoke with him about it, and he said he landed actually right near his father, who was volunteering. And yeah, a new memory and a golden one is that Italian side, that first gold medal of the games, and what a moment that was.
Well, the games is so interesting as teams can gain momentum, and it really seemed like Italy, of course, winning the gold, Canada the silver. You thought the momentum was swinging in their direction. It kind of flipped for both teams. The exception of Ariana Fontana had a terrific games, of course. She was in, I believe, every A final at the Olympics, which was quite cool. But that being said, the Dutch turned things around after a fall in the mixed relay. Of course, the Korean team as well, and they also had some big results to finish off the games.
It is Michał Niewicki on the front. Murphy and Koo shoulder to shoulder, and Murphy goes down. That will get a look. Natalini moves up into second. You talking about Ariana Fontana on that Italian side. She is not here this weekend. However, she made an Instagram post this morning. 14 medals in the books, and maybe a few more still yet to win.
Well, tight battle here in the lead. Natalini losing his footing. Furkan Akar had a tight inside pass. And we have Moon Jong-woon controlling from the front now, looking very smooth.
Moon, one of those skaters who never fails to animate a race on the front right now. Akar. And Akar is down on his own. Might we have that corner already as our corner to watch?
Oh, Moon Won-jun now getting back on the heels. When you lose that speed, and Moon Won-jun down into Akar. Oh, that's not good.
And he is into Akar. They look okay. Literally identical spot. That's the first time I've ever seen that. Akar was slow to get out. Moon just piled right into the exact spot. All the while, you're seeing Thomas Natalini and Michał Niewicki go 1-2. I think they're both okay. Akar had a chance to brace himself for Moon's arrival, other than, you know, just the soft tissue, the muscle bumps into each other. I saw a little tap going, you all right? I think I'm okay, but it's...
I think Moon Won-jun just got heavily winded from that because he went down. There was no padding. He hit Furkan Akar. Fortunately, the blades were out of the situation, but he's holding his leg right now here too. It could be, you know, a Charlie horse. Hopefully, it's not something worse, but very unfortunate incident. That's the first one with Murphy kind of trying maybe a bit of a late inside pass there, and then Akar just the ice breaking out. He goes into the mats. That has them completely moved. But then on the following corner here, no, this is Natalini. No, sorry. Yeah, there's Moon Won-jun here going down, and maybe better we don't see the incident.
And you saw him sort of lose a bit of his balance in the preceding corner, and that just continued. But Akar is up. He's okay.
Well, what's difficult is there's a few things going on. The ice conditions are deteriorating, and then you see somebody down, and you just kind of have that moment, okay, I got to be cautious. I got to hold this turn, but then you catch maybe that same rut or crack in the ice that they had hit before you, and then you go out. So sometimes when you have that thought process, it just throws you off that little bit because you know they're there, and that's just an unfortunate crash.
And in the middle of the race, of course, they can't fix a rut or a scratch in the ice. Moon is up on his skates. He'd been sitting up for a little bit, which you look for any positive sign. Here's incident number 1.
Yeah, so I don't know, maybe failure to give way. Murphy, and that kind of maybe was the incident that created the rut in the ice as you see him break out here. So we'll watch the footing.
They're looking at a possible lane change on Murphy, inside to out, that created the contact. And now Koo would be in second position, and that could be in a position to advance. but it's always the referee's discretion, as we know. Did it affect the outcome of the race? It was early in the race, so maybe not, but that's their discretion. But they were sitting right up there in that possible advancement position. And Moon is making way off. He's on his own skates. He's alert, you know, you look for the big things. He's alert, he's looking around, but yeah, obviously a hard womp. And you know, so often we do see races brought back, but that's when there are multiple skaters. That is an incredibly rare situation where one skater goes down, and on the next lap, a skater goes literally right into him.
And that's why it's so important if you do go down and you are okay to try to get up quickly and get out of that crash zone, because you're clearly in the crash area. You want to be out of that spot in the event that that could happen.
Final decision, penalty for skater number 118 from Luxembourg and advancement to skater number 62 from Brazil.
And so there you go. After all of that, Natalini and Nivinsky go through on their own. And Lucas Koo, for that, will get this coming up, will be advanced.
So we see Murphy go well inside that blue line, now trying to work his way back into the track and pushing out Lucas Henry Koo there. And of course, Henry Koo sitting in second, getting the advancement.
And so that means, all the while, a good result for Klavia Jagal of India. He's actually skated recently at the World Juniors. But Lucas Henry Koo moving on means that we are down to 2 possible third place times. Heat number 3. Mieta Shogo, Andrew Hio, Jung Bohao, Nerdalek Kajgali, Tibor Komoritsky, Ernestas Czech, and Maxime Laoun. And there's a lot to look for in this one.
Well, one thing as a skater, when you see that number of crashes due to the ice conditions and breaking out in the previous race, you're kind of noting that mentally. You got to make sure that you're staying controlled, you're managing, you're feeling the ice, making sure that you're not breaking out. It's getting a little bit safer, perhaps, but that may slow you down.
Look at Jung Bohao there just a moment ago, this Chinese men's side. The Liu brothers are not here, Sun Long's not here, Lin Xiaojun's not here, and so at still just 18 years old, but still a lot of international experience. Jung Bohao, maybe a moment for him to step forward. We always note his consistency, but did not, you were talking about these guys who maybe didn't have their best Olympics. He's someone coming in as maybe a dark horse to watch in a number of races, always just finding his way through races.
De la Slovénie, le numéro 135, Tibor Komoritsky. De la Lituanie, le numéro 117, Ernestas
the Kazakh program, Ernestas Czech behind him, Komoritsky of Slovenia. And then Maxime Laoun, maybe an interesting factor in this one as well.
Well, a relaxed pace here, so we're not going to be watching for time. The focal point will be the first and second position to qualify through. Maxime Laoun relaxed back in position number 7. Now moving up. Andrew Hio looking to respond, following suit. With Jung Bohao now taking control of the lead. The newcomer.
And here comes Hio all the way around, picked up a gold medal on World Tour in the 500 in Dordrecht in the Netherlands right at the end of the season, but now everybody trying to make their way forward, and that is causing a lot of traffic at the front.
Well, Andrew Hio loses his footing there on that corner. He's able to maintain his position, but Kazgali now move around the outside.
Inside, 5 to go, just about at top speed. Look at a guy like Mieta. He's got a long way to go. It's Laoun going around around into second, not able to make it stick on Jung.
Well, Miyata Shogo, Gavin, he's been so relaxed this whole race, conserving energy. A lot of skaters are making big efforts, passes. That's going to take some energy out of the legs. Miyata Shogo may have something left here, but we're coming up with the final laps. Everyone's trying to make a move.
It is Jung Bo-Hao on the front, and then it's everybody behind him. There's a nice gap. Hio in second. Now Miyata wearing that samurai helmet, scything his way through the field. He goes out wide. He's trying to keep that speed. It is Jung, it is Hio. Jung is trying to hang on, and it looks like Hio will make the move. Here comes Miyata to try to get second. I think Jung just hangs on.
Well, what a tremendous skate from Jang there. To have the confidence to go to the front when it's your first time out here at a Senior World Championships is just tremendous.
Yeah, a guy like Jung, he was just on the European stops this year. He had a 15th in the 1500 in Gdansk. That was his best result. Then he was on the relay side for China in Italy. But a very professional race from him, getting to the front and holding them off.
Well, there just became so much chaos in the midfield of that pack. We had Maxime Lahoun, we had Andrew Hio, and then also Gazgali, all battling it out, trying to make moves, trying to gain positions, and they were kind of fending each other off as Jang Bo-Hao could then create some clearance from the rest of the field from the lead of the race. Here's another look. Maxime Lahoun on the outside trying to get around, it's not there. Slipping on another attempt, running into Andrew Hio, who's trying to go around the outside. They're just all that back and forth. Just so much chaos in those middle laps.
Miyata just leaving it a bit too late. Yeah, 2:23.295 is his time. Just comparing that to the first heat. That is the time to beat is 2:15.332, and so Miyata's time is the second of the possible two third-place times for the moment. There is, of course, repechage for the second chance this weekend. Heat number 4. There's Felix Roussel, Niall Tracy, Lujan Schwo, Stefan Alexander Kumorjev, Luka Jasic, Lucas Wareham, and Kay Hausman.
Go to the start. Ready.
Just looking over, we're just a few feet away from Lucas Wareham's parents, Frank and Jenny. They came in from Sydney to watch their son compete. It is Lucas's father's first time watching his son compete internationally. And I'm just looking over, all smiles right now, seeing their son compete. At the front of the race, Kate Hausman, Felix Roussel, some big names in this one.
Well, again, Kay Huisman was not part of that Dutch relay gold medal team. He was not at the Olympic Games, but obviously the team has brought him out this weekend for Worlds. Get some key experience here. You know, a lot of time when skaters are new to the circuit, we've seen Kay Huisman before, but other skaters at the first time getting that international racing, a little bit of that deer in the headlights. This is a great opportunity to get some experience heading into the next quad.
And here is where I'm putting on a show for mom and dad who are in the audience. And he has a bit of a gap right now.
Well, great move, getting to the front while the pace is slow. Now that causes a ripple effect of everybody trying to respond. Niall Tracy now working away on the outside.
Where I talked a lot about the helmet designs. Wareham's is an Aborigine design. Both he and Brendan Corey have the same designer on their helmets, but here's a new design for Niall Tracy, the British Lion logo on the front, as it's he and Felix Roussel on the front.
Well, we'll watch to see if Felix Roussel tries to overtake Niall Tracy. Niall Tracy, of course, very strong 1,500-meter skater and loves to lead. But Kay Hausman up the inside.
Oh, what a move, and he makes it stick into second.
Oh,
but he can't hold it, though, as Roussel battles back. And it is Niall Tracy making an A final in the Olympics.
Well, Felix Roussel sees the slip from Niall Tracy, hitting that block, capitalizes on that to take the lead. We have 2 laps to go.
And it is the Canadian and the Great British skater at the front.
Yes, it's losing his footing. That puts up a block on Guzman. Lu Jianchuo now trying to go.
And it is the front 2. Lu trying to make the move into third. He does get through, but it is Felix Roussel who will take the heat out of Niall Tracy. A battle for third, and Lu just hangs on. But part of me wonders, did he maybe cross over? But we'll see how that plays out.
Well, what I'm kind of noticing here, Gavin, is a lot of skaters, when they're accelerating on the exit of the corner, trying to apply more pressure, I'm starting to see a lot of kind of slips or breaking out of the ice. So when they're trying to accelerate and apply a lot of pressure, it seems like the ice might just be breaking a little bit. So you see when they're attacking to make a pass, that they're just losing their grip, and they're kind of breaking out and they're losing their speed. And that's resulting in these incidents that we're seeing on track. Watch the replay here.
In the end, that yellow review dot could possibly be no call, as in the end it was Luka Jasic perhaps in the end kind of penalizing himself.
So this was what turned into a double inside pass from Kai Guzman here. But he got pinched, he had no crossovers in. Felix Roussel, terrific job maintaining his speed, was able to respond, but Niall Tracy, there's the slip. Felix Roussel capitalizing on that to take the lead. And again, there, Jasic trying to accelerate, breaking out. Guzman gets blocked. Lu Jianchuo on the outside, just so much unfolding there in the final stages of the race.
We're only 4 races deep and we're already breathless.
You gotta slow down.
You mentioned the ice conditions. It's been wacky weather-wise outside. It's chilly this morning, but there's been an ice storm that's moved through. And even when some of the skaters arrived, it might have been even above freezing and warmer conditions. And so I'm not sure how that affects what goes on in here, but it's just been a bit unpredictable the last week here in Montreal.
Well, there's so many things that factor into the ice. I would love to say I'm an expert, but it's beyond my level of expertise. But things that impact the ice would be air temperature, ice temperature. If it's cooler out, the temperature's changing. It's colder in the rink. The humidity levels. All these things play a factor. And we'll see that also change the ice conditions as we come through the weekend and more people come into the venue. There's more bodies, more people breathing. That heat will impact the ice field. So it's even changing throughout a weekend.
Kim Jong-un. First look at him for the weekend. Bronze medalist in the 1,000 meters from Milan Cortina.
Start. Ready.
I'll just run through. You saw the start list, but there's Im Jong-un of Korea, Brandon Kim of the United States, Etienne Bastier of France, Frederick Pedersen of Norway, and a newcomer from China, Song Guishu. Did I miss anyone? I missed Sean McAduff.
And a Latvian, there's Janis Sternmanis.
Sternmanis, a guy we've seen a few times on the World Tour, but not that often. There was no Roberts Kreuzbergs this weekend. He medaled in the 1,500 meters in Milan, and so some guys who are coming back, some new guys, and some experience as always. A nice mix to this heat, but at the moment, Frederick Pedersen.
Pedersen, the lone skater on the male side from Norway at the World Championships. Something about the World Championships is you don't qualify your entries off the World Tour. Your entries are qualified off the World Championships from the year prior.
On that Norwegian side, still a very young group coming together, building together, and they are aiming for the next 4 years because it's just a young cohort together. But Brandon Kim, another guy who's had some very good moments on the World Tour this season as he focused full-time on skating. Jong-un introduced himself to the world, the first World Tour. He won the first World Tour gold medal of this season.
Here in Montreal, and Im Jong-un, he typically likes to race a bit more from the back, but I like seeing him go to the front in these early rounds. You don't want to take chances near the back, get caught up in any trouble. You know you have the strength, you know you have the endurance, so I like to see him implementing this strategy of being to the front. Brandon Kim defending that second position against Song. I love to see the newcomers from China, though, being aggressive for the lead here already.
Song Guishu just turned 22 years of age, and again, another skater with an opportunity to step through the door open with some of the senior competitors from that country not here this time around.
Well, the Chinese program has tremendous depth. They got so many skaters waiting for their opportunity to climb the ranks. And here's the bell lap. Etienne Bastier up in his third position here.
Bastier, another of the French skaters to watch over the next 4 years, getting up into third. Im Jung-un ahead of Brandon Kim. Bastier 2:22.720. And so that will slot him behind the third place times. And so not looking like that time will be enough. Nothing getting reviewed from the race through the end there. And of course, repechage to come in this tomorrow, second chance opportunity for the guys who don't make it to one lap.
Well, if we are looking at those times, Gavin, that first heat is starting to look good. Thought that 2:15 time definitely stood a chance. I think we may see some changes in tactics if there are no further advancements in the next race as well. Other skaters may start pushing that pace for time now that they see there is potential opportunity with 2 spots remaining for time advancements.
Let's see how the next 3 races go. Still those 2 times holding up at the moment. It's Miyata and Berzins. You see the results confirmed there. Heat number 6 on the ice. Hung Dae-hun capping a memorable and up and down cycle, Olympic cycle, coming back and winning a silver medal in this event in Milano Cortina. Friso Emans of the Netherlands, Theo Collins of Great Britain, Dennis Ors of Turkey, Lucas McDonald of New Zealand, Ward Petre of Belgium, and Aybek Nassim of Kazakhstan. It's in the back of my mind now that we're aware of it as we see Juan on our screen that yes, the World Championships are done, but the Korean trials have got to be just around the corner within the next few weeks, and they have been traditionally.
Yeah, they usually have the Korean national trials very early, just following the World Championships a few weeks later. You know, it's an interesting time to do it before you lead into summer. But I think that way they develop their programs, they have their team set so they train together throughout the summer heading into the new season. But it's certainly early because a lot can change between now and October of next year when we get back to the World Tour.
A lot of the skaters are planning their off-season excursions. My research coming into this season was essentially checking them up on social media, like, so where did they go before they got back to training? There were a couple of popular destinations. A lot of skaters ended up kind of in the same area, but usually it was warmth as that they were chasing after.
Mine was the ski hills, although my coaches weren't too happy about that.
Yeah, your stories of near death now. I did see, who was it? I think Itzhak Dalat last year. Did he go to Iceland? He went somewhere cold. And so there's always that 1 or 2 skaters who takes the unbeaten path and changes things up a little bit.
Well, Friso Emans, I'm excited to watch him. Will he be riding some of that high following the games, having some confidence after that gold medal in the relay?
No, Itzhak Dalat, who was included. Did you see his helmet that he had in Italy with him? The lion eating the pizza that he designed?
Yes, I did.
And I think there's a picture of Itzhak Dalat, who's designing a lot of helmets. He's designed those crystal gold helmets for the World Tour. And yeah, there's a picture of him doing a turn, a pivot around the corner while eating a piece of pizza with that helmet on his head.
I did not see that photo.
Although we live in the world of AI, so I'm hoping it was real. But he's not here. Dan Koss, another guy who missed out on the Olympics with a back injury, still remaining out, but he's a guy who was a regular on World Tour. Dan is here this weekend, I'm told, but he's still, they're still trying to figure out that back and back injuries in this, in life in general, but particularly in this sport, things he takes seriously. Heat number 6 of 8 in the men's 1500.
Go to the start. Ready.
Always wonder if they're going to chase the time, but Juan Dae-hun, a guy who would be confident in victory in this heat, gets to the front, nobody's challenging him right at the moment. And so this one, I don't think would be one of the faster ones based on the first lap.
Number 127 representing New Zealand, Lucas
talk so often about it. It's easier to bank time than it is to chase time as you fatigue.
Absolutely. You want to get it going a little bit earlier. This pace is on par kind of with some of the previous rounds, but we see Friso Emans taking the lead. This is going to pick up the pace a little bit. Theo Collins here in second, one of those skaters who was not at the Olympic Games, but he was really looking in great form when we last saw him on the World Tour. And, you know, perhaps this World Championships was some motivation for him after some good results there in Dordrecht to keep pushing. So we'll keep an eye out for him as Huang Deon now moves to the front of the race.
We talk about his eventful quad. And it was safe for the final time. Maybe not the final time, but a couple of years ago, World Championships, 2 collisions in the race in an A final with a teammate. Missed the following season, didn't make the team, came back this year and was immediately back on the podium and just cementing himself. Just a great, he faced the adversity, but he bounced back. And he ends up with an individual Olympic medal, Huang Deon of Korea.
Well, it's a testament to Huang Deon, the Olympic champion, and now the most recently silver medalist in the 1500. Oh, but now we have Theo Collins getting bumped out there. Dennis Orr's making a move.
And I think Orr's bumped into Huang and then sort of stood up and caught Collins as sort of a passenger. And so they'll take a look at that. Very unusual bump there at the front. I don't know what Huang knew was going on around him as he was in the lead.
Well, this has really spread things out here. Nassen losing his footing here. That's going to create a little bit of space between Friso Emans, Huang Deon, and Nassen. They could be able to skate just quite relaxed, but Huang Deon there had a little bit of a slip before the bell.
It is in front. It really is the front two. Huang and Emans, 1 and 2. Good skate by Nassen, getting up to third. 220.81.
Sportsmanship there between the Korean and the Dutch skater. Unofficially moving on to the semifinal round. That is the official results as we let Theo Collins finish up his last lap.
And so just looking at the possible times at the moment, 220.137 is the bubble time right now. So that is just a little bit outside it. So close for Nassen, but good skate for him just to pick up that third place.
And we will be reviewing that pass of Dennis Orr's, which made the contact on Collins going down. This was a good reaction from Collins there as he felt the pressure on the inside from Nassen. Moving to the outside, here's a replay. Dennis Orr's trying to sneak up the inside, going shoulder to shoulder. Contact on Huang Deon, which then dominoes back into Theo Collins.
And now what position was Collins in? Is it in one of those?
I think it was maybe around third position. It's so difficult sometimes when they're on the corner there and you're trying to identify which. So what you'll look at is what position were you entering that corner before that pass occurred. But I believe Collins would have been second position at that point in the race.
And that could lead to an advancement. Steve already out on the ice.
Well, we'll get another look once they make a decision here.
And they're also saying it's both are being reviewed, and when that happens, there's always that possibility of shared responsibility where both of them are somewhat at fault, and in the end, nobody is penalized. So it could be a possible lane change on the corner by Collins.
So as you've heard us talk about before, we often reference the lane change on the straightaway where we use that blue line as a marker to see how the skaters are adapting their track, but that is also a move that can be penalized on the corner if you're too far out and then you see somebody coming in and you change your track tight to block them on a corner. So a lane change is not exclusive to a straightaway only. It's a penalty that can also be applied on a corner. But as Gavin mentioned, if both skaters at fault, that lends to that shared responsibility call.
The way the review goes, they liaise with the room. Again, for those of you just joining us for the first time, here's a look at the incident.
So you can see Theo Collins on the outside there, making a contact. So we'll wait again. Here's another angle. This is a better angle at it.
Lean there. But they talk with the review room. You'll get shots of it over the course of the weekend. And then there's one screen as they're discussing, then they move over to another one and essentially just punch in the results into a tablet, and then they make the announcement.
And again, Gavin, this is one of those moments where, you know, we're glad we don't have to make these decisions.
I am always so relieved at that. A little bit chilly out on the ice. This one, a long review. Looks like there was a bit of a communications breakdown between the rooms, so it's taking an extra moment. They try to figure it out. Our officials always appreciative of the work. They dot around the world for the junior events, the Junior World Championships. So you've seen some of the, I look at Polona, who's one of our on-ice officials. She has done junior events in Kazakhstan, and they really cross the globe to do the work they do. And I just see her actually chatting off camera, not what you're looking at. She's just talking to one of the track stewards. And we always spot the cameos. In the World Tour, we saw Charles Allemagne as a track steward, and Polona was just talking with Isabella Caicedo, who was skating on the World Tour this year, representing Colombia, not skating this weekend.
And Charles Allemagne is out here today.
And he is, and so all the names are out. So shout out to those who post-competition and still in their competition phase helping out at this event.
I think we've got to go back and confirm, but I believe it was 2022. Charles Allemagne was the overall short track world champion here in Montreal.
Richard Shoebridge, the British coach, getting a lot of screen time there right now. Again, this is what is getting looked at. And so initially it almost looked like they'd gotten through, but then Orrs, that's when he clicked the skate with Huang. But they have made a ruling, and to the ice we go.
Final decision, penalty for skater number 5-6 from Great Britain, advancement for skater number 144 from Turkey.
And so there you go. It is Collins penalized in the end. A lane change on the corner, and Dennis Orrs getting advanced. And we'll get another look at it here.
So let's watch the track pattern here of Theo Collins coming down the straightaway, moving over, shifting on that corner entry, making contact on the hip of Dennis Orrs, which is what led to the contact of Huang Dayan, and then back to Theo Collins, putting him down.
And the results are confirmed. Heat number 7, ready to go, albeit a bit belatedly. Lucas Speckenhauser of Italy, Shin Dong-min of Korea, Quentin Ferkok of France, Nathan Thomas of Poland, Ivan Donchev of Bulgaria, Ivan Martinic of Croatia, and Dietrich Veraklis of Switzerland.
It was the 2018 World Championships for Charles Allemagne. I was thinking of after the wrong games.
Ready.
Nice to see Dietrich Veraklis back. Wasn't with us on the World Tour, and Dietrich, I'll note, is the Swiss equivalent of Tyler Dara.
Okay.
Veraklis taking part of the Swiss broadcast of the Olympics as the analyst. He was in a studio in Zurich. His commentator was in the arena in Milano, and from what I gathered, his commentary was very well received. His Swiss German, of course, it's a difficult language. I understood Dietrich actually told me Swiss German is almost more similar to Dutch in many ways, but yeah, Veraklis getting the TV experience, but now back where he belongs at the front. Ivan Martinic in that lovely Croatian kit that came out for the Olympics.
Well, Martinich got this race off to a little bit quicker of a start, but we're going to have to see the pace pick up sooner than later if they want to challenge for one of those time advancements. There's only one left, though, but that's that 2:15, so I think they're already too far off pace. So this will have to be a battle for the top 2 positions.
Nathan Thomas on the front, Phil Cook of France, and Lucas Beckenhauser, now Olympic gold medalist Lucas Beckenhauser, as part of that mixed relay side.
I'm watching Shindong Min. He makes contact on Dietrich there.
Rackless losing a lot of speed there. Now he's closing it back up. And that will get reviewed, but it is Thomas, the Canadian-born skater from Poland. And Shin now winding it up on the outside as Falcock dives up the inside.
Now Speckenhauser looking up the inside. It's not there with contact.
It is
Donchev.
Donchev going down. Shin at the front. He is getting reviewed, remember, as Falcock, who's had success really more in the 500 meters, but he is mixing it up here. It's Shin still on the front. Couple incidents getting reviewed now.
There's 2 laps to go. We'll be coming up on the bell here.
And now is Falcock making a look. He is perhaps winding it up on the outside. Is there a look up the inside? No, he's just a quick check over the shoulder, seeing that he has some room. He's top 2, but he will just not time the shoot at the line as Shin battles back to get that blade over the line first in that boot, but it will be reviewed. Remember, he had a bump earlier on in this race.
Well, Content for Cock was looking there possibly for a pass late in the race, but there was 2 together. They had a lot of separation. There's no need to really take a risk there. If the opportunity presented itself, you take it. But again, be safe there. You're already going to be through.
Just looking. Speckenhauser just finished. That means they'll start the review right now.
So, an earlier move in the race, and Content for Cock moving to the lead. This is that early bump. Shindong Min up the inside of Dietrich Veraskis.
So that is the first incident that's getting reviewed, I believe. And that's the later review. And that's when Speckenhauser first bumped into Thomas, and then when Donchev, I think, went out on his own.
Yeah.
Took out Speckenhauser
Watch
with him.
this again. So Speckenhauser, Nathan Thomas go shoulder to shoulder, and Donchev just kind of runs into the back. They lose some speed.
So it is a no call. In the end, it was Donchev essentially taking himself out. Speckenhauser really the passenger there, but not in an advancement position. So wrong place, wrong time. And there is Shin and Falcock. 1-2 over the line, and those might be how the results go, and that is in fact how the results go. So no discipline meted out. Thomas in third, 2:22, 3:53, not enough, but he will be back in the repechage session. One more race to come before our ice resurfacing break. And it sees Brendan Corey of Australia, a medalist in this event at World Championships 2 years ago. Yoshinaga Kazuki of Japan, Ole Hande of Ukraine, Tobias Wolf of Austria, Peter Grossklos of the Philippines, and Radek Fajkus of Czechia. Hande, an Olympian. One of those guys who, when you know he's in the race, he's an animator. He's a guy who's not afraid to make a move and mix it up. And sometimes that ends badly for him, as it happens in this sport, but he is one who likes to make things exciting.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're away quickly. It is Corey. It's one of those times where, given his abilities in the 1500 meters, he doesn't want to make this kind of a banana peel race. He's taking it up early to kind of perhaps stay away from danger.
Brendan Corey getting the pace going early. We know they got to be dipping into the 10-second lap times if they want to come close to that potential time advancement. But when you have strength, and you know you have endurance, you want to try to thin out the field. If you keep it slow, everybody's going to stay in the pack longer, and that lends to people taking more chances, more risk to make moves later in the race. If you can thin out the field, get some separation, you can likely skate more cleanly towards the finish of the race and not have any risks, factors of someone trying to make a late desperation pass on you.
Corey, who's been out of the group that trains in Bormio in Italy. There aren't a lot of rinks. He spent a lot of his off-season last year in Australia, and I imagine he'll dip back there as well before returning to Northern Italy to resume training. If there's always the big question, are skaters going to continue to what's their plans for the next 4 years? But we won't worry about that just yet. But it is Corey on the front, flying the flag for Australia.
Well, Brendan Corey doing it progressive here. You can see lap after lap. Now he's just dropped it from 9.8 to 9.5, picking up the pace, making it increasingly difficult for people to try to make a move. And now we have a battle.
Yoshinaga hits the front, the vastly experienced Japanese skater. Tobias Wolf held off a push by Grossklos, but now here comes Oleg Hyundai trying to get going. But you mentioned that progressive. Maybe the pace is just too quick for any more moves.
Well, and the ice is becoming a challenge. Every track has been skated on at this point. So the ice conditions now we see. That was Anderman, right?
That was Wolf.
Wolf, sorry.
And he's
losing the footing.
He's not happy with that. He's just lost all his grip. Frustrating for Tobias Wolf, but it is the front two. Yoshinaga and Corey going 1-2, and Hyundai getting up for third. The 2:19.52 is not enough to take that first place time. And once again, you made that early prediction of that time might stand up. And it looks like Rainis Berzins will go through as the 1/3 place time.
Well, the ice conditions there were really highlighted by Wolf late in that race as they've been deteriorating, trying to make a move, trying to apply some pressure, and then the ice just kind of giving way on him, then losing his footing, and you just can't re-accelerate like that. You've got that many laps, you got so much lactic acid building in your legs. He had to defend earlier from close. Now it puts a lot of workload, and you're going to be fatigued when you have to try to re-accelerate after slipping.
It's essentially just fate playing a cruel hand. There's not a lot you can do. The athletes know this is the last 1500. The ice may not be such great condition anymore, but you know, as we'll say, that's short track.
And I think that really lends well to the strategy of Brendan Corey there, knowing that the ice conditions are going to be difficult, getting control of the lead, because when people are trying to make passes at a quicker speed, the ice isn't going to be there to support them. So smart race from Brendan Corey, a great tactical skate from him. And then, of course, Yoshinaga with that great move with a few laps to go to take the victory.
Yoshinaga Kazuki going through, winning that one ahead of Brendan Corey. And then you'll see a list of those who qualified just the 1/3 place time getting through. And that belongs to Rainis Berzins to getting advanced. And that will bring us to our first ice resurfacing break. On the other side is the women's 1500 meter quarterfinals. We'll just get that time confirmed because, of course, there were those few delays. The ice resurfacer coming back out. We'll put up a graphic on the screen to let you know when we will be back with you. There it is in about 11 minutes time, 10.5 minutes. See you on the other side.
Après, juste, mais on y va tout de même. À fond la caisse pour l'école de la Vélandrie. Les autres écoles qui devraient arriver entre-temps pour le prochain bloc, les quarts de finale sont 1500 mètres chez les dames. Une pause qui a été rajoutée à la règle initiale. Alors on se voit de retour dans un peu moins de 5 minutes avec les Italiens et William à l'animation.
Lights are back on. Women's 1500 meter quarterfinals. 7 heats in this one. Top 2 and a maximum 5 fastest third place skaters to qualify for the semifinals. It's a small heat in heat number 1. We'll have 5 skaters in the 1500 meters, but this one has the big presence of the Olympic champion, Kim Gilly.
Well, a 2+5 advancement, so there's lots of opportunities for third place finishers to qualify through with only 7 heats. And with only 5 skaters.
And there's the start list: Kim Gilly, Nakashima Mirei, Petra Vankova, Anna Jansone, Leah Popovitsova. And Vankova, not the Olympics she wanted, suffered a second separated shoulder in her career, but she's back. And then yesterday, she added a little more drama, which she joked about on social media. Big crash in practice, little cut on the nose, but she is on the line in position number 3 from Czechia.
Go to the start. Ready.
So Popovitsova from Slovakia, who made her Olympic debut, just 18 years old. She's one who I think we just saw maybe for the first time this season, and making that qualifying standard is a huge accomplishment in this sport. If you've earned that Olympic spot, you're a good skater. And so for someone like Popovitsova, that was huge.
Absolutely. And what an opportunity to get that experience at such a young age. She's got such a career ahead of her. To have that first Olympic experience under her belt is just going to lend to her tremendously in the future as she grows and develops as an athlete and gets stronger. She'll be all the more prepared for her next opportunity at the Winter Olympic Games.
I always love to see the growing sport as well. Slovakia is not one of the sides that has a deep history in the sport, but something like that could give it a shot in the arm, and you never know, maybe there'll be World Tour in Bratislava one day.
Well, Gavin, this race is off to a much slower start than I was anticipating. I thought with the potential for 3 of them to go through, that they may push the pace a little bit more. There's 5 skaters in the race, 3 potential spots to qualify through, that they may push the speed a bit more, but they haven't.
It's up to 5 fastest third place.
5 fastest third. Well, what I'm saying is the third place finisher could go through. So I thought they may push it, but now Kim Gilly taking control of this race. A very slow start, so they'll have a lot of energy left in the tank as they finish this race, coming up on 7 to go.
Kim kind of saying enough is enough. I'll take control now if nobody else wants it. And she might just skate off into the distance. Nakashima, the stalwarts of this Japanese women's side, right up there. And if you're looking at the helmet numbers, a lot of that is determined by their placement last from the past season on the World Tour largely. But so Kim Gilly, helmet number 6, Nakashima, number 30. Those are really top skaters.
Well, Jansone and Vankova just going back and forth in the back of the pack right now, or Popakova, sorry. Vankova sitting comfortably in 3rd, but she's going to have to make something happen because I really feel the time is not going to be quick enough.
It is Kim and Nakashima putting up a big block at the front. Petra Vankova trying to find a way through, but now the gap opens up as Kim really turns the screws. And 1 to go. It's Kim. Nakashima looking very comfortable, very smooth. They didn't start quick, but they finished quickly, and that's more than enough for those 2 to move right on through. And we'll check Vankova's time at 2:40.44. Remember, maximum 5 third-place skaters could move on, and this might be different. Flipped it from the men's side. They had the quick first heat on the men's side, not so much on the women's side.
Definitely a flip to the script, but Kim Gilly coming off that Olympic Winter Games, just a tremendous performance, winning the 1500 meter, the women winning the relay. She had a bronze medal in the 1000 meter, and it was really a tale of, as the games developed, you could just see her gaining more and more confidence and building race over race. And as we talked about, she is a Crystal Globe champion, but wasn't quite having that type of season earlier on the World Tour, but she really delivered that performance at the Olympic Games.
Heat number 2, we'll get a big ovation from the kids here. Courtney Sareau has became something of a household name in Canada after racking up an armload of medals in Italy. A couple of Canadians, both Courtney Saroux and Danae Blais on the ice. Also here is France's Chloé Olivier, Annabelle Green, Svetlana Rapetska, and La Qingshun making her senior level debut for Hong Kong, China. Lam Qingyan, the longtime member of that Hong Kong, China side. I think she made an A final at the Olympics. As you still see the previous results, you'll get the official start list of this heat coming up in just a second. But Lam Qingyan not here. She broke her leg, I was told, in training after the Olympics, but that gives the opportunity for La Qingshun to get her first senior appearance. And there is the start list confirmed. Interesting here, 4 of the skaters in this heat were born in Canada.
Go to the start. Ready.
One thing that, speaking of someone making their senior debut, I had this thought coming in. I always love the wholesome content. And so you watch a sport like baseball when a player's called up to the majors for the first time. And it's, you're going to the show, kid. And then there's tears and hugs. And it'd be kind of cool if teams started to tell their young athletes, hey, you're going to the show for the first time. And we get that reaction kind of video.
Well, sometimes that's the way it is. And then they get to the show and they're all, whoa, okay, we're here now. In this race, Gavin, I expect to see Courtney Saroux and Danae Blais move up early. They're the only 2 Canadian women in this event because of last year, if you recall, Gavin, there was a crash early in the mixed relay between Danae Blais and Kristen Santos Griswold, which led to Danae Blais not finishing the 1500-meter event and therefore losing a spot in this distance. So there's only the 2 spots for the Canadians here. They'll be looking to regain that. So watch us see Danae Blais now move to the front. And I believe try to control the lead with Courtney Saroux to bring this home to the finish.
And that is so often the case when 2 teammates from a strong side hit the front. They know how each other skate, they know their mannerisms, and they just make it so difficult for everyone else to pass.
Well, what you'll often see is they'll offset their tracks. One skater going more tight, one may go a little bit wider on the exit, and then that way there's really nowhere to go.
Nice
I have to say that. Chloé Olivier squeaking into second position. Well
I'll
done.
show you, she says, and gets up into second. Blais on the front.
Well, Courtney Saroux is so confident in her ability right now. She's not concerned about that whatsoever as she goes around the outside.
All the way around third to first in an instant, and now it's Saroux taking control of this one. Blais in second, and Olivier, that French program, really on the clock now over the next couple of years with the Olympics coming up.
So now we're seeing this where Courtney Saroux's exiting a little bit wider. Danae Blais had been exiting a little bit tighter. They're offsetting that track. Danae Blais trying to protect that second position here.
Where are the openings coming from? A good race from Annabelle Green, so often a 500-meter specialist, keeping it tight in the 1500, but it is the Canadians who come over essentially victory formation, 1 and 2. And Chloé Olivier in third with a 2:27.3, so that is a little bit quicker than heat number 1, but good race management by the 2 Canadian individual skaters.
Mission accomplished. Very strategic race.
Updated time for Olivier, 2:27.284. They always tweak the time because the tip of the blade crosses the line, but then, they go from the transponder and then they update it for the tip of the blade.
Here's another look at that early outside pass from Courtney Saroux, wanting to establish a position at the front of the race. Then Danae Blais responding. I think this is the move from Chloé Olivier. She did a tremendous job just creating a little bit of space right there. That little shift over created that space for her to then enter a little bit tighter and control that second spot. But when you're in a race with Courtney Saroux, and right now she's flying. I heard yesterday she put down an 8.36 second lap time in training, which is just tremendously fast. It's almost next to impossible when she wants to decide to go on the outside of you and she can have that type of speed. You can't really defend it.
big cheer from the kids as Soro and Blais go off together. Soro coming into the arena today, someone checked her accreditation, and I played along as she walked in and went, "Excuse me, ma'am, are you allowed in here?" And she joked along with that. She has a great light attitude. Soro and Blais going through Olivier. Again, I'll say that French program, a home Olympics coming up, and usually programs get kind of an injection of support, and that French program will be wanting to peak in 4 years now, time or under 4 years time, and we'll see how they grow over the next 4 years. It'll be one of the stories, I think, of the quad coming up. Heat number 3 is
Go to the start. Ready.
So it's Gloria Ioriatti taking things to the front. There's also Corin Stoddard, Olga Tikhanova, Alina Ajgalieva, Betty Muska, and Che Ji-hyun for Korea. There's no Che Min-jong, but there is Che Ji-hyun, an interesting story with her. She has not really been at the international level the last few years. Won a couple of very skaters who are in their 30s who are really making big leaps now. Interesting additions to some of this Korean side as we get going here.
Corey Stoddard sitting well in the back here, leaving a gap. Bit of space for her to accelerate into. The pace is quite relaxed right now. She's very comfortable. Corey Stoddard, of course, an interesting story. The game's faced a lot of struggles, a lot of falls, a lot of challenges. But did she ever rise to the occasion to capture that bronze medal on one of the last events of the Winter Olympic Games? And that was just an incredible story of perseverance for her.
Huge gut check because it was the same spot every time in this race. And you would just have to be wondering, what am I doing wrong? But absolute breakthrough in that last race, so well deserved. One of the ones we love watching skate. Corinne Stoddard, just so consistent. But right now, Che Ji-hyun, as I mentioned, out of Seonam.
Well, let's watch for Gloria Ioriatti here, winding up on the outside. We'll see if Corey Stoddard responds to that, but there's another bump as Tikhanova follows back.
And it is Ioriatti on the front right now. Watch out for number 3. The blue and black winding it up. Here she goes, Corinne Stoddard.
Corey Stoddard just very patient, waiting for the right moment to strike there. Early wind up, then held off, and now goes for it. Commanding pass to the front of the race.
And just setting a firecracker off in the middle of this race. Corinne Stoddard, enough games. I'm just taking this one. I'm going on to the semis. Just got to keep those skates down. And it is a real battle for second. Ioriatti, oh, can't quite make it stick. Not giving up. Great fight from the Italian.
Well, great defense from Troy Hugh-Dunn there for maintaining this position on second. That really just depleted all the speed of Gloria Ioriatti. She wasn't able to return that speed after.
And Stoddard can stand up, just cruise across the line, but great skate. Che Ji-hyun, 2010 overall World Junior Champion, but hasn't skated really since the World Cup in 2019. So when I was looking at that name, I was just, wow, that's quite the return. And this is a World Championship debut, the Korean skater who's 32 years of age, just turned 32 a couple of days ago.
Well, that's an incredibly long hiatus, so to speak, from international action, but not showing too much rust there.
Whenever you're on that, when you put that Korean kid on, you are expected to compete. She did just that, but Corinne Stoddard really now with the leader of this U.S. program, at least in this competition. Kristen Santos-Griswold is not here.
Here's another look at that late pass attempt from Gloria Ioriatti, but that just zapped all the speed. Sorry, that was probably the following corner we were about to see.
And almost ho-hum over across the line. Just relaxed and composed there. Corinne Stoddard out of the U.S. And there you go, the results confirmed. Stoddard, Che Ioriatti at 2:34.033. We'll see how that competes. 2:34, that's quicker than the first heat. And yeah, it's 2 out of 3 for the moment.
Yeah, that first heat at the third place time being a 2:40.4 I think that's the one that'll be going first. That one's really off the mark. It's not going to be quick enough. And
there will be 2 falling by the wayside at most. So at the moment, Yoriati's in control. She has 2 times behind her. So barring any advancements, that would be enough. Heat number 4 on the ice. Elisa Confortola, Young Jingru, Hidai Ami, Nicola Mazur, Tamara Tokarova, and Shim Suki. Italy, China, Japan, Poland, Slovakia, and Korea.
Well, interesting to note here, Gavin, looking at the roster for the Chinese women, they have brought their top team. So interesting to see that they brought their top team on the women's side. However, they're giving a bit of a development opportunity on the men's side.
I don't think I saw Fan Keshin's name on the roster. She competed in Italy. I think she made an A final too, didn't she? The great Fan Keshin
in the 500.
In the 500. But she's one who we'll see how she progresses. Do you go into the next quad? But a great skater on that Chinese program who is not here, but as Tyler mentioned, otherwise pretty full strength roster. And at the moment, it is Hidai on the front. Mazur, whose, I believe, sister competed at the World Junior Championships recently. We talk often about the family connections in this sport. The World Juniors held recently in Salt Lake City in Utah, but now Shim Suki with, in her wake, Elisa Confortola.
Looking on the outside, but kind of getting trapped out wide, trying to find a position back into the pack, but that's a bit of a reverse pass from 4th to 7th in this field. Or 6th.
Confortola did not podium individually this season on World Tour, but an Olympics to remember for her as Shim Suki gets to the front.
Yang Jingru trying to attack on the outside. Another attempt.
Confortola and Shim side by side. Confortola gold medal in the mixed relay. Shim gold medal in the women's relay in Milano Cortina. And all the while, Young Jingru also right there.
Well, this race has been a quicker pace, so the time is okay, but Yang Jingru will be interesting to watch to see if she tries to move up to second, because that third position's never a guarantee.
Confortola, quick check over the shoulder. Has a bit of space in between her. Shim under some pressure. Is they're going to try to hook it at the line? It's going to be close. I was wondering, Young looking like she was going to hook it and try to get the toe over. But we'll see. That's a photo. That might be our closest result of the day so far.
Well, I think Yang Jingru got that. She had a beautiful setup going to that last corner. You can see that she kind of pressured Shim Suki to stay tight. She shifted out on that corner entry and was able to hook the exit tighter than Shim Suki to snake that finish at the line and grab that second spot.
It's all then a matter of timing. Did she shoot the skate out at the right time? And you'll see the picture at the same time we do. So we all being held in suspense here at the Maurice Richard Arena in Montreal. Thank you as always for joining. If you're just tuning in, Tyler Dara, Gavin Day here up in the booth, ready to finish off the season as we get to take a look at our first photo of the day. I think they have the results finished, and look at that, 3 thousandths of a second. And you know what, we'll let you see it at the same time we do.
Well, there was that, here's this late finish hook right there. Beautiful. So tough to do when your legs are so fatigued at the end of the race, to apply that pressure to turn so tightly and exit.
And we go to, oh, they're not showing it. Either way, it was Young Jingru by 3 thousandths of a second over Shim Suki. So the Chinese skater getting just ahead of the Korean rival. And we head to the final 3 heats. And there are the results confirmed, but yeah, 3 thousandths of a second. And a reminder, they'll get a second chance with the repechage coming up in the morning session tomorrow. Lots of action to come this weekend. Heat number 5, Hanna de Smet, Michelle Velzeboer, Maya Dora Somodi, Tineke Dendalk, Barbara Gakova, and Polina Klevstuen.
Go to the start.
Two Belgian skaters, one from the Netherlands, one from Hungary, one from Czechia, and one from Norway. And it's de Smet picked up a bronze medal in the mixed team relay to kick off Olympic competition. A great result. Oh, Hanna de Smet and Tineke Dendalk both picking up that medal. Michelle Velzeboer in that, it's a new design Dutch kit. They came out with it when they had their national championships just into the new year. Almost a darker design of their older red, white, blue kit. But yeah, the Oranje were out in full force, making great atmospheres from what we were watching on TV from those Milan games. As well deserved, of course, winning up plenty of gold medals.
Well, it was just an incredible games for that Dutch team, securing 5 of those 9 gold medals. I think nobody expected that type of result from that team. We knew they had the ability to, but obviously there was a lot of expectations on the Canadians who didn't quite deliver the performance that everyone else expected, whereas the Dutch just stepped up and they delivered huge. Starting off, though, with an unfortunate fall in the mixed relay. You thought things were going to go the other direction over the course of the games.
Rebounding well. We'll get into the race in just a second, but one final thought about that Dutch parade. For so long, they were just really associated with long track. They made that effort to build short track, and now they're getting huge TV viewership in the Netherlands. And I think originally, I'm not sure, we have our colleagues from NOS here in Montreal, and I'm not sure if that was originally the plan, but that top quality, that fantastic Olympics meant the market is there, and they send a crew over, and it's always nice to see the increased attention on the sport. Anyway, at the front all the while, Michelle Velzeboer, the younger Velzeboer, Michelle Velzeboer, leading things around. A good race by Maya Dora Somodi, keeping Hanna de Smet on her back for now. De Smet, though, winding things up in a very great passer, and there she goes.
Well, de Smet stayed very calm through the early laps of this race, sitting far off in the back, and then just waiting for her moment to apply big outside moves in the later stages of this race, as she goes again for the lead on Michelle Velzeboer.
De Smet taking control of this race, timing it just right, just in time for the bell, and she will take this one over the line and makes it look so comfortable ahead of Michelle Velzeboer.
Well, as you mentioned, the Belgian team capturing the bronze medal in the mixed relay, but I think individually, I don't think Hanna de Smet quite had the games that she was looking for. It seemed like that she just didn't quite have the power, the strength to complete those big moves. Maybe they missed timing her peak, but looking very strong early in this race, because as we know, Michelle Velzeboer is a very strong skater.
De Smet does have medal from previous Olympics from Beijing, but yeah, it's a small but plucky Belgian side. They really punch above their weight getting to that medal in the mixed relay. Great moment for them, and de Smet showing that she is on form here in Montreal. 2 heats still to come. Cassandra Velzeboer headlining heat number 6 in the 1500 meters.
And de Smet was world champion last year in the 1,000 meter in Beijing.
There are the results confirmed. And heat number 6 on the ice, as I mentioned, Cassandra Velzeboer, Gong Li, Valentina Asic, Sarah Lutza Baksky, Hyojin Kim, and Amelia Chua. And Hyojin Kim, in my books, is an Olympian. She earned a spot getting that ranking in the 1,000 meters. Unfortunately, she had not yet acquired an Australian passport. different rules going to the Olympics and was not granted. She had permanent residency and kind of made her argument that I have to be abroad to train. There's no facilities in Australia, and made her case that her permanent residency would lead to a passport, but it was not granted, and so she had to unfortunately pass up that Olympic opportunity. So for what it's worth, as I mentioned, she is an Olympian in my eyes, Tyler. She's back here on the line in the 1500, still representing Australia.
Go to the start. Ready.
Sandra Velzebor, of course, should mention her 2 gold medals on her own in these games. Just again, part of that parade of Dutch skaters, short and long track, to the podium in Milano Cortina.
Sandra Velzebor, she was the skater who had the fall for the Dutch team in the semifinals of the mixed relay. And then you were kind of worried because the next event for her was the 500 meter, her specialty, where she had so much weight on her shoulders to deliver. And you know, when you have a fall like that, it can creep into your mind, but she just showed such mental strength to get that behind her and then just powered through and then just carried that momentum to that 1,000-meter victory. And then who knows with the 1,500, again, she was looking so strong in that distance as well, but that unfortunate fall in that semifinal kind of unexpectedly, you know, derailed her hopes of trying to challenge for a 3rd individual gold medal.
Velzebor, yeah, it'd be almost a good thing that after the fall in the relay, it was her bread and butter. It's almost muscle memory. She won a lot of those races in that 500 meters by the first corner. Her starts are just that good. The world record holder, fastest woman in the world.
She couldn't have been, like, her coaches did a phenomenal job having her perfectly primed for the Olympic Games. We have to tip our hats to Nils Kurt Schultz and Harold Silas. They had her dialed. She skated a world record in the 500 at the Olympic Games, and that's not the fastest ice that we've seen.
It is Valentina Asic holding them off for now. She was the flag bearer for Croatia at the opening ceremony in Milan at the San Siro, the great soccer forum, which is actually going to be part of a big renovation coming up now that the Olympics are done. Anyway, Gun Lee on the front, back sky having another great race, but now here comes Velzebor. We just wait for her to hit the jets, and here she goes. Just effortless.
Well, dropping the pace from 9.6 to 9.1 there.
And now it's a real battle going on with 2 laps to go. Velzebor, Gunley, back sky. Watch out for Asic and Kim. All right there. Asic going right up behind back sky. But now Gunn closing up behind Velzebor, but she just gives a quick check over the shoulder and the dash to the line, and they will go 1-2. Good push by Kim. She got the blade over and then almost towed in after the line. Kim made it close, but it was back sky holding on for 3rd. I always like to point out one of my favorite helmets, the Sloth book. Almost the complete opposite of this sport. Well, it is the complete opposite of this sport, but that's just a random aside.
You can see right after the race too, Sarah Luca Backsky looking up at the monitor to see her finishing time, and just she knows what she has to do to qualify through, and I think that will be enough.
Even just looking at the previous heat, she's faster than Barbara Gakova's time, and so that means there are at least 2 third place times between her and not moving on, and results have been made official. And so still no advancements, and so still looking very good that all of the 3rd place times that are eligible could be moving on. There you go. Sandra Velzebor, Gung Lee going through. Sarah Lutza Backsky will have to wait, but I believe is fairly confident that she will go through. There are the times going on. So
she's the second fastest qualifying time right now.
there you go. And so, barring some kind of drama that I can't even fathom, but will never ever rule out in this sport.
4 advancements is what would be required here.
There is heat number 7, Gabriela Topolska, Ariana Segal, Cameron Lute, Rebecca Silitse-Nemeth, Eva Grenouillou, and Miroslava Selyakova. Poland, Italy, USA, Hungary, France, and Ukraine. Just looking at this race, the serpentine kind of seeding format. Topolska and Segal both ranked 9 and 10 in this distance. Both of them really made good breakthroughs. Topolska had 2 good weekends in Montreal to start the season. Segal had a couple of really good stops in Europe. Of course, only 4 stops on the World Tour this season, but they are ones that have put in some good showings. And Topolska back on this ice in Montreal, where she's proven to have made semifinals before.
And as I recall, Gavin, I think Segal was absent from some of the first races on the World Tour, and then it was after maybe a leave of Fontana she got kind of into the World Tour.
Got to step in and made an A final, I remember, in Gdansk, and yeah, because there was an injury to Fontana. Silitse-Nemeth with something to prove, didn't make the Hungarian Olympic team. Out here with a little bit of fire in the belly, perhaps. A skater who has had success at European championships. Right at the moment, the native of Białystok in eastern Poland, Gabriela Topolska. Grenouillou, another one of the French side, made her World Tour debut this season, made her Olympic debut as well. So this one, they're lapping at 12.5 seconds. What does that mean, Tyler?
Well, the early races were quite slow, lapping at 14 seconds that first heat. So this is not a quick race. It is slow, but a lot of the advancement times are slow themselves. So they're not completely off if they can respond quickly here and get the pace going, which they're doing. Cameron Lute getting to the front of the race.
Now someone did jam a chili pepper in the tailpipe as Rebecca Silitse-Nemeth hits the front, Lute behind her, Segal in third. We're watching for the likes of Topolska with the black, red, and white kit with the powder blue helmet. There's still a lot more to come, and we expect her to be a part of that animation.
And now the lap time's in the 10-second range, although it looks like they may have slowed on this lap. Should be in contention for time, though.
Segal and Grenouillou going around the outside, but then both tucked in. Silitse-Nemeth, great job defending. She is coming under all kinds of pressure, but holding everybody off right now. And Lute, will this one stick up the inside? Another debut Olympian, Cameron Lute, and that, well, that'll get a look anyway.
Well, that opened the door for Segal to take control. Topolska caught back in 4th position now.
And Lute now is the one trying to hold off Silitse-Nemeth. Topolska, Grenouillou, all there. Segal has a bit of a gap with 2 to go.
Silitse-Nemeth looking up the inside of Lute. That might open a door for Topolska to respond up the inside now.
And Topolska does get into third. Silitse-Nemeth holding off the horde. But it is Ariana Segal staying away from all of that drama. The battle for second, Silitse-Nemeth gets it ahead of Topolska, who has a 2:32.72 in third. But as we see, that one incident will get reviewed from earlier in the race. And it is Cameron Lute on Silitse-Nemeth who will get looked at. Silitse-Nemeth really holding them off for so long, and then Lute came up the inside. This is what's getting looked at. And did she make that pass stick in time? is the big question. And then Silice Nemeth did battle back and retake the position, but Ariana Segal, who was you like into the semifinals? And that's usually the official results. Yeah, it doesn't look like any result has been taken. Well, we've got the lights down already, but we have not official results. Now we do. Segal, Silice Nemeth, and Topolska all going through. So in the end, no advancements from that winning 1,500 meters. It's quicker just to list those third place times not moving on. Petra Vankova, and the other one is Shim Suk Hee. But you'll see listed all of those moving on to the semifinals, and that will go on Sunday, I believe, if I got that schedule right. Anyway, there you go. Qualifiers. Next batch of races coming up. I think I saw in about 15 minutes, 11:19. So catch a break. See you on the other side.
Et voilà, c'est ce qui complète ce bloc de préliminaires sur 1500 mètres ici à l'Arena Maurice Richard. Un peu plus tôt, on a oublié une école qui n'a pas été en valeur, l'école secondaire de la Croisée. Êtes-vous là parmi nous? Désolé, on vous avait oublié, on n'était pas sur la liste. Mais sinon, on vous invite, avant de vous faire bouger et vous faire participer durant cette pause, on vous invite à diriger votre attention sur l'écran géant pour quelques vidéos de ces championnats du monde. On a apprécié votre participation jusqu'à présent, mais là, c'est le temps qu'on s'échauffe, c'est le temps qu'on en mette. Est-ce que ça vous tente de faire la vague? On a perdu quelques joueurs dans les estrades, quelques écoles qui ont dû malheureusement nous quitter, mais est-ce qu'on est prêt à faire la vague ici? On va commencer ici, puis on va tourner dans le sens que les patineurs tournent à l'habitude pour que ce soit clair avec tout le monde. Donc, l'école secondaire de la Croisée qui lance le bal, et après, on suit jusqu'à temps de faire le tour au complet. Allez, c'est parti, on fait la vague! Allez, 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 là dans le coin, là-bas, où les drapeaux. Ouais, ça suit, on continue. Une petite pause, mais on continue. Ouais. Super, un autre tour, on continue, on relance la vague. s'échauffer avant parce qu'après, ça va chauffer. Donc, faut être bien échauffé. Ça tourne, ça tourne. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Wow! Ça, c'est super. On est maintenant échauffé. Là, on veut voir. On sait qu'il y a des bons danseurs dans le coin de Montréal. Mais là, si vous voulez être sur le spot, il va falloir que vous en donnez plus que les autres. Donc, on vous invite à suivre ce qui va être sur l'écran géant, sur le Jumbotron pour vous. Donc, on peut se mettre debout, on peut danser. Et peut-être que si vous avez la chance... Donc, c'est l'heure du Bongo Cam. On tape, on fait des tam-tams. Plus fort, plus de tam-tams, plus de tam-tams. On veut vous entendre. Et peut-être que la caméra se rendra sur vous si jamais. Allez, allez, plus, 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 plus. Faut pas faire des babayes à la caméra, faut taper sur les tam-tams. Et là, à chaque fois, ça va être une surprise de logo qui va revenir, mais ça va être une surprise si vous allez être le ou la personne sélectionnée. On tape, fait des tam-tams. Plus fort, plus fort, plus fort. Super! On peut en mettre, on tape sur les tam-tams, faut se timer avec ce qu'on voit à l'écran, pas toujours évident, mais quand les tam-tams sont sous vos mains, l'opportunité est là pour le faire. Ouais, super! Ouais, on continue, on n'arrête pas. On est surpris peut-être que la caméra s'arrête sur nous, mais c'est pas le temps d'arrêter pour autant. On en met, on veut de l'énergie, c'est l'Arena Maurice Richard! Allez, 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 on se fait aller les tam-tams! Super! On a aimé votre participation. J'espère que ça vous a réveillé un peu. Surtout que là, on va s'attendre à beaucoup de vitesse. Les préliminaires sur 500 mètres. Lors de notre retour ici pour les athlètes, ce sera de la vitesse, des dépassements et beaucoup de spectacles pour vous ici. Alors qu'on aura nos 3 Canadiens sur la glace au courant de ces rondes de préliminaires. Entre-temps, on vous invite à rester actifs et bien échauffés et on vous invitera un peu plus tard à faire un maximum de bruit pour nos Canadiens. Et d'ici là, bonne fin de pause.
Check.
Back for more action on qualifying day World Championships, Short Track World Championships here in Montreal. Men's 500-meter preliminaries coming up. 15 heats in all. Top 2 from each race, and up to 11 fastest third-place skaters qualify for the heats. Pardon me, 12 heats in all. I don't know where I got 15 from.
You had the 5 in your head for the 500, maybe.
I guess. 12 heats in all, top 2 and up to 11 fastest third-place skaters qualify for the heats. And so if we have clean racing, just one third-place skater would not move on. And the heats are coming up pretty quickly. There's the women's 500 heats and then the men's 500-meter heats. And that actually wraps up morning qualifying, and we'll head into the lunch break. So we're going through just a quick couple rounds here, just because there are so many men's skaters in the men's 500 meters. Men's skaters, the men's 500. Yes, that is redundant. Either way, heat number 1, William Dongenou, Peter Grosclose, Quentin Fercoq, Peter Murphy, and Eclavia Jagal. Donjanu already been out on the ice today in the 1500 meters. Gross close just missing that Olympic qualifying top 32 standard. And two probably the tallest guys we'll see in Donjanu and Jagal in the same heat.
Go to the start. Ready.
For the longest time, I thought Jagal might be taller than Donjanu, but they're pretty close. Either way, it is the Canadian out of position 1 getting to the lead. Gross close trying to stay in touch. Felcock with a lot of work to do.
Well, Jagal had a great start to that race, and Felcock has had to work his way back to third, but Donjanu well out front.
And the man from Sherbrooke back on home ice, comfortable surroundings. He'll have his ultras out this weekend, and he is putting on a display early going. But now Felcock, the man from Honfleur in Normandy, closing in on Gross close, the American-born skater representing the Philippines. But Donjanu will take it. Who gets second? Here comes Felcock. I think Gross close hangs on. Gross close on their screen there. He competed in the Southeast Asian Games not too long ago, but this story was all about Donjanu.
Donjanu just making this a textbook race, getting off the line, taking the lead position, creating some separation and skating smooth right to the end. 41.042 is the final time. We know skaters here are capable of going sub 40. That's really the marker at 42nd 500.
I think we missed a crash there. I think it was Jagal who did go down. So the young man had a very good start, but not able to parlay that into a strong finish. But there you have it, Donjanu, Gross close, Felcock, one race down, one clean race. And so if you're those third place guys, you're gonna start to look and go, okay, there's one third place guy behind me. And then once advancements start to factor in, then it all gets changed around.
And this is a little off topic, maybe a bit of a stretch here, but it's just so interesting to see. So William Donjanu skating a 41.0 there, second place time for Gross close 41.7. Well, Sandra Velzebor skating a 41.49, I believe it was, at the Olympic Games for the world record. She could be right in the mix here.
It's maybe a head-to-head. We did recently have, if you follow long track at all, the Dutch just had a race between Joy Buna, the great middle long distance skater, in the 3,000 meters against Yenning de Beau, the sprint all-around world champion, and Joy Buna won. And so we're coming up with some things here.
And let me correct myself, 41.39, not 4.9, just flying time.
That tenth of a second is incredibly important, my friend.
It is. You know, we got to get the numbers right here, Gavin. I love the numbers, but Sandra Velzebor I would love to see her throw her hat in the ring going to the men's 500. It would be so interesting to watch.
They are fixing up the ice.
Now we're seeing Petro Segal. I think you pointed out, Gavin, we didn't see Petro Segal in the 1500.
We didn't.
Nor did we see Jens van 't Wout.
I do know Jens van 't Wout is feeling a bit under the weather. Not sure if that affected, but this we were discussing maybe just a matter of selecting what races. There's no obligation to do all the events like on World Tour, and so maybe a bit more specializing.
Yeah,
perhaps.
managing the workload a little bit. If you're feeling a little bit fatigued or sick, that you just won't be able to deliver in every single race. There's a tremendous number of races these skaters have to do if they compete in all distances, and that, you know, energy expenditure really adds up over the course of the weekend, and if you are ill, you're just not going to be able to recover.
Now Segal, the multi-talented skater. Now we have to ask the question, what way will he be facing when he crosses the line? The mixed relay gold medal, one of the cool, iconic images of him spinning at the line and celebrating with his teammates. But then later on, I don't think that was deliberate when we took a bump and he went backwards over the line in an earlier race.
It's a new finish. We're going to have to review the alternative ways to finish a race.
I have been saying that if there's explainer videos in our future, that's going to be something you're going to have to do. You or Catherine. They are patching up some of the ice of the scarring that happened when Jagal went down. Just wanted to talk, I mentioned Grosclose competing in the Southeast Asian Games. He won gold in the SEA Games, silver in the 1500, then part of a bronze medal relay team. That would have been a lot of fun. It was in Thailand, the SEA Games, and that was the first time short track was back in that event for the first time in a while. But it's just a mix of winter and summer and all kinds of sports. That there was chess as well, which I think is an all-weather sport.
Yes.
But I think the next ones are in Malaysia.
Indoor or outdoor chess?
Come on. In this era of coming up with extra ways to win medals, don't give them any ideas.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it is Seagal, position 1, getting to the corner first. Everybody does get through, not bringing this one back.
Onderman locked into second position.
He had a good moment at the Olympics too, getting, did he get an A final or was it a B final for Onderman? Either way, good Olympics for that young man. Oh, and there is one skater down. It's Komaricki, the Slovenian. But it is Seagal, Onderman, Gali Akhmatov, 120, Robin Bendig rounding out the field, the German, but it is Seagal just doing what he needs to do, and he will cross the line, facing forward, and moving on to the heats.
Well, interesting to see here a 41.13. So again, a little bit of a speed that's off the mark from what we're used to getting from these skaters. Typically, we're seeing those 40-second 500-meter times. So maybe that's a bit of an indication, whether it's the ice speed or is it the ice quality, that the athletes are being a little bit more, careful in their application of force in the corner because they're concerned about breaking out and falling. So a little bit more reserved in their race.
You mentioned that ice. We had the changes in the World Tour where it was a different thickness than what they were used to week 1, and then they changed it back to its normal one. It's always this X factor in any sport, and it's just part of life in this sport.
Certainly, and that's something too at the Olympic Games, the ice conditions, because they share a surface with figure skating. Figure skaters like thick ice so they can toe pick in and have better jumps. However, speed skaters prefer thinner ice because it's harder and easier to turn on. So you kind of have a balance of powers, or a battle of powers, if you will, trying to get ice conditions in their favor.
And heat number 3, clean racing through the first 2. Stephen Dubois, the now Olympic champion. Brendan Corey as well. Lu Jianshuo, Ivan Martinic, and one of the newcomers to the Chinese program, Li Kun, will be out in position number 5.
Well, Gavin, that's the first time we've had the opportunity to refer to Stephen Dubois as the 500-meter Olympic champion. And what a tremendous race for him. He skated that so beautifully.
And at the moment, he is the world and Olympic champion for at least another day.
Go to the start. Ready.
And there is Dubois, and a great start by Lee. There is Lee showing no fear going up against Dubois, and he's really putting the pressure on Corey. Li Kun, 21 years of age, out of Jiamusi, China.
Stephen Dubois moving quick, an 8.2 lap. That's the fastest lap we've seen. Brendan Corey struggling a little bit on the exits. A couple of slips here. Trying to fend off Li Kun from third.
That does sap a lot of speed. Lee also loses speed. He had the opening, just couldn't seize it, and Dubois will take this one smoothly, and Brendan Corey, good rally back. Both he and Lee stumbling a little bit, but Brendan Corey moving through.
Well, Stephen Dubois looks like he hasn't skipped a beat from the Olympics. A 40.6, that's the kind of race time that we're expected to see here. And he delivered a beautiful skate there, what he always does. Win that start, deliver a quick time, secure a first lead position in the next round. Well done, Stephen Dubois.
Of course, that time determines where they will go on the line.
And again, the time is actually irrelevant of your finishing position. It's all about the time for line placement in the next round.
Dubois getting some plaudits from the young supporters in the crowd. And there are the results. Dubois, Corey moving on. Elite Kuna 41.001. We'll see how that compares. That's actually the fastest third place time of the day so far. And so competitive race picks that time up, and he has a couple times in between him, so he could survive even a penalty if it comes to that.
I would think that time would stand at this point. Those are the three fastest times. That's the fastest race by far. And you're not going to often have a Stephen Dubois leading you out to such a fast time.
Heat number 4 on the ice: Thomas Natalini, Ole Hyundai, Alejandro Rivero, Meyerschach, Asen Gurov, and Jung Bohao, pardon me. So Italy, Ukraine, Belgium, Bulgaria, and China.
Go to the start. Ready.
Natalini out of position 1. Gurov, I thought he got a good jump, but then just was passed into the corner. But it is Natalini, Hyundai, and Jung 1, 2, and 3.
Watching Jung Bohao, looks like he's setting up. Ole Hyundai loses the footing, that drops him back.
And down he goes. He collided with Rivero Meyerschach. That was at top speed too. And so Hyundai, it all kind of went pear-shaped. He lost his position and then went shoulder to shoulder with Rivero. And so that spelled an end to his challenge. That will get reviewed, but it's Natalini and Jung who will go 1 and 2. I don't think they are the subject of any review, and so they will move right along with a 42.19, the third place time for Rivero Meyerschach. And so that is the slowest of the third place time, but of course his position subject to that review.
Well, a fairly quick skate from Thomas Natalini here with 40.9. You can see how much he wanted the time, the way he accelerated for that finish line and still really shot the line hard. He knows the value and the importance of making sure he doesn't lose the position on that start line. Here's that slip from Ole Hyundai, led to this collision with Rivero Meyerschach on the entry of the corner. Hyundai going down.
Their shoulders were pretty level. This will be a good look at that. Maybe a little bit in front, but yeah, in the end, that one was cleared. Meyerschach was through, and Hyundai sort of ruled to have gone down on his own, almost just a shoulder-to-shoulder that Hyundai was not able to come out on the other side of.
If you're a young skater watching, you saw Hyundai fall there. Terrific job. You want to get your feet up. You don't want to go feet first into the mats. That's when you can get twisted up and lead to leg injuries. So you get those feet high in the air, out of the way, cleared of any danger.
And Rivero Meyerschach will see how that holds up, but it is Natalini and Jung going through heat number 5. It is the debut this weekend of one Jens van 't Vout. The one individual gold medal that eluded him from the Milan Games. Niall Tracy, Rainis Berzins, Tariko Moragic, and Watanabe Keita. So Netherlands, Great Britain, Latvia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Japan.
Go to the start. Ready.
Van 't Vout. Great start by Tracy. Watanabe doesn't quite make it through, and so that will bring us back to the line.
That contact between Moragic there and Watanabe in that corner, but Niall Tracy with a great jump on Jens van 't Vout. We'll see what he's doing, like we talked about, Gavin. He's not feeling very well this week, but one of the things he said, he's like, he lost a few pounds, so I'm feeling light. I may feel lighter on my feet. Try to turn a negative into a positive.
Jens, I mean, about as serendipitous as an Olympics as you could have. A couple of gold medals, make it 3. An individual bronze medal, a brother who joined you on the podium, essentially fulfilling a childhood dream, And then afterwards, the guys who were once hockey players getting to meet their longtime idol, Sidney Crosby, getting a picture with them. So, I mean, picture your perfect Olympics. Pretty sure Jens van het Velde was pretty close to that.
Absolutely. I think if you had asked him to say what would be your perfect games, that I don't think he would have even said what he'd accomplished. I mean, everyone might dream of the 5 gold, which is the ultimate, but to get 3.
Yeah, I would say also, too, he didn't have the set on his own. No silver medal, but then his brother had it. And so, you know. Take 2.
Go to the start. Ready.
And this time it is Van het Velde getting through. Tracy in second, Berzins in third, and everybody through, and we're off and away. Berzins trying to look up the inside, makes that stick into second, and the door is not opening for Tracy. Great move by Berzins to keep that second spot.
Well, you can see Tracy trying to set up here, but struggling a little bit on the corner exits to carry his speed. And Berzins now tucking in tight behind Jens van het Velde.
One more lap to go, one final chance. Tracy, not looking hugely comfortable, trying to set something up. Berzins will hang on for second behind Jens van het Velde and a 41.19, and so that time for Tracy in third does put him ahead of a few other heats. And we remain clean through 5 heats so far.
Well, once you got the final 2 laps of that race, you can see now Tracy trying to build some speed, trying to get some momentum going, to look for a pass on Berzins, but he was just struggling on the corners. But of course, Berzins too, if you watch these final turns, was also struggling on the corner exits. Right there, you can see Berzins just fighting the corner exit, but now Tracy just couldn't get anything going.
And the first thing Tracy does, looking up at his time, knew he was in third, but the time, that one is up there, and so never say never until you see that Q next to the name, but he should at least be feeling somewhat comfortable. There you have it, Van het Velde, Berzins, and Tracy. Moving on to heat number 6. And a look at Andrew Heo, the American, a victory on World Tour in Dordrecht. Im Jong-un, Luka Jasic, a guy who showed some flashes, one of the youngsters from Serbia, Jakub Karabin of Slovakia, Theo Collins of Great Britain.
Go to the start. Ready.
And always a bit of a hold your breath moment. Everybody through. Collins making a move up into 4th. And M to the lead on Heo.
Oh, great move from Im Jong-un there. As he made that inside pass, a little shift over outside created space for him to control that corner entry and maintain that lead position on Andrew Heo.
And Heo under increasing pressure. Luka Jasic again fighting the corner. He's able to keep it up, but his speed is gone. Im now struggles a little bit. And 1 to go. Heo looking for an opening. This is not over just yet. How will this finish? Collins trying to get for third. Jasic hanging on, but Im hangs on. It seems everybody had a struggle, and it just sort of yo-yoed back and forth.
Well, normally when you have a slip of that magnitude, that's going to cost you position, but with everybody struggling on the ice there, nobody could respond to it and take advantage of the moment.
And so M takes it a 41.303. Heo in second. And Luka Jasic in third. He was competitive, 41.57. That does put him ahead of a couple of third place times. We don't often see so many people just trying to figure this ice out, so a lot of slips. What is maybe not his preferred distance, but he goes through. And Luka Jasic, we'll see how his time holds up to move him into the heats. later on, it's not a huge weight. The women do their 500-meter heats, and then the men. And heat number 7. See another American, Brandon Kim, Michał Niewinski, Radek Fajkus, Ernest Deschek, and Rafael Schlosserek.
Go to the start. Ready.
And everybody through as they were on the line. A good start by Brandon Kim, adding a little bit of daylight to Niewinski, but we do see, Tyler, so often that close down as the race progresses.
So the skaters out in the lead, they can be a little bit more relaxed. They don't want to stress, but down in the corner, we have 2 now down straightaway.
It is Czech and Fajkus both down on their own. 2 completely different situations.
Niewinski loses footing. 360 down the straightaway.
What is going on here in Montreal? What ability to just stay on the feet. He's got to keep his speed because he has Schlosserek coming, but Brandon Kim avoids all of that. And who will take it second? Niewinski, I'm not sure if he was aware of the situation, but wow, my, oh my.
The 360 down the straightaway still holds on to second place there.
Things we have never seen before are happening. You look at, even going back to Milan with Seagal with 2 backwards finishes. We've seen guys on consecutive laps sandwich into each other, and now we have a 360 and still able to hang on for second.
Well, it's not too dissimilar to earlier where Mestis Czech was down in that corner, and as Niewinski's coming around, you get that thought in your mind, and you're trying to not think about it, and it just puts you off for a moment. The ice has a little give.
I mean, we do see.
There it is. Sees him down, just saves it, fighting on.
And sticks the landing.
What agility.
And you know who's gonna have a good smile about that is Michał Niewinski, one of the most upbeat guys on the circuit. But I'm sure also life flashed before his eyes for a moment there. We do, I mean, we're seeing a bit more than usual, but I mean, by the second day, I feel they will make their adjustments and are aware now of this ice under race conditions.
Absolutely, yeah. Skaters will be refining their skate setups, their blade, their bend, or their rocker, what have you. But at the same time, they'll be working on the ice conditions too to make sure it's in top form for the weekend.
Mella Vanetvout. Headline heat number 8, Dennis Ors. Olinats Reines Leisens, Lucas Wareham, and Dietrich Varaklis. That's a cool shot. The camera passing through the flags that we have hanging around here. I don't think I'll get tired of that this weekend. The Olympics, didn't they have one that was in like one of the markers from the looks of things, so we get that kind of low angle shot? Yeah, one of the blocks, yeah.
Very cool angle.
There were drones at a lot of events, but I just do not think that was an option in short track.
No, they were flying the drones in long track, however.
Yeah. The hum has become a part of life that they can throw at the Olympics.
Well, we're getting a little bit of a delay here. You can see them working heavily on the track conditions here, repairing the ice.
I'm sure we'll hear from a few people on what the actual situation was, but as I mentioned outside, this is the atmospheric pressure outside the arena has been changing from warmth to ice storm to now it's a little bit below freezing. A nice sunny day, albeit a bit chilly, but I don't know what impact that might have on what's brought in here. And there are fans now in here for the first time. It's expected to be packed this weekend. So all that to say is I am not an expert. Well, that does mean might see some unexpected results over the course of the coming little bit.
Well, think that's definitely the case if these ice conditions continue like this, although keeping in mind as we get to the later rounds, there's more frequent floods, so the ice conditions are a little bit more consistent, but I do think they will be working hard on the ice, getting it into, and again, it's all usually a matter of the ice temperature, the surface temperature, how cool they're keeping it, but trying to account for, like you said, Gavin, the crowd, the heat that will be in the building. So it's a lot more complicated than you would think it would be.
Survive in advance, the rule for today.
And I think that is in part why we've seen a little bit of a slower pace to some of these races. It's just protecting your position, not trying to take risks.
It looks like we're just about wrapped up here. The whistle, yeah, the piles of snow are gone. They've been plugged into the holes around the arena.
And now we get a look at the Olympic silver medalist in the 500 meter.
Hello.
Go to the start. Ready.
Just a great moment for Melavan. Missing 2 years. 1 year he didn't want, trying to do what they could. He had an injury. They did not want to do surgery, but then in the end they did do the surgery. That cost him just another year, but absolutely flying off the line is Melavan Fout.
Dennis Orrs looking comfortable in second position here. Bit of a slip for Melavan on that exit. 8.3 second lap though.
The doors open up a little bit as Van Vout drops some speed there. Orrs, we've seen, keep up with a lot of the best in the world in the 500 meters, and he's hanging in right now. Is he gonna take a look, or is he happy with top two? Look, good skate for Lucas Wareham to pop up for third, and he'll go 42.04 in third, but Melavan Vout survives. And you know, Wareham, that time does put him ahead of the last heat, where third was a 43.578, where it was kind of wacky shacks all over the place, but
and no advancements up to this point so far through 8 races.
so it's almost looking like if you're in the 41 range, you're in that very comfortable position, even if there are some advancements down the stretch.
Well, here's another look. Dennis Orrs just so comfortable in that second position, but like we talked about, maybe could have tried to make a push for a pass the lead, but you know, opting to play it safe here and just advance to the next round and not take that risk, knowing that if you complete the pass, then you're going to be battling that corner when you're trying to apply a lot of force to turn and maintain that corner as you defend your position.
The man from Turkey moving on behind the man from the Netherlands, Lucas Wareham. We'll see how 42.033 stands up as we have 4 heats still to come, and now we're dipping into 4 skaters on the line, just like the olden days. I'm going to stop that at some point, but I always feel I still have to point it out that there used to be 4 skaters on the line. Maxime Laoun in what is maybe his preferred event, but he had an injury before the Olympics and was in just a battle for fitness. Hwang Dae-han, Lucas Koo, Etienne Bastier, Canada, Korea, Brazil, and France.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it is Laoun, like a shot off the line to the lead. Almost looked like he was behind the stride immediately, but that was erased in a heartbeat.
Well, that's the advantage of the inner lane. You could be about a half step back and still win the race to the corner because of that inner lane advantage.
And it is Laoun and Hwang. Koo trying to stay close to pick up that time. And Hwang to the lead. And 1 to go. Hwang Dae-han Looking like he will take victory here. Laoun will consolidate for second, and Koo will stop the clock at 41.63. So he'll look comfortable, perhaps, to move into the heats in just a little bit. With that third place tie, Bastier in fourth.
Maxim Laoun leading off this first corner. Wang Daeon just staying very relaxed in second position. This slip right here from Maxim Laoun, costing the lead of the race. Open that door for Wang Daeon to step into the lead. One of the quicker times, one of the few times that we've seen in the 40-second range. An 8.2, 8.3 second lap in the midsection of that 500 meter.
And that one is official. Still no advancement, still skating clean. Heat number 10 on the ice as you see the results confirmed from heat number 9. And number 10, Felix Pigeon of Poland. Denis Nikisha, first time we'll see him for the weekend. Fredrik Pedersen of Norway, and Ivan Donchev of Bulgaria. Interesting heat on offer with a guy like Pigeon, who's now medaled on the World Tour, had a pretty decent season. And Nikisha, a guy who's medaled at World Championships. But then started this season on the back foot with some injury to begin the year, and it was a chase pretty much from there on.
Go to the start. Ready.
And off the line it is Pigeon and Nikisha 1 and 2, pretty much as they were, 1 through 4, as they are on the ice.
Well, Denis Nikisha's game is a bit more controlled. He has one of the fastest starts, but I felt like this one, he just looked to kind of race it from second and can defend from this position.
And there goes Nikisha, hit a block. And that opens the door for either Pedersen or Donchev, but it's Pigeon who is leading the way, and it looks like it will be the Norwegian Pedersen getting through. Nice work for Fredrik Pedersen to just stay up at this point, and the results pay, but I don't think that was the ice in time. I think you spotted it. There was the block under the blade there.
Yeah, he stepped right on the block, went right under his boot. Trying to see the replay if it maybe caught a hand or anything to get it moving. It's an unusual block. You know, if you're trying to hook it tight, you might hit that 5th block on the track, but typically you're going to be coming off the corner radius at that point. So we'll watch it get there. Now just going right down the left foot, gets trapped underneath.
There's just not much you can do. You're the passenger at that point. Good skate from Pigeon.
At the last 2 world champions, I believe he was he bronze 2 years ago, silver last year. So he'll have some work through the repechage to try to get back to a podium. And as you mentioned, dealing with a back injury all season long.
And there you go, Pigeon Pedersen going on. Donchev, we'll see how 42.024 stands up. I think that one is, yeah, it's ahead of a few times so far. And so Donchev perhaps looking like he's in with a shot to get to the heats. Heat number 11, Miyata Shogo, Abzal Ashgaliev, Lucas McDonald, and Daniel Tiborts. Japan, Kazakhstan, New Zealand, and Hungary.
Go to the start. Ready.
Miyata and Ashgaliev, the seeded skaters, by pretty healthy margin in this. Miyata, but I don't think his preferred event, but still ranked 14th in the world. Just a testament to his consistency Galiev up the inside, and that's a nice move to make it stick.
Great move up the inside of Miata Shogo.
New design, I think, on the helmet for Galiev. He's got the Kazakhstan flag right on there. T-Borts has entered the conversation. He's closed right up. I don't think there's going to be room for a move, or is there? Galiev, Miata 1-2, T-Borts getting it for third with a 41-8-2. And so it looks like we are this close to going clean the whole way. And at the moment, the bubble time is a 43.578 for Germany's Raphael Schlosserek. And so all of these guys in third, bar Schlosserek, are going, okay, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm going to be in the heats.
Well, T-Borts here was fourth in the line off the start. Had to make a quick pass. Here's a look at that nice inside move from Galiev up the inside at that 3-second lap time. So challenging to do it. Looking so stable through that pass. T-Borts staying with it. He had quite a gap to close, and he did that and that was huge about that. He was able to secure a quick time, which should qualify him through.
There you have it. So those are made official. One more to go before I think we get a flood break ahead of the women's 500 meters. Heat number 12, Furkan Akar in what is probably his preferred event. Stan de Smet, Sean McAnuff, and Tobias Wolf. Turkey, Belgium, Ireland, Austria.
Go to the start. Ready.
And quick off the line, Akar really came to the fore in our minds a couple of years ago in Rotterdam, where he moved along in the 500 meters, but he goes back to having done a couple of Olympics now.
Well, Furkan Akar is so explosive. He's got the speed. He's being tracked down by Stan de Smet. The king of the late finish. An incredible passer. Stan de Smet's looking to set up on the outside here. We look to hook it tight up the inside or keep going along the long way around.
They are shoulder to shoulder. De Smet does edge just in front ahead of Akar as Wolf and McAnuff battle for third, but it is Stan de Smet going through. Akar in second, and Wolf a 42.19, and that might be enough to move him into the heats as well.
Well, I really like the way that Stan de Smet set up that pass. He was building speed on the outside, but he had a little bit of a gap, and that provided him the option to look for the inside pass if it was there, if Furkan Akar had a slip, or carry that speed outside to go around the long way, which is what he opted for. Let's get another look.
Pass for third. There we go.
Here's that setup wide, Stan de Smet outside. Oh, that's the completion of the pass. Good job making sure he doesn't get his hand caught up at all in the feet of Furkan Akar. And would you look at that? We are clean through 12
500-meter heats, 0 advancements, but still no shortage of drama as Tobias Wolf does get that little Q next to his name. And that will take us to the next ice resurfacing on the other side, the women's 500-meter heats. And that comes up in about 12 minutes time, so enough time to catch a break wherever you are around the world, and we will talk to you on the other side.
Chez les messieurs, on en aura encore amplement après cette courte pause, alors qu'on sera de retour dans un peu plus de 10 minutes. Entre-temps, on vous rappelle que Subway est toujours ouvert ici même à l'Arena Maurice Richard du côté ouest Vous allez pouvoir vous procurer tout ce que vous avez besoin pour refaire le plein d'énergie et être en forme pour les prochaines courses. Entre-temps, on vous invite à diriger votre attention sur l'écran géant pour quelques vidéos promotionnelles de ces championnats du monde. Profitons de cette courte pause pour voir certains élèves, les élèves de l'école Jeanne Lebert qui sont autour de moi. Eh bien, on va voir s'ils sont des vrais experts dans le domaine du patinage de vitesse ou tout court de l'équipe canadienne avec un petit pop quiz rapide. On est présentement avec Violette, Claire, Alice et Anida. Allons voir si elles ont des connaissances en matière de patinage de vitesse. Donc, première question, les filles, on va débuter avec Alice. Combien de patineurs et patineuses composent l'équipe canadienne ici ce week-end pour ces championnats du monde? Masculin, autant hommes et femmes, là, les deux, là. Vas-y, un chiffre, là. C'est en bas de 20. C'est un bon indice? Combien de patineurs? Autant relais que distance individuelle.
10.
10. La réponse n'a pas été soufflée en passant, hein? C'est vraiment devenu directement d'Alice. Donc 10 est une bonne réponse. On va y aller avec Violette. De ces 10 patineurs et patineuses, es-tu en mesure de me nommer 2 candidats sur l'équipe?
Steven Dubois.
Steven Dubois, c'est une bonne réponse. Et est-ce qu'on est capable d'en avoir un autre pour Anida?
William Dangenou.
William Dangenou, c'est une deuxième bonne réponse. Steven Dubois et William Dangenou. Est-ce qu'il y en a parmi vous qui ont écouté les Olympiques?
Oui.
Dans ce cas-là, est-ce que tu peux me dire quel patineur ou patineuse a remporté la seule médaille d'or pour l'équipe canadienne? On écoute peut-être ses camarades de classe.
Quoi? Steven Dubois.
Steven Dubois, c'est une bonne réponse. Et est-ce que parmi les autres élèves, il y en a qui peuvent dire sur quelle distance la médaille d'or a été obtenue? 500 mètres, justement, c'est une autre bonne réponse. Et on va avoir d'ailleurs la chance de revoir Steven Dubois, lui, qui s'est qualifié pour les rondes de qualification qui auront lieu justement au retour de la pause. Dernière question pour vous. Elle est un petit peu plus difficile. On va essayer de voir. Vous allez pouvoir travailler toute l'équipe. Hein? On compte sur l'école au complet pour répondre à cette question-là. Elle n'est pas tant plus difficile, mais vous allez voir. Quelle patineuse canadienne a remporté 4 médailles aux Jeux de Milan 2026? Valérie Maltais, 3 médailles pour Valérie Maltais. Courtney Sarro, c'est une bonne réponse. Valérie Maltais, c'était une excellente chance de l'avoir. Maintenant, c'est Courtney Sarro qui a réussi à l'avoir 2 au niveau individuel et 2 par équipe. Nous serons de retour dans quelques minutes. Et d'ici là, on vous souhaite une bonne fin de pause.
Now time for the women's 500-meter heats, 9 in all, and it's just top 2 from each heat will move on, and so any advancements in this case would just add to crowded start lines, essentially. So no worries about time. Everything is just about the skaters in front of you. But they'll be skating hard anyway for that time. It's not like there's going to be any tactics or games. It's just go in this one.
No, absolutely. In the 500, not taking any risks of falling down the starting order in the next round. You got to go for time every chance you have. And we'll be kicking it off with a lot of speed with the likes of Sandra Velzebor here.
Olympic champion, and she's shown so often she wins so many races on the start. If someone can stay close to her, it's competitive, but she builds up such a gap off the opening that it's gone before you know it. There's Sandra Velzebor, Wang Ye, Diana Laura Veggie, Margarita Betty, another Betty in international speed skating, making her senior debut, Louisiana Stahl of the United States. Margarita Betty joining sister Chiara. Brother Francesco does the long track version of the sport.
Go to the start. Ready.
They are bringing this one back. They spotted a bit of a
There's a
somewhere.
Clash of the skates there. You could hear it off the start just before the corner entry. When the starters hear that, they call the race back. We'll see some blade checks here quick. Margarita Betty being one of them. And Veggie.
Get to look at it.
So watching positions 3 and 4 here. Right there.
Spray of snow off the ice as well. Only once they're through the corner, they wouldn't bring it back, but since it was in the first few strides of the race, that they do bring it back. But the one thing you notice about Velzebor off the start, whenever she smacks that back blade down, it's just, you know, okay, Sandra's ready. Look out, world.
Well, I was talking with Laurent Dagnon, the equipment manager of the Canadian team yesterday, and he was saying that some of the skaters have upwards of 5 to 7 sets of blades that they have on hand over the course of a weekend. Some skaters have particular blades that they use specifically for the 500 meter, and some that they use for the 1500 meter, which have different setups to meet their needs of that race. We're going to see typically in a 1500 meter, we're not achieving the same top end speed as you are in a 500, and it's a longer race. So you want a blade setup that's going to give you a little bit more glide and put a little less strain on the legs with perhaps a little bit less bend. But in the 500, you're going at that top speed. You need to be able to turn tightly. You'll likely have a bit of a more aggressive bend setup to turn. However, that kind of fatigues the legs a little bit more as you're fighting the corners and the G-forces.
Everybody back to their positions. I think the full body coats are new for the Dutch. I was used to them wrapping them around their midsections, but they brought out the full body coat that a lot of teams are using to keep warm, and they're waiting to resume racing. And here we go again, take 2.
Ready.
And hold your breath, everybody is through this time. And once again, off the start, the fastest woman in the world. But a good job, Tyler Wang Ye, keeping this one close.
Well, to stay this tight to Sandra Velzebor is so difficult. Her top speed is so much faster than almost everybody else's. You can see it now, spreading that gap between her and Wang Yi. 8.3 lap there. Is that what I'm reading? 8.6 now. This is a quick time here.
And it will be Velzebor taking it, going 41.91. Keep in mind, world record is 41.416.
Well, we were just covering the men's 500 meter event, and we saw a number of times in the 41 and the 42 range. Sandra Velzebor, again, like, she is on it right now. It doesn't look like she's slowed down whatsoever. This is
Pardon me, it was her own record that she broke, so it wasn't the 41 one that I just told you. It is 41.399 is the world record that she set in Milan. Elzevor in the heat, throwing down a time. Maybe finding that the best way to skirt through uncertain ice conditions is to just go really fast.
Yeah, barely that works. Well, you know, one thing with being a little bit lighter and a smaller skater, you're applying less force to the ice, so I think that makes the ice conditions, you know, less, you know, susceptible on the woman's side to deteriorating as quickly, and they're able to be a little bit more stable. And Sandra Velzebor showing no issues at all and really making a statement in that first 500.
Not that she needed to make one, but she certainly did. And heat number 2 has Courtney Sereau, Aurélie Levesque, Annabelle Green, Sarah Lutza Baksky. And another interesting story in No Arum from Korea, 34 years old.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a great start. Look at Annabelle Green. That's what she does so well. And from third to first.
Oh, but Annabelle Green loses her footing there, as we were just talking about the ice conditions here.
On her own, that puts Sereau in front with a wide margin. Levesque struggling to hold on as well, and Baksky comes up into second, but Levesque goes down. And Sereau just skating off into the sunset. Baksky holding off, no, but here comes No Arum, junior overall world champion in 2008 and 2009. But she will pop up and get second. Courtney Sereau takes the victory in another wild, eventful race.
Well, Annabelle Green with one of the quickest starts I think we've actually ever seen from her. She was off like a shot from that start line here. And to get a quick start like this is something so difficult to train for. It's definitely something you're more naturally inclined to have, that fast twitch muscle, which Annabelle Green, as we always talk about, is just so quick off the line. Her reaction was perfect there, but here, just losing her footing on this corner. No Ari here on the outside. No Aram, sorry. Got to get used to the new names here, Gavin.
Well, what's so interesting is that there's just a whole gulf of no results over a number of years, and here she is back on the team on the Korean side, and very good second place result.
And just look at this though, the time for Courtney Sereau, 43.00. It was a solid skate, but that just shows you Sandra Velzebor with a 41.88 is just right now on another level in this event.
What's left in store? Corinne Stoddart, Yana Khan, Yelizaveta Sidorko, Cornelia Wozniak making her senior debut, and Nagamori Haruna of Japan, I think, made her senior debut at the Olympics themselves. Yeah, the 23-year-old out of Japan. I remember we do this whole season. I remember going in the start line and I go, I don't think we've done Nagamori Haruna before. This is a new one.
Go to the start. Ready.
And I'm watching Wozniak in this one. She just did the World Juniors and came fourth and has 2 gold and a bronze on the Junior World Cup circuit in the 500 meters. And here she is, tucked right up behind Corinne Stoddart.
Look at the inside, Khan.
That's going to get looked at. That was a late move, but that opens the door. Corinne Stoddart is far and away in front. Yelizaveta Sidorko under pressure from Nagamori.
Nagamori looking up the inside.
She doesn't have great balance, but she does make that move stick, and Stoddard will go. And Nagamori up in second. But that move will be watched. Yana Khan diving up the inside of Wozniak, and the gut instinct was it was certainly a late move, and whether or not it was an illegal late move is what they decide down on the ends.
I expect we'll see a penalty there on Yana Khan. You know, again, we've talked about there's no time advances in this race for third. It's a 2+0. You're sitting in third. You've got to try to move up into those top two positions. Wozniak, though, watch the start. She was all the way back in fourth position coming off that first corner. Was able to battle up into second. Terrific job. I think I got a lot of expectations on her. She was looking very good in that race and very comfortable behind Corey Stoddard there.
As I mentioned, the Junior World Cup, essentially just 2 weekends in Kazakhstan, and Wozniak had 2 golds in a silver in the 500 meters, and then at Junior Worlds in Salt Lake City, 4th. And so, you know, not to put too much pressure on young shoulders, but certainly a promising prospect in that Polish program.
So Wozniak, of course, sitting in second position. She'll be hoping for and expecting, I think, an advancement on that.
It is a possible late pass is what they're looking at, and it would be a possible advancement as well. Yana Khan, another skater we've seen bursts of speed in the 500 meters, but maybe that move was a bridge too far for her. Here we go.
Final decision. Penalty for skater number 40 from Kazakhstan, and advancement for skater number 85 from Poland.
And so there you go, that is the case. Khan penalized. Wozniak advanced. That, of course, doesn't affect any time, since we don't have to worry about that, but illegal late pass in here, just far too late.
You can see Wozniak's well ahead on the corner entry. We're looking at the shoulder position. There wasn't even close at that point. Wozniak had the advantage. Khan looking for that pass, just sending it up the inside, but too late.
And there you go. Wozniak we'll see again in the quarterfinals. That will be part of Sunday's program, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, the challenge when you get advanced like that, of course, is now you're no longer in a very good start position. But we did see from her on that, she has a very strong first half lap, so hopefully she can advance her position off that first corner in the subsequent round.
Go to the start.
Ready.
Heat number 4, Michelle Velzibor, Ariana Siegel, Malika Yermek, Amelia Chua, and Chae Ji Hyun. And it is Michelle Velzibor. It's almost a family trademark, a fast start, daring everybody to try to stay in contact. And Chae closing up on Yermek. Then there's a gap. Then there's Siegel. Then there's Velzibor. Let's see if Chae is sizing up a move. She's diving up the inside, does take third, but there's a long way to go as Yermek kind of tried to battle back, but it wasn't there. But it is Michelle Velzibor taking this one and leaving nothing to chance and just going wire to wire.
Strong skate from Michelle Velzibor here. We saw her get that lap time down to an 8.5 pace, finishing with a 42.6. That's got to be 42.59 looks like what the final time will be, but our second fastest race behind her sister.
Getting reviewed there, the results are official, and it is Velzibor and Siegel moving into the quarterfinals. And there are still a few more heats to come. Kim Boutin coming up, another one of those elite starters. He had a position 1 as you see the results confirmed. Champion from Rotterdam back in 2024. Event I will probably continue to rave about as our first attempt, if you might say, of calling it in person, and a fantastic atmosphere in the Dutch city. She's just getting a big ovation, waving to all the kids all the way around, enjoying the moment.
Oh, I love to see the skaters interacting with the crowd like that, getting them into the racing.
Also a season coming to an end. She's had a faltering season, some injury dealing with, but this is her time to shine. So Nicola Mazur, Petra Vankova, Polina Klevstua, La Ching-shun, Canada, Poland, Czechia, Norway, Hong Kong, China.
Go to the start. Ready.
And the trademark. We've had so many of those battles of who's going to win the start, Boutin or Velzebour, but no worries about having Velzebour in this one. But Nicola Mazur, great start keeping touch with the Canadian.
Well, and they've just separated themselves completely by the rest of the field. Calm and controlled out front here, Kim Boutin.
It looks like it will be these two going away. Collision at the back between Klevstua and Law.
Law is down.
She is okay, but it is one to go. Let's see, is Mazur going to size up a move? She's going to take a look up the inside, and she will get that stick. Nice skate, Nicola Mazur of Poland. And she'll go 43.06.
Well, Kim just fading off in the last lap there. Opened up the door for Nicola Mazur, and good on her for taking advantage of that opportunity.
She knew qualifying was assured at the second place, but you talk about the importance of the time, and also, you know, you kind of want that mental boost if I'm going to pass Kim Boutin, Kim Boutin.
Absolutely, it's a good confidence boost. It's good to get some passes under your belt early in the weekend, build some confidence, but also you never know how it lines up in the results. That, in the end, you know, might be the difference of a second or a third position if you're on the bubble with those times, right? So every spot matters.
Will determine their starting positions in the quarterfinals, but both of them are through. Mazur, Boutin. There you go. Mazur, Boutin moving on heat number 6. Already out on the ice. Another look at one of the top when it comes to the dash off the line. That is Selma Poutsma coming out of the Netherlands. Valentina Asic, also here of Croatia. Berenice Combi of France, and Anna Jansone of Latvia.
Well, Selma Poutsma, her strength, of course, is her start. She's got great acceleration. She gets to speed very quickly, a very high top speed, but she tends to fade in that final lap of the 500, and that's where she has the most difficulty defending those lead positions that she gets early off the line.
Go to the start. Ready.
There you go. Like a lightning bolt, Selma Poutsma to the front. A good start for Combi, and she is in striking distance early on.
Well, Combi going with a bit of a tighter entry, a bit of a shorter distance to try to close the gap, as Poutsma's a little bit more on a wider speed track. So, but Poutsma back on the heels, stays on her feet.
The Gremlins in the ice once again striking, but this time she is able to stay upright. Combi perhaps not wanting to risk anything, knowing a spot in the top 2 is secured in just a matter of going for time. They all make it through. Combi closing up, as Tyler mentioned, a bit of a fade in the final lap, but it is Poutsma and Combi going through. Asic in third, and then Jansone. But a gulp moment there when, notably coming out of the corner, she was almost caught in the back seat there and just able to hang on.
And after you have a slip like that, it kind of catches you off guard. Then you skate a little bit more defensively in the following laps. You may just hold your pivots a little bit longer before you push off because you're a little bit nervous about how the ice might hold. So it always kind of gets into the back of your mind that you can't quite skate as freely and as aggressively for speed when you're a little nervous about the ice underneath your feet.
I always know this age of elaborate helmet designs in Combi. Oh, you love it. You'll love. She's happy with that result. Big moment for her. And I was just talking about the era of elaborate helmet designs. Poutsma just goes with the plain white And I wonder if that's ever going to change. But anyway, I noticed these things. We've had a long morning already, and we're at that time of day.
Well, we talked about Zach Delag, of course, a helmet artist. There's a helmet artist here in Montreal. We'll have to look up his name later, but he, of course, did the Canadian team helmets, which we see Florence Brunel wearing. So he's doing some very cool artwork as well.
He's done a lot of, he did the Corinne Santos, Corinne Stoddard and Kristen Santos Grizzle, getting them combined. The samurai helmet of Miyata Shogo. But you're almost recognizing the artist's designs. And here we are, Brunel, Chiarabetti, Tamara Tokarova, Mirta Mikkelsen.
Go to the start. Ready.
Cleanly off the line, it is Brunel and Betty, who made an A final of all things in the 1,000 meters earlier this season, despite the fact that really the 500 has always kind of been her bread and butter, but it is those two right now. And Mikkelsen trying to size up a move for third. There's nothing there right now, but all the while, Florence Brunel, Chiarabetti pulling away. Door opens, Betty goes through. The chase of those higher seedings, that higher time. Betty will say thank you very much. And now she holds off the Canadian, a good race by Chiarabetti.
Oh, that tight finish for third there. Between Tokarova and Mikkelsen. Mikkelsen had made the pass up in the third position, but Tokarova not giving up on it. We got a photo finish there as well. Watching Betty here, in behind Florence Brunel, hooking that exit beautifully as Florence Brunel's carrying it wider, a bit more of a speed track, but that leaves that inside lane open for Chiarabetti, and she's able to stick this pass, holding that corner exit. That's where the challenge really comes in. Once you complete the pass, if you're a little bit tighter, can you hold it on the corner exit? If you can, you'll probably maintain that position, but if it starts to carry wide, the skater who would then be in second, Florence Brunel, in this situation might be able to get you back, but Betty doing a terrific job holding that next corner.
So that moving into the quarterfinals. Just finishing that thought, the helmet that Brunel was wearing, Simon Olivier Cote, he goes by the artist named Sim Cool Art. Young guy too, but I think he's had a display here in Montreal before, but he's designing more and more helmets all the time, really adding that flair to this sport. Heat number 8.
I want one of those helmets, actually.
Come back.
Yeah.
Come back, my friend.
Go to the start. Ready.
Heat number 8, Natalia Malashevska, Wang Xingwan, Kanai Rika, and Svetlana Rapetska. And it is the medalist from a year ago, Malashevska, jumping off to the lead. Two to go, Malashevska. 500 meters is her forte, multiple-time World Cup overall winner in the distance. And she is holding off the hard-charging Wang Xingwan. Kanai Rika trying to make a move for second. The door is not open, and it's going to make one last push. It is Malashevska. Holds off the pressure to breathe a little sigh of relief.
Well, that race finishing in the order it started in.
Showing the importance of that start line position. Malashevska, I'll never forget it was an emotional time when she got her medal. Just a big moment, a long time return to the podium for her. She took some time away from the sport. Came back and great moment in Beijing a year ago.
There's that look, Kanarika trying to squeeze up the inside, getting the hand up a little bit on the hip of when she ran there on the last corner.
confirmed results of heat number 8. And this is the last remaining heat in the women's 500 meters. Hannah de Smet, Zhang Chutong, Betty Muska, and Hyo Jin Kim. Belgium, China, Germany, and Australia.
Go to the start. Ready.
And everybody safely through the corner. De Smet half a step behind, but she was able to close it on Zhang and get into the lead. Muska trying to get back into that slipstream in third place as De Smet consolidating her lead, but under increasing pressure.
Zhang Chutong on the outside shoulder here, looking to go around. Hannah de Smet with a little slip there, dumping some speed as Zhang Chutong takes the lead. Now Betty Muska there in third position.
This would be a great result for Betty Muska. She's able to close it, just inching a bit away from her though, but Zhang Chutong taking it, Hannah de Smet going into second place. And Muska to third.
Well, it wasn't a huge slip from Hannah de Smet, but it really did cost her a lot of speed. Zhang Chutong on the outside, I thought she might be looking to wind up inside, but then just all the speed zapped from Hannah de Smet on that one corner exit allows Zhang Chutong to go around the outside. Get another look of it here coming up in the replay. So there's that slip right there. Really just cost her a lot of speed.
Almost able to capitalize as well, but she had to settle back in behind. But Zhang opportunistic, taking a moment when it came to her. And that will wrap up the 500 heats. Heat number 9. Results are up there. No ice resurfacing break. We are moving right into the men's 500 meter heats. And then that will take us to our lunch break. And if you are watching online, keep an eye out for wherever the stream is. I'm not sure if they do a separate one for the afternoon, but just for those of you watching online, keep an eye out for a link. Maybe this one will work. I'm not quite sure. Either way.
Well, it's going to be interesting to watch the ice conditions here because we've already had 9 women's races on this ice surface without a flood. There's 7 tracks, so every track has been skated on. So there's already a bit of work put in on the ice, and I believe we've got 7 heats coming up here. So, and the last one, they'll be on a track used for the 3rd time.
Ready.
Top 2 from every heat and a maximum 4 fastest third place skaters moving on. Dubois, Greatness Berzins, Jungbo Hao, Lucas Henrique, and Adil Galiakhmetov, and it again is Dubois off and away.
Watching third here, lining up that position. An 8-2 lap from Stephen Dubois. He's moving very well, but Randy's Berzins right there in second.
Berzins took a look, deciding better not to risk it there, but 1 to go. Now Jung around the outside. It'll be a drag race to the finish, but I think Berzins will hold him off, but Jung made it close as Berzins opted to battle Dubois for the lead.
Deuxième course sans faille sur l'épreuve de 500 mètres pour le Canadien Steven Dubois, champion du monde en titre sur la distance.
Zhang Bo-Hao, this young skater, was looking, I'm just impressed how comfortable he was looking at that 3rd position. He was moving around, he was eyeing up opportunities. It's so difficult at that speed to make passes when the pack in front of you is so close together. You don't have room to go, but there's another look. Zhang Bo-Hao there.
He's one of those guys we've seen glimpses of, not really full seasons, but now, you know, maybe maybe this is his moment to show what's to come. 19 years old, and maybe one for this next quad in that Chinese program.
This pump from Randy Spurs is looking very strong this weekend.
Bearzen's really the team leader of this Latvian side now. No Roberts Krisbergs, and so he has had some international success, but it's been a few years since he was winning medals on the old World Cup circuit. And you hear a cheer, that means a Maple Leaf is out on the ice. Position 3, Maxime Laun, Brendan Kim, Brendan Corey, Maxime Laun, Luka Jasic, and Quentin Fercoq in this heat. This one could be interesting. Start line position, so important.
Well, I'm watching from Maxime Laun, position 3.
Ready.
And that is why you are in this position. He got up to second, but then he and Corey had a coming together. And they will bring that one back.
Well, Brendan Corey, you know, a little bit more of a 1,500-meter specialist. He doesn't have the quickest of starts. Maxime Laun's got a pretty quick start, so I did expect that challenge from Maxime Laun on the outside of Brendan Corey. But we're going to have a retake of that one.
Yeah, right there, the blades coming together a little bit with both of them going down. And, you know, when you're passed on the start, you almost maybe a sigh of relief to go, okay, I got a second chance to do this. Not that you're looking for it, mind you, but you'll find the small victories when you can.
Plusieurs doubles olympiens dans cette vague, Brendan Corey, Maxime Laun et Quentin Fercoq, si je ne m'abuse, qui a été médaillé sur 500 mètres de ces mêmes championnats du monde, ici même à Montréal en 2022.
Well, I expect we're going to see a similar start again with Maxime Laun on the outside of Brendan Corey, but that battle between those skaters could really open up Brandon Kim to get a little separation early in this race. However, if Maxime Laun was able to get clear around Brendan Corey, he will tuck in right there behind Brandon Kim.
Who's getting a little bit of extra work. It's quite the toolkit that gets brought. It was earlier this season when we were flying from Gdansk to Amsterdam to move on to Dordrecht, and we were on a flight that was largely speed skaters, and the airline had not sort of planned for the amount of equipment that they bring, and so we had a bit of a delay, and a whole lot of luggage was delayed, and yeah, it's whenever you should always ask in the winter, is this flight going to be for speed skaters? Because it's like the tool shed that they bring with them on the road.
Go to the start. Ready.
And Laun again, the first few strides of Big Corey on the inside. He holds him off. Nicely done by Brendan Corey.
I thought Maxime Laun had him there. He had a great jump, but Brendan Corey, terrific defense of Max Laun.
And now let's see if Brendan Corey picks up speed as the race goes along. Laun trying to take a look, but lost a little bounce. Now he has to move for second, but can he hold it?
Well, as we were kind of talking about, this is that battle that I thought would allow Brandon Kim to have some separation as they're going back and forth. Jasic up into the third.
Lovely move by Luka Jasic, trying to maybe get up into second, but everybody's through. Oh my, what a race. Brandon Kim taking it. Laun second, and Luka Jasic, the big fist pump. Good race by that young man.
Love to see that racing. Just everyone responding back and forth, and good clean racing too. Some great battles there. The back and forth between Brendan Corey and Maxime Laun. That's what we kind of talked about happening. Brandon Kim getting that separation, but Luka Jasic getting into the mix, into the third position there.
So his third place time is slower of the two. Unfortunate for Brendan Corey. You would have thought after he held off Laoun, this was the opportunity for him to skate into the race with his distance prowess, but just it was back and forth, him and Laoun trading positions, and ultimately Corey lost speed, I think.
Yeah, well, Maxime Laoun had a little bit of a slip going to that first pass, so Brendan Corey was able to return the favor, but then he slipped himself on the corner exit, opening up the door here. And Jasic squeaking through behind Max Laoun here. Furcock looking up for an opportunity. Brendan Corey then striking back on Furcock into fourth.
I think Jasic trains out of that Calgary Oval program in Canada. But he's had moments where it's like, this guy has some speed, and so he's not afraid to match some of these guys. Just an impressive race by that young man.
Is he training at the Oval?
I think. I've seen him with some Calgary Oval gear before.
Well, he was wearing the jacket of his coach Janis there, who was an Oval coach in the late 90s.
But I've seen it before on him, so maybe I'm wrong. But I know the logo, and so that's, yeah, obviously.
I'm not sure.
I should confirm that.
We should look into it. I'm curious.
But, you know, maybe. But I think he did fly in from Europe, so I'm not sure.
Go to the start. Ready.
Hong Dae-Hyun, Niall Tracy, Andrew Heo, Felix Pigeon, and Daniel Tibortz. What's amazing, 2 guys who are on the podium indoor direct in this race or in this heat. And it's Heo into second, Huang leading the way, Tracy battling back. And again, Yo-Yo back and forth, guys exchanging passes almost on every corner. And now Pigeon has the door open to get up into third.
Like we talked about, once you make that inside pass, you're trying to hold that corner, you're applying so much pressure. It's so hard to keep it tight. That opens the door for someone to return the favor. Now Tracy losing the footing again.
And it is Huang all the while. He's the one who made it look smooth and easy as Heo gets up into second ahead of Pigeon.
What a quick race here with a 40.69.
I think that's the quickest heat we've had so far, and in totality. I think the other first heat had 3 guys under 41 as well. Comparable, let's say. Kind of been the story of the day is figuring out the ice and race conditions. It's a good ride to get up into second. Results confirmed. Huang, Heo, and Pigeon will now watch, sit, and wait. Heat number 4, Thomas Natalini, Lee Kun, Denis Ors, Abzal Ashgaliev, and Ivan Donchev. Tough to handicap this one, apart from Natalini perhaps, but good speed in Ashgaliev, Ors, and then this newcomer Lee, who I haven't really seen anything of.
Go to the start. Ready.
Look off the line. It is in fact Lee, and Ors off to the start, but Donchev also had a good first few strides, but there's Ors spinning out.
Well, the skates of Lee and Ors getting caught up on that straightaway. Really wide entry from Lee Kun there, making a little contact on Natalini before that corner.
Natalini sizing up another move. Ashgaliev is there. Donchev watching. Ashgaliev, is he going to go? It caught in 2 minds almost, but he does get through without any contact. Lee leading the way. This one is anyone's race. Lee is down. And Donchev up into second. What a move. And Ashgaliev battles back. Oh, so close. Natalini takes it. Heartbreak for Donchev. You thought he had it for a moment, but Ashgaliev, that presence of mind, that veteran experience to not stop the fight.
Well, there was just so much to unpack in this race here. I was really shocked to see Natalini drop back to third off that start. That Lee Kun has a tremendous start. Watch to see this replay.
They are checking the finish, but yeah, the click of the blade between Lee and Orrs early on is kind of what they're looking at.
That's on this straightaway right here. Watch their feet come together. That stride bumps out Dennis Orrs right here.
And so often you see that that's just one skater, two skaters going for a limited amount of ice and a race incident.
And then Natalini, as he's looking for his move here, he gets kind of trapped on the outside. That opens up the inside lane for Scalia. However, Natalini stays with it, able to regain it. But here, Lee losing the footing, going down, Natalini getting caught up, and that opens the door. Donchev jumps into second, but as you said, Gavin, Scalia staying with it right to the end. One of those things you feel like Donchev, like the race is right there. I just got to get to this line, and of course you got to finish in control. So see the officials.
Yeah, they've cleared it in the end.
That,
but
yeah.
I mean, he spilled after the line, but yeah, you almost look like that back skate, which sometimes when it's up, they roll that as not being in control. But they've cleared it all, and so we'll see Donchev with a 42.502. That's going to be one of those times that are close, I think. Heat number 5, Jens van het Wout, Stan de Smet, Nico Anderman, Lucas Wareham, and Michał Niewinski. And this is a heat, and there's a lot of space. Someone who is very strong, or several, could be left out.
Go to the start. Ready.
It is Van het Wout, de Smet. Everybody does get through. Anderman in third. Let's see what Niewinski has in unfamiliar territory, being slotted in at the back. He's around Wareham. That will be reviewed, that move.
Jens van het Wout just flying out front. 8.17 here. Very quick pace.
Van het Wout, de Smet, Anderman. And it really is the two from the Low Countries out in front. And Van het Wout and de Smet 1 and 2 with a 40.8 and 40.9. Anderman in third, and it will be Niewinski who's getting looked at for that move on Lucas Wareham. But Niewinski already behind the 8 ball, really out in position 5, and you're struggling right from the get-go, especially with some of the best names in the world up at the front.
Here's a look. Shoulder to shoulder onto that corner. Very tight entry. Michał Niewinski just not able to generate any speed on that corner entry.
Well, was cleared in the end, and so Wareham, I think, they thought he moved over perhaps to try to get in the way of Niewinski, but in the end kind of penalizing himself, and so nothing doing from that. They'll go again in the repechage. Are confirmed. Get ready for a roar. There you go, that means William Donjanu is in the next heat. Donjanu, Mella Van het Wout, Miata Shogo, Furkan Akar, and Alejandro Rivero. This is a heat. Look at this. I mean, Donjanu, Van het Wout, Miata Akar. Just buckle up. This one's going to be fun.
Go to the start. Ready.
And off the line, Donjanu behind a little bit, but those long loping strides just get him right back into the pole position there.
Miata Shogo looking up the inside of Mella Van het Wout right now. As Furkan Akar now strikes on that pass.
Taking the opportunity as the two in front battled, the space opened up on the inside in Akar. Opportunistic, but that allows Donjanu plenty of breathing room.
Mella Van het Wout trying to close the gap. He got two crossovers in. to bring this into Car. Watch for this last half lap.
Car under all kinds of pressure. Donjanu takes it. Car, does he hang on? Oh my! He lost his balance coming out of the corner, and I'm not sure if he stretched. We had one decided by 0.003 of a second earlier today. This one says Van Hout got it.
Melle Van Hout looked to me like he got it there, but all the while, William Danjanu absolutely flying in the lead. Get kind of distracted catching up, watching the rest of the race, but a 40.31 from William Danjanu, the fastest time through the 500-meter heats thus far. But great job from Car, taking advantage of that opportunity. Was Mieta Shogo goes up the inside here of Melle Van Hout. Both skaters losing a little bit of speed on this corner, but Car attacks immediately. So right here on the exit, they're both kind of stable, 2 feet on the ice. Car hooking it tight up the inside. Beautiful pass there.
He had a block right near his blade, and it was that close to going down, but Car able to hang on. And Car just for that point, but not hanging on here. And let's see. Yeah, Van Hout got it.
Well, Car just on that last corner must be losing the legs a little bit, not able to maintain that speed, really dumping speed on that last corner to try to hold it tight. Melle Van Hout going on the outside, carrying that speed despite even that slip he had on the exit, able to get to the line ahead.
So they are reviewing that finish. There was that little bit of contact, whether Van Hout came up and had his hands, and maybe did that throw a car off balance.
Pour la dernière vague de qualification 500 mètres chez les messieurs, ils sont maintenant avec nous sur la glace. Alors il semble qu'on est toujours à la reprise vidéo. Donc, on avait initialement donné des résultats finaux qui restent pour l'instant à confirmer. Notre arbitre en chef, Beata Badar, qui est à la reprise vidéo.
So here it is. And right there's their...
You gotta watch for the hand block, the arm block, right? Melle Van Hout, the left hand coming up on Car there. And, you know, in the first preliminary rounds, you're talking about not a lot of times getting that 40-second mark. Well, now we get to the heat and everybody's amping it up. This is where we expect to see those times in that low 40-second range.
So it does seem that they are figuring out that ice a little bit more too.
Well, I was going to mention, it feels a little cooler in here than it did earlier, so I think they might be bringing down the air temperature a little bit, and that might be helping the ice. It seems like it's getting a little bit more stability. You can still see some slips, but we're not seeing the crashes that we were witnessing earlier.
They have rendered their verdict, and we will see what is this. What's the left hand right there? Until the official ruling is made, we'll let you be the judge at home.
L'arbitre en chef elle-même, il faudra voir dans quelques instants. Et par la suite, on pourra procéder avec la dernière vague de qualification chez les messieurs, toujours plus sur la distance de 500 mètres.
Never resist the temptation to ham it up when you're on the screen. There you go. Oh, they're actually right in front of us, I think. I expect you to do the same thing when, if ever the camera's trained on you.
Of course. I think we're going to get the decision here.
We are going to throw it down to the ice.
Final decision, penalty for skater number 121 from Netherlands.
And it was ruled to be an arm block affecting the finish because, I mean, it was just before the line, and when it's a matter of a few centimeters.
So watch the left hand right here pushing back on the leg of Furkanakar.
It's almost an instinctive thing at that point where you're just trying to get that spot to the line. And
well, so often too, both skaters are kind of doing it, so their arms are kind of battling back and forth. You instinctively get your hands up, but you gotta be careful.
No advancement though, as the car just got bumped up into second place. Heat number 7, last one. Pietro Siegel, Im Jong-un, Peter Grosskloos, Fredrik Pedersen, and Tobias Wolf.
Go to the start. Ready.
Great start by M, jumping out of position 2. And Pedersen up into third from position 4.
Well, when you can win the start from second, you can really hold up the speed of the skater who was in first position. And we had Grosskloos go down in that corner.
Now it is Im Jong-un in the way down. Siegel going for the lead. For Fredrik Pedersen, you're on course for a potentially good result. The third place option isn't out of the picture just yet. He is scrapping to stay in there, but it is Siegel back in front ahead of Im Jong-un, and they will finish that way. And Pedersen stretches. We'll see how he goes. 42.13 unofficially. And we'll see kind of what the bubble time is right now. I don't think that one will be enough. Another good skate by the young Norwegian skater. Competitive in there. Here we going.
Well, here's a look at the start. Im Jong-un from position number 2, able to get around ahead of Pietro Siegel. And Pietro Siegel has to hold up for a moment and is able to get very little speed off that first corner. However, Siegel does a tremendous job closing this gap down, making this beautiful inside pass. So solid through the final laps of this race. So, well, I'm really impressed with that start from Im Jong-un. Typically, we're talking about him as a 1,500 meter guy, not much of a 500, but that was a very good start.
Imagine people will be talking about him in the sport for years to come, and Crystal Globe challenges await in the coming years, and with signs like that showing that all-round prowess indeed. There you go, and that concludes the morning session on Qualifying Friday from here in Montreal. We are back in not too long from now, in about 45 minutes for the afternoon session getting underway at 1:50 local time for the men's 1,000 meter preliminaries. So chance to get yourself a little bit longer a break. We're gonna go have some lunch. See you on the other side.
Et voilà, c'est ce qui vient compléter ce premier bloc cet avant-midi de compétition ici à l'Arena Maurice-Richard pour ces championnats du monde ISU CNSG. Nous serons de retour cet après-midi avec la distance intermédiaire du 1000 mètres ainsi que les relais en fin de journée. On tient à remercier les écoles qui ont été parmi nous ce matin et qui le seront également un peu plus tard aujourd'hui. L'école de la Vérandrie, Louis-Joseph Papineau, Marguerite de la Gemeraie, l'école de la Croisée, l'Académie John Caboto, l'école Saint-Jean de Mata, le pensionnat Notre-Dame des Anges, le collège Mont-Sacré-Cœur, le collège Curé Antoine, le collège Monseigneur Richard et finalement l'école Jeanne Lebert, ainsi que l'école secondaire de la Croisée qui ont été avec nous. On vous remercie, les athlètes qui vous remercient indirectement également. On vous rappelle que le subway est toujours ouvert pour vous et qui est à votre disposition du côté ouest de l'Arena Maurice-Richard pour sous-marin, café et autres. Et sinon, on souhaite à tous et à toutes une excellente pause du dîner. Nous serons de retour un peu avant le début des courses pour s'assurer que vous soyez en forme pour cet après-midi.
Allô? Allô? Je sais. Mais bon, on peut passer par ici. La fille! Lina? Pourquoi est-ce que c'est pas la juste l'après-midi? On aurait pu aller en éducation. Ok, bon. Là, on prend la fille. Trafic humain. Cette musique! Oh! Quand on est les seuls au championnat.
Test. Ja, okay, ist laut.
Bon retour de dîner à tous, mesdames et messieurs, et j'espère que vous êtes prêts pour une autre après-midi excitante de patinage de vitesse courte piste, ici même à l'Arena Maurice Richard, dans le cadre de ces championnats du monde ISU. Nous aurons droit à la distance intermédiaire sur 1000 mètres pour les vagues préliminaires chez les messieurs, et nous conclurons avec les différents relais. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts, Montréal? Faites du bruit! On a moins d'école que ce matin, mais on espère vous entendre tout autant, tout au long de ces vagues. Évidemment, on vous rappelle que c'est important de garder le silence durant les procédures de départ. Mais autrement, durant les courses, on veut que vous soyez présents et que vous faites sentir votre présence, principalement pour nos athlètes canadiens.
Check, check, check.
Moments away from the afternoon session on qualifying Friday at the 2026 ISU Short Track World Championships. Season comes to an end this weekend, but if this morning was any indication, there is lots more action to come. Once again, I'm Gavin Day, alongside me, Tyler Dara, and we come back out, Tyler, with the men's 1,000-meter preliminaries.
Well, the 1,500 meter, the 500 meters did not disappoint. A ton of action in those races. A little bit of struggles with the ice conditions earlier in the day, but it seems like things are getting under control here at Maurice Richard, so more racing to come.
You see the start list for heat number 1 in the men's 1,000 meters. There are 12 races, top 2 from each race, and up to 11 fastest third place skaters qualify for the heats, which are also coming up in just a little bit. But Im Jong-un will be the big name to watch in this one. There's Theo Collins, Leenaerts Lysans, Jakub Karabin, and Radek Fajkus. Im Jong-un, a seated skater in this race, bronze medal in this distance at the recently completed 2026 Winter Olympics.
Stand by. Go to the start. Ready.
He'll be the one to beat in this one. But it's kind of wide open, you could say, for that second spot. Lysans and Collins perhaps the ones to watch for, but as we saw this morning, anything can happen. Anything will happen as Collins ducks up into second. And Karabin trying to make a move and joining the fray, and wow, really close quarters. Coming through unscathed so far.
Well, Im Jong-un controlling from the lead of this race, similar to what we saw him do in the 1,500 meter, not sitting back, not waiting, just getting control right off the start. Theo Collins sitting in second here, but up the inside, Fajkus jumps into third.
Czechia on the back seat out of the corner, and he goes down. And now it's Im and Collins. And then a bit of a gap to Lysans.
2.5 laps to go now. It's in control element in front. Second place, Theo Collins.
Im Jong-un and Theo Collins clear of the rest of the field. These skaters can relax a little bit, knowing that they'll be safe in these positions.
Sitting in third, but
will be looking like those two. Collins really just enjoying that draft.
coming through the last corner.
He will benefit into second place behind Im Jong-un. Lysans will go to third, but 11 out of 12 potentially making it, so say his odds are fair. I wouldn't say good, because we do never know in this sport. Look back.
Well, again, Im Jong-un taking the early lead, taking control. Fajkus up the inside with this pass. Im Jong-un's getting a time of 1:25.9. That was actually a pretty sneaky quick race that he put together there. And there, Fajkus just getting back on his heels on the exit.
So it will be the latest star to come out of that star nursery in the Republic of Korea. Im Jong-un moving into the quarterfinals, seat number 2, out on the ice and already for the third time today. We see number 1 on his helmet, William Donjanu, going for all 3 individual distances. Lucas Koo, Furkan Akar, Rostislav Leontenko, and Klavia Jagal. So Canada, Brazil, Turkey, Ukraine, and India. Again, Jagal and Donjanu, 2 of the tallest guys perhaps out on the ice this weekend in the same heat. And just doing a little fix on the ice where Fajkus went down.
This second preliminary race, we will need a bit of time for the track stewards to prepare some of the tracks caused in that first preliminary race.
Well, in that 1,000-meter race coming up, I expect to see William Dancheny race a similar strategy what we saw Im Jong-un do in the race previously. Try to control the lead, stay out of trouble, push the pace a little bit to create some separation, maybe stretch out the field a bit. But always keep an eye on Furkanakar. He's a guy that has speed, and he's got no fear of trying to make some passes.
Okay, I keep looking at a guy like Jagal, and he and Danjou, such similar body types. Like Jagal, a younger skater. I wonder if he looks Danjou and go like, that's who I might want to skate like.
Yeah. I think everybody's thinking that.
Well, that too, but just given their same size, you know what I mean. And it is a car. Leontenko, Ku as the washing machine effect begins of different people taking different turns at the front.
Danjou was proving me wrong off the start, going back into fourth, but now he's working his way around the outside. As Lucas Henry Ku was holding the lead position, and Danjou takes control of the race.
Equally comfortable chasing as he is leading, and Rostislav Leontenko, guy who's not had a ton of senior international experience for Ukraine, but getting a shot here this weekend, mixing it up with some of the best in the world, and it's Danjou.
And the strategy here for everybody else is get that second position behind Danjou and defend. You know he's going to accelerate the pace in the final laps. You're going to want to fight to control that race as Jagal moves into third.
Almost just an excuse me pass up the inside, taking 2 spots to get up into third.
Furkanakar now winding it up on the outside.
Car does possess some very good top-end speed. More than comfortable to slot in behind Danjou as the race starts to take its toll on the legs. Danjou, Akar 1 and 2, Ku will get up for third. And then a bit of a gap before Leontenko and Jagal. But good, very competitive race with all these guys mixing it up for most of that race. 128.94926 from Ku. That is a little bit quicker than heat number 1, and so presuming if this thing stays clean the entire way, Ku will go, okay, I'm ahead of 1 person, and that's all you need in third place. That was the move, 5th to 3rd. Just savvy, spotting that opening and plowing right on in. There are the confirmed results. Once again, no discipline needed. Heat number 3. Headlined by Hwang Dae-hyun, Ole Hyundai, Sean McAnuff, Luka Jasic, and Jung Bo-hao, who's made an early impression in some of the races that we've seen.
Quiet at the start, please.
Go to the start. Ready.
Here we go with the third preliminary race in the men's 1,000 meters.
Hyundai, who's already spent some time in the mats today. Going to the front. He actually just celebrated a birthday, turning 27 on March 5th. And from Kyiv. A lot of their training with the Polish outfit, but Polish, they're sort of all vagabonds, sort of jumping from different training locations. Poland not with a permanent location either. And Jasic, wonder what kind of wind is in the sails after a very creditable 3rd place result in an earlier heat, the 500 meters with some strong skaters.
Well, a lot of back and forth passing for the lead between Makhanoff, Hyundai, and Yasic, but keep an eye on Hwang Dae-han and Jang Bohan back in positions 4 and 5. They're letting these guys battle it out, kind of let them expend their energy, and they'll be looking to wind it up here for a big late finishing move.
Those two guys may be looking up above and thinking, we'll let them scrap for third. We have eyes on the top two, and we'll pounce when the time is right. But right now,
here's Hwang Dae-han.
Here goes Hwang, Jung going with them, but there's so much traffic in front of them, spread out all over the ice. And they haven't quite done the deed just yet. Now Hwang goes, Hyundai fading, but he might just hang on for second. Or will he? Jung Bohan takes it, Hwang Dae-han and Hyundai. That one's going to a photo.
Any predictions from you, Gavin?
No, I can't. Normally, I'm pretty confident with line predictions, but that one, I don't know. My instinct says Hwang did time it right.
I think you may be correct there, but just very savvy, relaxed race from Hwang Dae-han and Jang Bohan. Letting the other skaters battle it out, exchange those leads, making all that work, all those passes, adding up. So you know when they're pushing the pace and making these moves that they're going to start to fatigue near the end, and that's going to be your moment to strike. As we see Sean Makhanoff on the replay, moving up to the front of the race here.
And in the end, it was Hwang by 17 hundredths of a second. So like Hyundai almost hung on, but coming up just short. But that third place time, 1:29.673. That is the slowest of the three so far. So for the moment, he is on the bubble.
Well, when Hwang Dae-han was setting up that outside pass in that final 2 laps, he had to be very cautious because there were still being moves made in the lead that could have resulted in crashes. You could see him kind of back off, wanted to make sure he stayed out of any trouble if there was a slip, but that opened the door for Jang Bohan to jump up in front of him.
Number 4, Jens Van het Wout, Lujan Schwo, Lorenzo Previtali, Stefan Alexander Krumorjev, and Jordan Pierre-Gilles getting onto the ice.
Start. Ready.
And that's not something we see every day.
Not in the 1,000 meter, that's a little less common. Typically, if we see false starts, it's more commonly the 500 meter where the start is more critical.
And of course, there is no second chance.
So sometimes, I didn't have a good eye on the start line here, but it could be that there was a sound or something else that led to it, but try to see on the replay, I kind of missed it there.
No violation.
Yeah. No false start violation.
Go to the start. Ready.
This time, everybody does get away for Pierre-Gilles. Not fit enough to compete at the Olympics, but back here now, and he's had a trying last few months.
And Jordan Pierre-Gilles here racing, just looking, Stephen Dubois is not competing in the 1,000 meter, only competing in the 500 meter as well, as we saw Maxime Naoun in the 1,500 meter for the Canadians.
So Dubois not opting to go for the double, and at the moment it is Liu Jianchuo, a medalist internationally at the junior level not too long ago. Glimpses of that potential at the senior level as well for Vitali Van het Wout. And now here comes Pierre-Gilles, who has medaled at the senior level in the 1,000 meters, in addition to maybe his preferred event, the 500.
Van het Wout now picking his way up into second position. Liu Jianchuo pushing the pace here. He knows he's got a difficult field with the likes of Jens Van het Wout and Jordan Pierre-Gilles. So keeping the pace high, thinking about that third place position possibly.
Liu Jianchuo, 20 years of age, trying to hang on to second. It's Van het Wout now pouncing when the iron is hot, and Jordan Pierre-Gilles joining him in second. And then it's a drag race for third. Previtali and Liu both bump. Previtali will get up for third behind Pierre-Gilles and Van het Wout, but That will get a second look. That was sort of a story in 4 or 5 parts with those two going shoulder to shoulder a few times.
Well, Preliminaries opted to go around the outside. That opened a lane for Jordan Pierre-Gilles back from 4th position to jump up into 2nd.
So it is Revitali getting looked at.
Watching the replay, here's when Lujan Schwo takes the lead of the race. Just a quick little move. It's unbelievable how well he can just change his direction on an exit of a corner. And here's that outside pass attempt. Preliminaries opening up the lane for Jordan Pierre-Gilles to jump into 2nd position. Nice pass there. But now Preliminaries gets caught on the outside again. But this time with Jordan Pierre-Gilles, and Lujan Schwo battles back up the inside.
So shoulder to shoulder there, it was very level, and they are looking at shared responsibility for that.
Blocks and hands all getting in the way of the feet of Lujan Schwo there.
Silver medalist at the Olympics in the mixed relay will be facing off against number 60 from Japan, Yoshinaga Kazuki, number 144 from Turkey, Denis Bush, number 76 from Belgium, Alejandro Rivero Merschlak, and number 171 from Kazakhstan, Hassan Edek.
So they're looking at sort of who can you tell if anybody was ahead, and so often that one looked like they were shoulder to shoulder for a good chunk of that straightaway.
Quite even going to the corner at that first block.
Alexandra Barak, qui est une des arbitres vidéo lors des derniers Jeux Olympiques de Milan, Cortina, assistée du vétéran vice.
Contact happens in short track. It's just a matter of when is it allowed and when is it not.
International au niveau de l'ISU cette fin de semaine à l'Arena Maurice Richard. Vétéran qui a donné de nombreuses journées, heures de bénévolat dans les dernières années.
Come to some sort of conclusions from that.
Sur la tablette décisionnelle.
Derek Campbell, Italian coach, former Canadian Olympian.
And here we go.
Final decision, shared responsibility between skater number 55 from Hong Kong, China, and 41 from Italy.
And so there you go. So no penalty. Preliminaries will get the 3rd place time ahead of Lujan Schwo. And so 128.478 for Preliminaries. We get another look here.
Both skaters just coming together down that straightaway.
And so that time is actually the 2nd fastest 3rd place time, and so he has a few after him. Still no advancements, of course, as we go into heat number 5. So we'll see Felix Roussel, who picked up a victory in the 1,000 on World Tour last season in Beijing. There's also Yoshinaga Kazuki, Denis Ors, Alejandro Rivero, and Aysen Nabek. Canada, Japan, Turkey, Belgium, and Kazakhstan.
Go to the start. Ready.
We are away on this Dave Roussel, as he's proven, is a world international senior level medalist, a guy who can finish on the podium, on top of the podium. Now, essentially flanking maneuver, Ibek Nassin and Alejandro Rivera. One goes outside, one goes inside, they meet in the middle.
Well, you want to watch when you get a lead in the race that's too big, the pack picks up, and when they catch up to you, they just swarm you. And as I say that, now Felix Roussel goes ahead of Rivero Meyershock.
Yoshinaga right behind him, 26 years old. As Rivero goes down. See what happened there. Just a bit of a toe in on the straightaway. Tyler with the eagle eye observation. So we'll look at that, of course, just in case. Yoshinaga was a World Cup gold medal back in the 18-19 season in the 1500. So he's sitting right in there. A guy who's been around before. But Nassen, good move into second. Roussel leading the way.
Final lap now.
Barring any last-second moves, it's Roussel and Ibeck. Nassen going through 1 and 2. Yoshinaga a 1:29.02. And that puts a couple of times in between him when it comes to the 3rd place. And yeah, they're just, as Tyler spotted, it's just ruled a fall by Rivero. So he'll try to go for the mulligan with the repechage on the weekend.
As we go through the race, we'll see an early highlight here. Rivero Meyershock, that quick outside pass, but after he gets to the front, he really opens up quite a gap on the field, and then they swarm him back. Yoshinaga and Felix Roussel coming up on our following replay. We'll watch the feet of Rivero Meyershock as he comes down this same straightaway 1 lap later. There's that toe in, goes down, but Nassen, a terrific skate. Look, this is a beautiful inside pass that he makes on Yoshinaga. He's able to hold it, get a little bit wider on the entry, make it stick, and they did a terrific job defending, building speed on the exit, tucking in behind Felix Roussel, defending that 2nd position. Very well done from Nassen. Is he a bit of a newer skater? You have some...
Relatively speaking, he's not one of the guys who's been a regular. He's 22 years old. He'll be 23 until October. And he was in really just a couple of stops last season on World Tour. We didn't see him at all this season. But he sort of made a debut back in 2022-23 at the senior level. But yeah, first World Championships for him. Heat number 6, Shin Dong-min, Etienne Bastier, Nathan Thomas, Peter Murphy, and Dominic Major. Hungary, there he is right there. Another guy, not someone who's been a regular, at least this season anyway. However, he was in the men's relay. He's 19 years of age, and so an Olympics under his belt already.
Go to the start. Ready.
Tries to jump all the way around to the lead, but Shin there for now, and now the man from Hungary jumping to the front. The Youth Winter Olympics medalist.
Nathan Thomas working around the outside, taking the lead.
Just double checked, it's Dominic Major, pardon me.
Coming up on 6 laps to go.
Nathan Thomas.
Shin Dong-min now setting it up on the outside. Etienne Bastier looking to follow suit.
Bastier really in his element in this 1,000 meters, and Major and Thomas both go down. Coming together on the corner, that's the opportunity for Shin Dong-min and Bastier to pull away a little bit with Peter Murphy, trying to keep into contact.
2 laps to go here. Quick check over the shoulder from Shin Dong-min, making sure he's not under too much pressure.
Way to go, Shin Shindong-min will take this heat. I don't think he has to worry about that review at all. Same goes for Etienne Bastier. Meter review 129.16. He's in the ballpark for that third place time, but there is going to be that review. Nathan Thomas and Dominic Mayor.
Here's when Shindong-min works his way on the outside. Mayor responding to that. He can feel the pressure, tries to jump up the inside of Nathan Thomas. That's a very tight entry. So they'll be reviewing that.
Possible failure to give way, and that would be top 2.
That would be, so potential advancement there for Nathan Thomas.
Dans les prochaines secondes.
Final decision, penalty for skater number 100 from Hungary and advancement to skater number 131 from Poland.
There you go. So Thomas will be advanced into the heats. That knocks out one of those third place times, so that makes it 10 in all. And here you go, failure to give way.
Like I said earlier, Mayer responded to that move from Shindong-min on the outside, trying to jump up so he could tuck into second behind Shin, but that pass just didn't have enough. He wasn't quite there, but it's so difficult to back out of a move once you've already committed to it. The only thing you can really do is try to hit the brakes, but you know it's going to kill all your speed. And that late in the race, it's going to be effectively over if you have to hit the brakes and back out. So Mayor committing to it, but not the pass completion that he was hoping to get.
So our first advancement in the men's 1,000. Here's heat number 7. Niall Tracy, Adil Galiakhmetov, Peter Grosclose, Ernest Aschek, and Daniel Tiborts. So Great Britain, Kazakhstan, Philippines, Lithuania, and Hungary.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it is Niall Tracy, a guy who loves to defend from the front in what is his preferred distance.
Moving on to the heats later this afternoon. The Hungarian skater Tiborts Daniel.
Good to see him almost losing it coming out of that corner. That same corner. Now he goes around the outside. Galiakhmetov following close by, trying to get around Tiborts, but not able to make it stick, and that allows a bit of distance for Tracy. The athlete seeming, looks like they're figuring out the ice a bit more now.
This race moving at a good pace, low 9-second laps. Niall Tracy doing some work here out front. Quick check over the shoulder, see if anyone's trying to make a move, but he's working up there. You can see the right arm dropping on the corner exit to accelerate him out.
3 to go. It's Tracy, Tiborts, Galiakhmetov, and now Galiakhmetov into second.
Tracy with 2 in on that corner, keeping the speed high. Tiborts losing the footing there, legs are getting fatigued.
Where the mistakes really become obvious when they happen, but it is Tracy taking that one ahead of Galiakhmetov and Grosclose.
Moving on to the heats.
Tracy in his office when he's in the 1,000, and he made no mistake there.
Well, Nyland Tracy, once he got control of the lead of this race, he was on a very nice speed track. You could see he was a little bit wider, carrying the speed on the exits, entering wider, so he wasn't overworking the legs on the pivot at the apex of the turn. T-Borge there, back on the heels, just saves it.
Galiak up in second. It was Gross close out for third with a 1:27.301.
Sixième du classement général de la Club de Cristal cette saison, le numéro 13, Thomas Nadalini.
Number 8, Thomas Nadalini, Reynes Berzins, Lucas McDonald, Ivan Martinic, and Lee Kun.
Go to the start. Ready.
Lee Kun jumping to the front, despite 21 years of age. He's raced in the old World Cup circuit. He made a World Tour debut in Tilburg in the Netherlands back in 2025. We have not seen him all season long. Is the man on the front right now. There is maybe a change in the wind coming in that Chinese program as we start the new cycle and quad.
Reynes Berzins with a quick little double inside pass to take the lead of this race. Very well timed before the pace picks up too quickly.
Lucas McDonald in third as a Chinese skier. Don't forget about BT-time Olympic medalist.
World Cup medals come in the 1,000. Here comes Lee, winding it up, taking it around the outside. McDonald for second. Now by Reynes Berzins.
Well, there should be a good finish here for the top two places as Nadalini's trying to set something up. Looking on the outside, building speed now.
Comes the Maglia Azzurra, the blue kit of Thomas Nadalini coming all the way around. And he waits for the right moment to take victory in his preliminary race here.
Well executed race by the Italian skier.
Well, terrific finish for Nadalini. He just stayed patient in that race, was conserving his energy for a big move at the end. He made that outside pass. Just extremely well done. But Reynes Berzins having a really solid day today. Through every distance. Another look, Nadalini in that final lap, just carrying his speed so effortlessly, completely relaxed.
So Nadalini going through. So 4 more heats to come before we I believe, get a flood. One race is 1,000 meters. I think it's piled up, but I don't have the schedule memorized. I'll wait until someone tells me.
We get a flood after this, then the women's and men's 1,000-meter heats.
I think it's relay time, isn't it? It is. Oh yeah, lots more to come. Heat number 9, Stan Desmet, Michał Niewinski, Lucas Wareham, Mela Vanetvout, and Dietrich Varaklis. Belgium, Poland, Australia, Netherlands, and Switzerland.
Go to the start. Ready.
There you go.
Niewinski, guy who's medaled here in the 1,000 meters on World Tour, getting to the front.
Wareham sitting in second.
Wareham with his parents still in attendance, long trip from Sydney for them.
Looking for another strong performance.
He does a lot of his training in Salt Lake City just because there's not a lot of ice time to be had in Australia. Limited amount of time on the limited facilities that are there.
Niewinski, le Polonais double olympien qui sur le peloton derrière lui, et le Canadien Lucas Wareham pourra maintenir sa place, va se méfier des vétérans Stan Desmet. Et Yahweh Van Val qui
Now Desmet up in the second position. Niewinski still pulling the race out front. But Mela Vanetvout very comfortable, back in third right now. We'll see if Niewinski has the legs to bring this home as Stan Desmet jumps up the inside. Small straight crossovers on that straightaway for Stan Desmet, carrying some speed now.
Into second, Niewinski slipping to third. Wareham trying to maintain contact, but at the front, Stan Desmet in front. Looks like he will take this race. That is the case. Vanetvout makes it 1-2 for the Low Countries.
Course bien menée dans cette vague numéro 9. Stan Desmet qui a attaqué au bon moment pour s'emparer de la première place et de la maintenir jusqu'à la fin dans le 28 secondes et 2 centièmes pour le Belge. Yahweh Van Val, double médaillé des derniers Jeux olympiques et qui prend une médaille d'argent.
Michał Niewinski doing a lot of work out front in this race, just didn't quite have the legs left to finish it. He got overtaken by Stan Desmet and Mela Vanetvout in the final laps of this race. Another look here, clean inside pass from Stan Desmet. And then right here, he goes crossovers all the way through that straightaway.
There we go, more clean racing with 3 to go in the 1,000 meters. Now we're down to 4 racers on the line in each of the remaining 3 heats, as you see the results confirmed there. Heat number 10 has Brendan Corey of Australia, Felix Pijon of Poland, Tariq Pomeragic of Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Nico Anderan of Austria.
Ensuite l'après-midi avec les épreuves par équipe de relais mixte, relais féminin et relais masculin.
Go to the start. Ready.
Big difference with 4 skaters on the line. A whole lot of extra room out there on the ice.
Brandon Corey et bronze. Sur les 500 mètres, il y a de cela 2 ans au championnat du monde, 200 mètres de la tête.
Quite a bit ahead, at least in terms of ranking. Corey and Pijon 17th and 23rd in the 1,000 meters, then you're all the way down to 63rd with Pomeragic. But all's fair when things are happening out on the ice. That's Pomeragic in second right now.
Alex quelque peu du 4e rang avec 5 minutes à faire.
Australian skater Corey out in front, followed in second by...
Waiting for the shoe to drop here as Corey just picking it up as we go. Dragic scrapping to stay in contact, watching to see if Pigeon closes that gap.
Well, Brendan Corey doing a terrific progressive here, dropping it down to 8-9 now. Felix Pigeon taking advantage of the gap that opened up between Oberagic and Corey. Anderman tucks into third.
Still leading things out. The endurance he carries. Just a matter of holding off. The two behind him. Pigeon not attempting anything just yet. Anderman just trying to maintain contact. It is Brendan Corey who will take this one wire to wire, provided he gets around this corner. He does, and he takes it.
Well, a veteran skate from Brendan Corey. They're taking control of the lead right away, slowly progressing the pace, lap after lap, making it difficult for anybody to challenge him in the lead. And then as you watch the final 2 laps, really shifting to a bit more of a defensive track pattern, a little bit of a deep track entry there, giving nobody room to kind of look around the outside to set something up, and then be able to maintain that tighter exit on the corner so nobody can jump up the inside. Very well executed race for Brendan Corey. So these are the final laps here. You can see just that little shift over on the corner entry here to be that little bit deeper entry, and then hooking it tight on the exit, defending that inside lane.
Handling these races with professionalism. You just don't want them to become mistakes that then lead you to go through the repechage. And Corey doing the job here, getting him into the heats, but of course the heats are coming around pretty quickly as we head into heat number 11. And it will feature Luca Speckenhauser, Clayton DeClemente. For the first time this weekend, we get a look at the American Frederick Pettersson and Tobias Wolf.
Go to the start. Ready.
Speckenhauser, one of the Italians who got to savor winning medal at the home Olympics. These guys who almost quietly goes about his business of reaching A finals and winning medals on World Tour and World Championships. DeClemente on the front for the USA.
Well, this pace really has already gotten right into some quick pace. 9-1 second lap there. Clayton DeClemente did not want to sit and wait behind. Speckenhauser started off pretty quick, coming up with a 9-6 second lap on lap 2, but DeClemente going right for the front, keeping that pace low. 9-3 again here. Oh, but Pettersson and Wolf shoulder to shoulder there. We'll have to get a replay.
Not sure if Wolf might have been a little bit behind or if they were side by side. They're shaking the head from Pettersson. And now it is just DeClemente and Speckenhauser showing the benefits oftentimes of just getting to the front. You stay away from the theatrics that can happen behind you, and it's these two men getting the bell. Coming through, dust settling, emerging unscathed, and DeClemente and Speckenhauser will go 1-2, and that incident will get a review. So it is Wolf who is getting looked at.
Here's a look. Wolf going up the inside of Pettersson. Getting that arm out. You can see a bit of a push on the hip there of Pettersson from Wolf.
And I gesture of, what was that, man? God, almost unaware as the big thing is, you know, where were shoulders, who was in front.
Well, we talk about those arms just naturally coming up instinctively sometimes, but Tobias Wolf trying to create some space there. That right arm kind of coming up, making contact. You just see that movement of the arm. They haven't specified for us what exactly the penalty is, but I feel like it's a potential arm push. Try to watch the right arm here. Tobias Wolf on the inside here of Pedersen going to the corner. Right there, you see that right arm drop and just kind of that movement outwards, pushing the hip of Pedersen. But
and if I may,
watching
as someone I'm looking at when there may be the shared responsibility, I look for trying to look for that double pivot from Pedersen.
The double push, right?
I almost don't see it. Like
he's certainly coming across the straightaway. You can see that he's a little further outside, coming more to the inside here. But you're also looking, what's the more aggressive move in this situation? So Pedersen does come across on the outside to the inside, so we could be looking at that lane change, but then also the arm push from Tobias Wolf, so potential shared responsibility. We will await the official results. What is going to be? Norwegian coach Einard here watching, anxiously waiting for a decision.
And here we go.
Final decision, no penalty for shared responsibility between skater number 124 from Norway and 5-4 from Austria.
But of course that does mean they both will be back in the repechage and we'll get a second chance. So we saw the push, but this is where I was looking at where I looked, one.
Yeah, so you watch Pedersen come across the straight towards that blue line and then the arm come up from Anderman. But Anderman does actually finish. So what was his finishing time? 1:30 for Wolf, 1:30.0. So no, that's not an advancement. So yeah, but no penalties, so they are still in contention for the repechage.
And one more heat still to come before we get another break. It features Quentin Felcock of France, Miyata Shogo of Japan, Tibor Komaritsky of Slovenia, and Robin Bendig of Germany.
I really like the suit from Slovenia.
Very nice.
Go to the start.
Ready.
Something with World Tour when they have the gold horns. I like that too. It's that interesting combination that Slovenia has of the red, white, and blue, but then they also have that sort of green mix that they throw into a lot of sports. That's Felcock off the front. Always watching, always stalking Miyata Shogo. Big loss not to see Hayashi Kosei at the Olympics, not here either for the Worlds. Miyata 2-second.
Still 4.5 laps to go.
Always kind of the dark horse is Miyata because he's so consistent, but a lot of it has been consistently just off the podium. But you wait for that big moment for him, but he's always there or thereabouts.
Well, Shogo did get one podium on the World Tour.
He did, and like me, he noticing it. His social media post after was finally, there's a picture of him, but he's just one of those guys who's there. He's almost a part of the furniture when it comes to A finals, but just not there to be regularly on the podium. ... yet. But it's Felcock taking this one, Miyata in second, Komaritsky in third.
Quentin Felcock, a really strong skate here. That was a beautiful pass he made on Miyata Shogo, and as you mentioned, Gavin, he's a regular A final finisher, so no slouch to be making a move like that on Miyata Shogo for the win in this race. That'll be a good little confidence boost for Quentin Felcock, who's had a bit of a struggle this year on the World Tour.
The guy who has medaled at the top top level before. And another one of those guys to watch for as we progress 4 years hence. That wasn't one of the quicker heats, so Komaritsky's 131, 226, not enough to move on.
Here's another look at that inside pass. Content for Cock. It's a beautiful job maintaining that corner exit after getting up the inside. That's where we've seen a lot of athletes struggling today, is holding the corner, following an inside pass.
So that result is confirmed. All the spots are in confirmed. We'll let you peruse through the names when they come up on your screen as we head into a break. We are about 13 and a half minutes from return to action with the women's 1,000 meters. Take a break. See you soon.
Entre-temps, on est présentement avec l'école pensionnat Notre-Dame des Anges, l'école patineur canadien a d'ailleurs été. Donc, on veut y aller de quelques mots d'encouragement pour Max. Qu'est-ce qu'on aurait à dire? Est-ce qu'on a d'autres choses à dire pour Max? Max, c'est le meilleur. Une dernière chose pour Max. Trop cool. Donc, ce fut quelques mots d'encouragement. Évidemment pour Maxime Naoun, mais pour le reste de l'équipe canadienne. On vous rappelle que le subway est toujours là, du côté ouest de l'aréna, pour les sous-marins et le café. Et également, sinon, on vous laisse en vidéo pour quelques vidéos promotionnelles de ces championnats du monde.
Action d'envoi de 90 secondes avec la première de série.
Coming out of the break, we will stay with the 1,000 meters, women's thousands. Coming up, and it is the heats 9 in all. Just the top 2 will qualify automatically. No worries about time in this one. There's that ever-present caveat: if there are advancements, they are just piled on top of those who automatically do qualify. See the first skaters out on the ice. A lot of the students that were here this morning have left. As we talked about earlier, expecting sold-out crowds for the afternoon sessions this weekend. A little ovation there for Courtney Sereau. Back out on the ice, headlining heat number 1. Ranked world number 1 in the 1,000. She's joined by Valentina Asic, Hyojin Kim, Paulina Klevstuen, Amelia Chua, and so Croatia, Australia, Norway, and Singapore.
Go to the start. Ready.
We haven't spoken about it so much just yet, but since this race is right into the quarterfinals, we look at Sereau as the favorite, but that race for second means you avoid 2 extra races in the repechage entirely and you're right into the big program.
And there should be a very heated battle between Asic and Kim Hyojin for that second position. Those skaters ranked very closely in the world standings.
Here is Kim winding way up to second. Kim may be my favorite race of the year in Gdansk. It was a repechage race in the 1,000. Her and Julie Latai decided by a couple of thousandths of a second. It was incredibly close, and man, it was fun to watch. But Kim in her preferred distance. This is the one where she's reached the World Tour medal session proper a couple times. Comfortable settings. Back on the ice she knows so well, the facility she knows so well. Leading things around right now. We watch that battle for second. Kim Asic now picking up the speed on the outside.
Well, Kim really trying to defend this second position, trying to hold a tight gap with Courtney Sereau in the lead, trying to leave no space open for Asic to make her way up as Asic looks around the outside.
One more chance for the Croatian skater to go, and it's Sereau and Kim, I think, just hanging on. Again, coming to a photo.
Oh, I see a little bit of a fist pump from Hyojin Kim there.
This has been her favorite event, at least when it comes to results, and it was incredibly close result, but Asic was coming. She was defending quite well.
Well, that was a very decisive move from Hyojin Kim to jump into that second spot early, get ahead of Valentina Asic.
And in the end, by 9,000ths of a second, it is Asic who took it at the line. We'll see if we get the photo, but timed it right. Let's see. Oh, wow. Just edging ahead as Kim reached out. Well, that's the difference between going to the quarterfinal and having to do it all again in the repechage.
My goodness, I was reading the body language after the race. I thought with the fist pump, Hyojin Kim felt like she had it.
I think when it comes to the repechage, not that we're looking that too far ahead, but favorite skaters, she has done it before and can certainly do it again. Korean skater representing Australia, Sereau and Asic, going through to the quarterfinals. Heat number 2, Hana de Smet, Maya Dora Somodi, Nicola Mazur, Barbara Gakova, and Lee So-Yun.
Go to the start. Ready.
Underway. Interesting addition of Lee. It's always, we expect the Korean skaters to be up there, but she is one who doesn't come in with a world rank, which just means she doesn't do the 1,000 too often. But that means she just adds an extra element to a very strong field in this heat.
Well, it certainly offsets the balance of what you'd expect from the heat of this 1,000-meter.
He is a vastly experienced skater, 32 years of age, has won medals in the 1,000 meters, but yeah, her ranking kind of resets when she just hasn't done the skate, the distance in a long time. It's been a few years removed since that success. It's Mazur, now Desmet going way out wide, and that's some extra work she'll have to do.
Moving into second now.
So you're all the way back to position 5 now, so she has some work to do. Nicola Mazur gets bumped out.
Mazur was bumped when Desmet took the lead and just took all the speed out of her blades. And so it's Desmet going away.
Keep an eye on Lee So-Yoon back in position 4, trying to set up, build some speed, 2 crossovers in.
It is Desmet flying away from this one, but that incident will be looked at. It's Desmet over the line first. Somebody does hang on. Lee scraps up for third. And that would be an interesting look because Mazur kind of got the nose clipped as Desmet went by.
Well, terrific skate from Mayadora Samodi there. She certainly wasn't favored in this race. Great performance.
If I remember correctly, she advanced a few races at the European Championships back in January, and so it looked like there were signs that she had some good racing in her.
So here's Desmet, a little bump while she's on the outside, but able to keep the feet moving, carry that speed. And there she comes in the inside, just really tight, and Nicola Mazur.
Almost hand to hand. There's one going in front, one trailing behind. Just kind of incidental hand contact more than anything, unless I missed a lot. Yeah, they are looking at a possible lane change outside to in the corner that would have led to that incident.
So what we're going to be watching for is Hannah Desmet as she comes around the outside, making sure she's not trying to jump to the inside lane too quickly, but she makes this contact right here. It somewhat impedes that corner of Nicola Mazur, where she loses all of her speed.
Where's the contact?
Right there, it's on the knee, so it's the hip of Hannah Desmet. She is a front at this point now. But as Nicola Mazur's pulling that right foot crossover over top,
she doesn't have much room to get it in there.
Bumped through, yeah.
Race of margins. Narrow margins. And that would be in a possible advancement position.
Well, a penalty to Hannah Desmet would really mix things up here. 1,000 meters, really the specialty of Hannah Desmet. She's the reigning world champion in this distance. And then you add a possible advancement for Nicola Mazur.
Shown some good skates this weekend in this one day of action we've had so far, but it would mean a new world champion. But we'll figure that out, and here we go.
Final decision, penalty for skater number 4 from Belgium and advancement to skater number 29 from Poland.
And there you go. And so, yeah, there was just no room in the end for Mazur to complete it, so they called it the lane change.
Hannah Desmet just coming across a little bit too early from the outside. trying to get tight on that apex block, but right there's that contact.
Sort of didn't have the space to get her crossover in and was bumped, and they just ruled that too narrow, squeezed in, and the lane changes there. So we'll have a new world champion in women's 1,000. They were just called away from the start line, just getting set up here. Now we go Corinne Stoddart of the United States, Gong Li of China, Rebecca Silitse-Nemeth, Hungary, Mirta Mikkelsen of Belgium, and Jim Soki, another one who will throw a new dynamic to this race.
Go to the start. Ready.
Already got 17 on her helmet, so she is up there. She's just not ranked in the 1,000, and so she'll start at the back, and then we'll see what that will do. Mikkelsen of Belgium, her senior debut on World Tour this season. So long we're used to the mixed relay, automatically knowing that Tineke Dendalk and Hannah de Smet will be there because they were the only 2 women entered. Now, nice to get an extra body in there to perhaps add to that Belgian program.
Corey started out front. I was talking with her coach earlier this morning. Somewhat jokingly, he told me that Kristen Santos Griswold reached out to make sure that Corey Stoddart stayed on her feet through the first round. You know, trying to make light of that difficult situation they faced over the course of the games in Milano Cortina. But Corey Stoddart's been showing her strength here today through every single race she skated.
Character is revealed through adversity, and we talked about that. There was so much adversity at those Olympics, and still coming away with a bronze medal, almost just the weight of the world lifted off your shoulders.
Coming on to 2 laps to go, it's the American skater who won her first Olympic medal in Italy last month. Currently leading forward in second.
Stoddart dropping the pace down. You see that right arm dropping to accelerate on the exit. Oh!
But Silitse-Nemeth lost her balance coming in. That's going to get looked at, but as Gong Li was trying to make the pass, Silitse-Nemeth wobbled coming out of the corner, almost just toppled into Gong. Apologies exchanged there, but Corinne Stoddart goes first. Shim does get up for second, and then we will see what happens. Not sure what might have been a precursor to Silitse-Nemeth losing her balance, but helmet designs that Stoddart got ahead of the games, and she has been looking really comfortable so far through a few races.
This is that powerful outside move from Stoddart up to the front. We'll watch this replay here. Silitse-Nemeth. So there we see Gong Li kind of coming across, but giving way. Silitse-Nemeth gets control of the second position. I think we're going to see the skates. No, it's a bit of a toe catch there from Silitse-Nemeth, putting her off balance and then falling in towards Gong Li as they go to the corner.
And might we see one of those times where there's no penalty, but there is an advancement?
Potentially.
Because Silitse-Nemeth didn't really do anything. She's just falling into Gong Li, who's in second place at the time.
It certainly wasn't an intentional move to do that, but still taking out Gong Li. But then there's the advancement possibility as Gong Li was moving into second position at that moment. I think Silitse-Nemeth felt the pressure of Gong Li coming up the inside, tried to rush that left foot down the ice to try to maybe get a little bit of a block in place, but as she rushed that foot through, just sort of catching the toe, which put her off, and then that just started the domino effect.
So again, you get in those positions where if you're the innocent bystander and whatever drama happens, you could see yourself getting advanced. We'll see what the final ruling is. It has been made, and to the ice we go.
After review, race incident, no rule violation. Only have an advancement for skater number 18 from People's Republic of China.
And so that was the case. So Silitse-Nemeth off balance, falling over. No rules broken, but Gong Li kind of being in the right place at the right time, so to speak.
So let's watch this left foot try to get down right here. That's where the toe catches, puts her off balance, sends her into Gong Li. So not an intentional move to impede her, but still the result of the incident was that she got taken out. So Kong Lee with the advancement.
So there we go. I like to think I saw that coming, where she fell. It didn't mean to happen, but there still is the advancement position. So don't ever ask me again to...
I was just going to take my headset off. I think you got it from here.
Well, no, now they might think that I should go down and make decisions, and I'll scream, no, absolutely not. Heat number 4, Sandra Velzabor, Gloria Ioriatti, Annabelle Green, Cameron Lute, and Diana Laura Veghi. Netherlands, Italy, Great Britain, USA, Hungary.
Go to the start. Ready.
Stand down. Velzabor is ready. She also happens to now be the defending Olympic champion in this distance. And might she be when this weekend's done? Champion in the 1,000 meters. Behind Gloria Ioriatti now for the moment. Annabelle Green surging forward. Disappointment in the 500 with a tremendous start earlier today.
With the way that Sandra Velzabor's been skating, you have to peg her as the favorite in this distance. She showed in the 500 earlier today going 41.8. She has the speed right now. We know she's coming off that 2 individual Olympic gold medals. She's got some momentum in her sails here, so we'll be keeping an eye on her all weekend long.
As you pointed out, I know each heat is different, but her time was over a second quicker than the next fastest heat winner. As Cameron Lute pounces on the opportunity to get to the front, but Velzabor says not so fast.
Well, Velzabor just saying, enough of this, I'm getting out of the trouble here, I'm going to skate clean. The speed is just so easy for her. It looks effortless out there for her.
Velzabor just trying to get out of dodge, get a gap between her and the rest of the field. Ioriatti recognizing that, trying to get back into that slipstream, and that's allowed her to have a bit of a gap as well. And so Velzabor just gonna finish one off again quite comfortably. Ioriatti with a good race, looking like she will go into the quarterfinals. If I'm not mistaken, Ioriatti didn't skate at the Olympics. I do not remember seeing her, I don't think, in any individual race anyway.
No, I don't believe so as I think through it.
But she's a skater we've seen making it to semifinals and being up there. Good skate for her.
Well, here's another look at that explosive outside pass from Sandra Velzabor. When she wants to go, very few can respond to her speed.
So explosive, but at the same time, there's not, you can't tell it's explosive, if that makes sense. It's just quietly explosive. There's a burst of speed, but she just looks like she's going through the motions a little bit.
That's the sign of a great skater.
Thought so.
They make it look easy, right? They make it look effortless.
There are results. Number 5 out on the ice. We'll see Elisa Confortola, Chloe Olivier, Katarina Buric in her first race of the weekend, coming off her Olympic experience. Betty Muska for Germany, and then La Qingshun from Hong Kong, China.
Go to the start. Ready.
In Buric's case, I don't think she was initially in the top 32. She might have been just on the outside, but when there are skaters, teams that don't take the quota spots that they've earned, then they go to the down the list, so to speak. Yeah, and I'm sure that Buric, yes please, I'd love to skate at the Olympics. She's had a couple good results in the 1,000 meters that got her in position just to even earn that. Even when you're a reserve, you're still a very good skater and worthy of a spot included, but limits on the number of skaters that always have to be followed.
watching the race.
It's Olivier on the front ahead of Budic, and coming together with Muska. That will take a look. Is it early enough in the race that we can say maybe it didn't affect the outcome, but Budic now has a long way to close back up. She gets ahead of one. And now just slotted in behind Elisa Confortola, and now can follow her, try to the lead.
There she goes by the outside. Now our leader.
Well, great job from Budic to get herself back into this race. Now in the third position, looking to set up 2 crossovers in, trying to build some speed.
2 laps to go now.
It's Confortola almost serenely in front of everything going on behind her, and Olivier keeping a bit of a gap between herself and third as Budic. Not sure what's left in the legs, but it is Confortola and Olivier going on through. So what will be looked at is on Betty Muska for possible contact from behind heading into the corner. There's always that extra caveat of the referee's discretion. Did it affect the outcome of the race? And it was early enough, and so we're entering gray territory.
As we're watching the final lap, something that really stood out to me for Elisa Confortola is you can tell that she still had the legs. A lot of what happens when skaters fatigue in the last laps of a race. Here's that incident, Betty Musk on Budic. But as I was saying, as skaters fatigue at the end of the race, they start to tighten their track. They start to try to shorten the distance. They make that track pattern a little tighter, whereas as you get tighter, it's harder to carry speed. Elisa Confortola at the end of the race doing a really good job of carrying her speed, letting herself flow out, continue to maintain that momentum and not shorten up that track.
So it was cleared. So just Confortola and Olivier moving into the quarterfinals. The rest will go through the repechage this weekend. To look at Marc Gagnon, the Canadian coach. Telltale sign that there is a Canadian skater coming up in the next race. As you see the Heat 5 results. Heat 6 does include Florence Brunel. So we're now entering 4-skater territory. There is Hidai Ami, Alina Ajgalieva, and Yelizaveta Sidorko. Canada, Japan, Kazakhstan, Ukraine.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it is Sidorko, in fact, around the outside to the lead. A little wobble coming out of there in the corner. Watch for Brunel. So many potential and proven race winners in this Canadian program that Brunel is one that will always be one to watch.
There goes the Canadian skater Florence Brunel taking the lead by the outside with 5.5 laps to go, moving by the inside.
Hidai into second.
Ajgalieva working up into third.
Sitting in fourth is Sidorko.
In August.
Where her competitors are, she comes.
Florence Brunel out front, checking over her shoulders, looking to see if anyone's challenging her in the lead, but right now, she's in full control.
Ajgalieva now, the move up the inside for second and is able to get through trauma-free, but Brunel all the while wearing the same helmet that Canada wore at the Olympics, that unique design they had, and she will take that all the way over the line to take this race and to the finals. Looked comfortable in the end for Brunel.
Well, once Brunel got that lead, she was doing a terrific job of just having good awareness. You can watch throughout the race. She's checking constantly, almost on every single corner exit, looking up her inside shoulder, looking over her outside shoulder, seeing if I'm getting challenged. Okay, nobody's making a move. I'll set up my next corner. I don't have to try to defend. So when you're doing that, it's a great sign of a skater who's in control of the race and feeling confident. Watching here on the replay. Brunel there, quick check over the inside shoulder. I'm still clear. Galieva jumping up into second position here.
Is there enough there? You look over the shoulder, you see two skaters battling for a position. You go, okay, I'm in the lead. Now I can push it a little bit and open up a gap. Is there enough time to make that kind of tactical decision?
Certainly, as you see that happening, as you come down the straightaway, you're under the assumption when they're making the pass, they're probably going to be dumping a little bit of speed. So if you just hammer that exit a little bit more, you'll create a little bit more separation from them. You get a little more clearance, keep yourself out of trouble.
And number 91, representing the Slovak Republic, Leah Popovikova.
There you go. So Brunel and Galieva to go through. Heat number 7 as Kim Gilly, Gabriela Topolska, Tineke Dendalk, and Leah Popovichova.
Go to the start. Ready.
There's a banner that some fans have hung up at a few spots on the World Tour, and it's 2 on one side, and then there's something in the middle, and then it says Polska. I know it's for Topolska, but in my mind, I'm thinking it's someone toasting Poland. Topolska.
Well, Tineke Dendal, to mention it earlier, picking up that bronze medal in the mixed relay, going shoulder to shoulder there with Popovikova in the corner, but Tineke Dendal had the honor of being the flag bearer with Gord Petre at the closing ceremonies for the Belgian team. Pretty special moment for her.
There were a lot of speed skaters who were flag bearers for their respective nations, I noticed.
That's because it's a great sport.
It is. Sandra Velzebor, Jens Hannes Wout, I mentioned Valentina Asic, Desmet.
Valerie Malte in Canada with Stephen Dubois. Kim Gilly.
Just one of the best passers in the game. Whether it's inside, outside, doesn't matter. She just does it in an absolute split second. And now she just pulls away with the greatest of ease, or that's how it appears from us. I'm sure it's a lot harder than it looks, but an absolute master at work with 1 lap to go, and now it's essentially a victory lap for her.
Well,
she
just
can bring it back down.
Just like we talked about with Sandra Velzebor, making those passes look effortless, it's just a sign of a great skater. You know, if they make it look that easy, you know, there's something special.
Gilly, as well, the Topolska joining her, who took it out, was able to just hang on to get that valuable second spot into the quarterfinals. Have now been made official into the final 2 heats of the women's 1,000, but Kim Gilly ho-hum her way through that race, at least that's what it appears. Kim Topolska going through. Number 7, 2 to go in this women's 1,000 meters. This one has Michela Velzebor, Jung Chutong, Petra Vankova, and Malika Yermak. So Netherlands, China, Czechia, Kazakhstan.
Go to the start. Ready.
Le départ est donné. Avant-dernière vague de qualification 1000 mètres chez les femmes. 77, Kazakhstan,
Taking this one up early, jumping to the front, the 22-year-old from Astana. Kazakhstan has hosted plenty of short track over the years. The old World Cup circuit, they hosted pretty much all the juniors this year. So it's been a frequent host of international events. Now it is Petra Vankova on the front.
Vankova is our leader with 6 laps to go after doing a well-executed forward to first late inside pass. She's
watch out.
Second, Michelle Velzeboer. Our new leader is the Chinese skater Zhang Shutong.
Staying up the inside into second. So it's Zhang. Velzeboer, Yermak. Yes, question mark, but that will get reviewed. And that bumped Vankova, and she's dumped a lot of speed. So the top two are assured right now. Zhang and Velzeboer, that Yermak move is going to be looked at.
Watching Velzeboer in second here, she's comfortable, but she's going to go for the pass, but she has to bail out with a bit of a slip on the exit, catching the block. Don't have to take any chances here.
Benefits of experience. Perhaps another younger skater would have tried to force the issue, but discretion this time, the better part of valor. Making the right call in the end, going top two. The incident between Yermak and Vankova will be looked at. I don't think it was in a top two position at the moment. It might have been for third, if I remember correctly. We'll look back, and yeah, it has been cleared. So top two, just moving on. Looks like it's just shoulder to shoulder. They were level pretty much at that moment, from those, at least from that vantage point. But either way, it was cleared. Moving into the quarterfinals with one final heat to come. Nakashima Mirei, Japan. Chiarabetti of Italy, two closely ranked skaters internationally, 10th and 11th ranked in the world. Just waiting for the graphic of that previous race to come up, and then I will finish things off. Yes, those results are confirmed in there. Yes, popping up on your screen. Other two in this race, Eva Grenouillou and Anna Jansone.
Go to the start. Red.
Jansone, 44th in the world, 43rd. And Jansone did make a world tour portion of a competition this season in Gdansk, but did not reach those Olympic quotient spots as Grenouillou or Vava getting up into second. She has a medal in the relay from the World University Games. That was with Chloé Olivier, Aurélie Levesque, and Bérénice Combi. And so that cohort of French skaters, again, we look onto the horizon in the distance, and now a little bit clearer, those French Alps Olympics in 2030. That will be the time for that to come good. But at the moment on the front, it is Nakashima Betty. Talking about her getting into an A final in the 1,000 in Gdansk. All her strength in the 500 over the years. It's the 1,000 that got her into a final, a race for the medals.
Still the Japanese skater out in front, the Italian skater in second, and the Grenouillou from France is very close to them.
Betty up the inside, in the lead of Nakashima. View is right there. Any false move, she'll try to snap up, but now that elastic getting really stretched as Betty driving this one around. Maybe she likes the 1,000 now. Certainly looking very good here. Taking this one over Nakashima 1 and 2.
Well, Betty definitely showing her strength in the 1,000-meter event. You know, if you're strong in the 500, it's an indication you got speed, right? And speed is really the key to racing. If you can build that aerobic pace, build that aerobic capacity, so you have a little bit more endurance to last longer, that's really going to carry you into a 1,000-meter. And we've seen Sandra Velzeport do just that. You know, typically known as a 500-meter skater, but really evolved to be one of the best, and at the Olympics, the best 1,000-meter skater in the world.
So those results have been made official. So Betty Nakashima will head into the quarterfinals, and we roll along into the men's 1,000-meter heats. No break just yet. We'll have that coming up after these races when we'll get into relay action. It's actually the last individual race of qualifying Friday. See the emotion in your eyes coming to the end of the individual qualifying races on the season. 7 to go in the men's 1,000, first and second from each race, and up to 4 fastest third players move into the place skaters go into the quarterfinals. As you see the qualifiers in the women's 1,000 meters. The first heat, Im Jong-un of Korea, Theo Collins of Great Britain, Adil Galiakmatov of Kazakhstan, Lorenzo Brevitali of Italy, and Li Kun of China.
Go to the start. Ready.
Jong-un introduced himself to us first weekend of the season back here in October, winning the 1,500 meters on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday picking up a silver in this discipline. I think he won the first and last medals of the season, didn't he? Yeah, he did. 1,000 indoor drag. The capper on the season, bookending it, so to speak, as Theo Collins now hits the front.
Well, Theo Collins creating some separation. Im Jong-un not too desperate to respond to this move from Theo Collins, but he knows he can close this gap in a split second if he wants to.
Those third place options are at play, are in play, and so perhaps Theo Collins wanting to drive it to with that in mind. And Brevitali in the third, almost, but hangs on the corner.
Well, Im Jong-un closed that gap on Theo Collins, transitioned it right into a pass to the lead. Brevitali now looking to hold his second position.
Galiakmatov going in on Collins. There is a bump. That will get a look as we get 2 to go. It's Im Jong-un, Lorenzo Brevitali, 1 and 2. They will get the bell. Galiakmatov and Lee have plenty to do to try to close that gap as Lee gets up for third. But they will run out of ice. It is Im Brevitali moving on. And we'll get a look at that earlier incident between Brevitali and Collins. Oh no, it's Galiakmatov, pardon me. On that one, so we'll look at the third place time.
And we'll be watching that incident there between Theo Collins and Galiakmatov. That arm coming up, possible arm push, under review for Theo Collins.
So look at that third place time at Lee Kun, 1:25.794. In the end, no call.
We have the official results. Both the Korean skater and the Italian skater will be moving on to
changes to how how they finished on the line. John Lorenzo and Previtali are through. Lee Kun will see his is up as one of the third options. Heat number 2, Niall Tracy, Great Britain, Felix Pigeon of Poland, Peter Grosclose of the Philippines, Luca Speckenhauser of Italy, and Lucas of Brazil.
62 from Brazil, Lucas Henry.
Well, that 125.7 for Lee Kun is a strong time. That could potentially hold. I'll hedge my bets, but it looks good.
Your record is very good in that matter.
Calling it way too early.
Ready.
Tally up, how many races have we seen over the course of our last few seasons? Yeah. Starting to know what to expect as Lucas Koo on the front.
Well, Niall Tracy got off quick, but Lucas Koo responding right away, and that's getting the pace of this race moving very quickly, right from the gun. This is going to be a mid-9, I think, already. 9.6, there you have it. So they're cruising already.
Close, Koo all have top-end speed. Same with Pigeon. Tough to handicap this heat. Speckenhauser recognizing the danger, saying, I got to move to the front because these are some fast guys with me.
Well, Felix Pigeon doing a very good job of making contact with Grosclose there, but very relaxed, working his way through the field. But we're going to have a review of that incident. 9-0 this race, like I said, this is cruising. It's going to be a fast time here.
Tracy lost a bit of speed coming out of that corner as now Speckenhauser goes on defense to stop the incoming Felix Pigeon. Lots to watch for.
Well, Pigeon lost some speed there. That's opened up a gap. He's going to have to see if he has anything left to close it down, but it looks like it's only growing.
Tracy, Speckenhauser, Tracy so good defending leads. He had a moment there to shut down Speckenhauser. Tracy looking like he will get into the quarterfinals of Speckenhauser. They will look at the incident involving Pigeon and Grosclose, but I'm not sure if that was in one of those advancement positions.
That was back in a third place position battle.
We have sometimes seen those people who are in the position for those potential time advancements to get advanced, but
that's correct. So there was that tight inside from Grosclose, squeezing through there. But Niall Tracy responding right away. Here's that look. Pigeon coming across on Grosclose there. So they're looking at a possible lane change from Felix Pigeon from the outside to inside on that contact with Grosclose.
We're just saying something good about him, and then the incident happened.
I was saying how smoothly and relaxed he looked like as he was moving up through the pack, which he was very calm doing it, but just making that contact, I don't think he expected Grosclose there as he was trying to move across the straightaway. But even with that quick start, still the time of Niall Tracy, 126.1, so it really speaks to the speed of the previous race.
It's a self-pat on the back, isn't it? 125.498, the winning time. I'm on to you.
There
That's
it is.
the incident. And Pigeon with the, what? I'm just skating here.
But as you mentioned, Gavin, we're watching the feet, how they're moving. Do we see that double pump of the right foot from the outside to shift you across the track? Hopefully we get that
Final
front
decision,
on angle.
penalty for skater number 42 from Poland.
There you go. So there is the penalty. Grosclose not getting advanced though.
From Poland in the straight, lane change from outside to in.
So let's watch this here. Felix Pigeon on the outside, coming across there. Contact with his hip on the shoulders of Grosclose.
It's just right out of the corner. Normally it takes place sort of near the end of the straightaway. That was right out of the corner where he moved over, according to their decision. So Tracy Speckenhauser 1-2 and Lucas Koo 128.375. He will see
bit of an imperfection was discovered in the ice by Alphonse Fault. We'll give a bit of time to the track stewards to fix that up.
Someone spotted something in the ice that will get fixed up.
Yeah, I think Melevana Wout saw a bit of a hole at the finish line there. I'd like to get a shot of Melevana Wout's helmet. I've been trying to figure it out. It almost looks like an Avatar character. I don't know what it is. There's kind of that blue character going down the center of his helmet. We have a look at him right here. Oh, let's turn your head this way, please. Nope.
The nerve ignoring you.
Little race plan with Coach Nils Kerschel.
What's your homework for the
evening? Nils Kerschel here with Melevana Wout, leading that Dutch team to 5 gold medals.
Twice he did that celebration where he jumped from the coach's box onto the mats. The first time he didn't really stick the landing. The second time he was right on there. When you get the chance to practice, though, he refined that celebration. Heat number 3, Brendan Corey, Melevana Wout, Michał Niewinski, Yoshinaga Kazuki, and Quentin
Go to the
Vercock.
start. Ready.
Again, interesting race prospects here. All of these guys, I believe we've seen all of them in sort of the medal portion of a World Tour weekend. And perhaps Brendan Corey recognizing that, taking this one out early.
We'll be keeping an eye on the lap times. They got to be in the 9-second range right away, 9-7. We want to see this pace hold and then slowly progress. There we got a bit of a progressive down to 9.5. So Brendan Corey doing what he did in the heats, or the preliminaries rather, keeping the pace high, controlling from the front, looking very relaxed. You can see the arms on the back, looking comfortable. Melevana Wout now up the inside.
Now the pressure comes, 4 laps to go. Brendan Corey sees Melevana Wout move up into the lead. Now Michał Niewinski approaches. Look out from the back as well. Yoshinaga into 3rd with a good move. Vercock trying to look for an opening. We are down quickly to 2 to go. Melevana Wout. Yoshinaga again up to 3rd. And 1 to go. Corey taking a look on the outside. And an accordion there into the corner. Squeeze box, everybody squeezed in, squeezed out. Good race, Melevana Wout, and I think Niewinski did get up for 3rd there behind Brendan Corey.
Well, going into that last lap there, Brendan Corey was looking to hook up for an inside pass, but at the same time, Yoshinaga was as well, and they both got caught up with each other, but both staying in control and on their feet, but that caused Yoshinaga to lose some speed going to the last corner and opened the door for Michał Niewinski to sneak into 3rd position, which could be absolutely critical because this was a quicker race, not as fast as our first one, but this 3rd place time could be what Michał Niewinski needs to get through.
Really an alert come to the finish by Niewinski, because he just, even though he looked like he was behind Yoshinaga, he just stuck the leg out. The advantages of being one of the bigger guys on the ice.
Look at the final straight there to the finish. What a stretch.
Niewinski just getting out there, and so he has that time, that 1:26.113. But Brendan Corey is through to the quarterfinals. Won't have to worry about repechage, at least in this event. There we go for Melevana Wout, another good race. We'll see how 1:26.113 holds up, still with a couple more races to come. Heat number 4, Nico Andermann, Clayton DeClemente, Etienne Bastier, Peter Murphy, and Jung Bo Hao. You'll get your start list there coming up right now. There you go. This one is kind of anyone's guess. You look at the likes of DeClemente and Bastier again. Nice repair coming in.
I think Zhang Bohao has been, really showed that he's capable, and I would be watching Zhang Bohao and Clayton DiClemente in this race. I think if I had to make some picks, that's where I'd be putting my chips.
Looks like the track is almost ready and we'll be able to move on.
As always, the on-ice officials kind of directing where things get fixed. The starters have been great. All the officials here, serious business for them. They take it very, very seriously indeed.
Go to the start. Ready.
There you go, it's
As they were on the line, it's quickly changed though. DiClemente goes from 2 to 1. Bastier, the French skater, really introduced himself to us in the European swing last season on World Tour, where all of a sudden he's reaching semifinals. And next step is to make that consistent for him. DiClemente has always impressed us, not afraid, doesn't matter who he's on the line against, he will challenge.
Well, watching Zhang Bohao back in position 5, I want to see him move. Now he's moving up to position 4. Etienne Bastier taking control of the lead here. This is not as quick of a start as we've seen from the other races. There'll be a little bit more speed in the legs to finish here.
He might not have the team names like on World Tour, but since he is the only skater from Luxembourg, Peter Murphy, to me, is still the Duke.
Now Clayton DiClemente looking around the outside. Zhang Bohao trying to go with them, but they have a little contact.
An absolute sandwich coming out of that corner with 5 skaters all around each other. And it's DiClemente emerging when the dust settles, and now he has a chance to pull away as others are trying to regain their speed. It's DiClemente, Zhang Bohao with the move up to second. Anderman trying to defend, doesn't have it. That allows Bastier to sneak up into third. 1:30.19. That's the slowest heat we've had so far. You mentioned it wasn't the quickest of starts. And it's much more difficult to make up time when you're burning your laps and your energy. There was the moment where all 5 were just sort of, it's like a clown car almost, where they were all in this tight space, and then, yeah, this was it. DiClemente coming out in front, and while they were still picking up speed, he had the clear air and was able to pull away.
Well, great composure from Zhang Bohao there. After that contact with Clayton DiClemente, knocking him back, staying patient, getting reestablished in the race, and then working his way back up into second position.
Bastier 1:30.828. That's going to be one of those times that could disappear if the results keep going. That's not the quickest one we've had so far. Heat 5, Shin Dong-min of Reinis Berzins of Latvia, Felix Roussel of Canada, Ole Hyundai of Ukraine, and Miyata Shogo of Japan.
Go to the start. Ready.
There we go. In the 5th heat, we've now got the Canadian skater on the ice in this one. That is number 12.
In front of the Berzins, as Tyler's pointed out, skating very confidently so far this weekend.
Olympics last month. He is accompanied by Renis Persins, number 34 from Latvia, number 114 from the Republic of Korea.
Lots to watch for in this race. All these guys can and do shake up races. Bearsen's all the way back to Hyundai. Here comes Hyundai, 5th to 4th. That just puts Miata back in 5th, who we'll expect to see making another effort. That's Roussel to the front.
Roussel accelerating the pace on that exit. Keeping an eye on the lap times, 9.4. Bearsen's looking up the inside. He's able to make it stick. Drop it down to 9.3. Felix Roussel looking to return the favor, but Bearsen's picking up the pace. Hyundai jumps up the inside to 3rd.
Hyundai to 3rd. Here comes Miata now from 5th to 4th. As the battle continues at the front now, Miata eyeing 3rd, and he can make that one stick. Lovely move. But now Hyundai battling back and 1 to go, and Roussel, through all that, has come to the front. Miata trying to get to 2nd. No, it's just not there. And that will get reviewed. And, you know, 128, 127. If he was pushing for 3rd, it would have been one of those times that would have been very close, but Miata tried leaving it late. We'll see what gets looked at. Miata maybe left it too late trying to make that. But Bearsen staying on his feet. I think he did, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He was able to maintain control. You could tell he put up his arms in frustration, but I think that was a bit of a late entry pass, failure to give way perhaps on Miata Shogo going into that last corner, a last-ditch effort to get into one of those top 2 positions from Shogo. I do suspect we'll likely see an advancement for Renis Bearsen's as well, but that just opened the door nicely for Xingdong Min to finish in 2nd position.
So this was it, a possible illegal late pass, and as Tyler mentioned, it would lead to a possible advancement. But it's one of those, you commit or you don't, where if you don't go for the pass, you're in with another chance in the repechage. But racers are going to race, I would imagine, Tyler, and the sort of thing, I have this position and I can go for it.
And once he's established
Final
that
decision, penalty for skater number 5 from Japan, and advancement to skater number 34 from Latvia.
And there you go. Sorry, you were saying?
Well, once you commit to that pass, Miata Shogo at that point, by the time he may have realized he wasn't going to complete it, it's too late to bail out here. But he looks outside, jumps up the inside, but Bearsen's closing that inside lane down. No room for Shogo there.
Felix Roussel will go through. Xingdong Min in 2nd. Ole Hyundai now on the clock, a 128.219. And that one will be one to sort of get fretted over, as we do have that advancement now, and that the 138.28 from the previous heat of Etienne Dastier is now no longer possible for advancement. So heat number 6. The best of friends, the best of rivals, Jens van het Wout, William Danjanu, as well as Furkan Akar, Lennards Lysans, and Huang Daihan, of all people.
Go to the start. Ready.
3 guys who would be regular A finalists, ranked 5, 6, and 7 in the world in this distance. And then you have a guy like Furkan Akar, who we know has pretty good top-end speed.
Well, this is just a stacked heat with these 3 skaters. You wouldn't want to pull this draw for a heat in the 1,000-meter as William Danjanu gets to the front. Huang Daihan was a quick response off the start to get to the lead, but William Danjanu wasting no time. Jens van het Wout, as we talked about, feeling a little under the weather going into this weekend, so this will be a bit of a test for him to see what kind of shape he's in right now.
A guy like Lysans, who of course would want to test himself against the best in the world, might look at this and go, oh, come on, are you kidding me? I want a challenge, but this is a bit steep.
A little back and forth between Danjanu and Huang Daihan. Jens van het Wout staying very relaxed. I like the way he's maintaining his entry in 3rd. Danjanu now looks around the outside, building speed. Defensive entry from Huang Daihan, but up the inside is Danjanu.
He's one of the taller men on the ice, but the smallest of openings, and Donjanu finds his way through into the lead. Van Fout now trying for the lead, and oh my goodness.
Amazing. How did he hold that turn? He just drove up the inside so tight. Jens Van Wout there, incredible inside pass.
And a car pushing for third. The opening's not there. Suddenly as Wang is defending, but what a race. Jens Van Fout, William Donjanu. To be continued.
That inside pass from Jens Van Wout was just incredible. We got to see the replay. His hip was nearly scraping the ice. He had to tuck it so tight at the apex, and somehow he's able to maintain and carry his speed through the exit. Just phenomenal. He has a left foot that he can hold ice like nobody else. I am just blown away by that move. That was so impressive.
Just watching, biding his time, and then right here.
Watch how low he gets. He has to just squeeze in right here and lean it over. His hip is nearly on the ice. His leg is almost rubbing on the ice.
Are you kidding me? The strength that must have.
You know,
I'll say that
we need a highlight reel of passes of the year, because that would be on it 100%. It may be the pass of the year, a move like that.
We're getting the showtime in the heats. So the two there, Van Fout, Donjanu moving on. Hong Dae-Hun's time not quick enough to move along. Heat number 7, final of the men's 1,000, the last individual race of the day. Stan de Smet, Jordan Pierre-Gilles, Thomas Natalini, Ibek Nassan, and Nathan Thomas. Another heat that's really, really top-heavy in talent.
En action avec les épreuves par équipe de relais mixte tout d'abord et ensuite relais féminin 3000 mètres et masculin 5000 mètres.
Go to the start. Ready.
Has that big top end speed, might just want to slow things down, but Nathan Thomas has other designs in mind. He's doing the Van Vout kind of hand flipping. Back in Europe, it was Catherine Reuter-Adamek who mentioned just a way to keep your body a little loose, a little relaxed, and you noticed Van Vout doing that, and I'm just noticing Thomas trying to do the same thing a little bit. Smet to the front, Pierre-Gilles to second. By Thomas to get back up. And Nassan into third. Watching at the back, Thomas Natalini.
Nice response from Jordan Pierre-Gilles to work back to second position after bumping down to fourth in order. Stan de Smet pushes the pace out front, drops down to 9-1s. Nathan Thomas looking but losing his footing.
Able to maintain something of his speed, but the door is open for Nassan to come on through. And now Natalini, here he comes into fourth. Has he left it too late? There's one to go. De Smet, Pierre-Gilles, Nassan, 3 going into the corner. Who comes through unscathed? It's De Smet, it's Nassan, and Natalini will get up for third, but that last push to the line will get reviewed.
Well, that last corner, a lot of action. Jordan Pierre-Gilles on the outside shoulder of Stan de Smet, and Nassan jumping up the inside, putting some contact on Jordan Pierre-Gilles and opening the door for Natalini to jump.
It's been a busy day.
Yeah.
We're trying to measure the excitement level.
But Ibek Nassan, I'm really impressed with his skating this weekend. He's really showing himself competing amongst the best skaters in the world and shaking it up and mixing things up. So after Jordan Pierre-Gilles and Stan DeSmit moves to the front. We have a little back and forth. Nathan Thomas moves up on Jordan Pierre-Gilles, followed by Ibek Nassen. Then Jordan Pierre-Gilles working his way back up into second position as we move to the final stages of this race. But there's that first slip for Nathan Thomas, loses his speed. That costs him as Ibek Nassen is able to capitalize up, moving to 3. And this is where Jordan Pierre-Gilles on the outside shoulder, Nassen up the inside, bumps him out. Natalini hooks inside Jordan Pierre-Gilles.
And so it's a possible failure to give way on Nassen, and that would mean a potential advancement for Jordan Pierre-Gilles. And a reminder, we do head into our ice resurfacing break coming up, and then we get into relay time when we return. Here we go.
Final decision, penalty for skater number 171 from Kazakhstan and advancement to skater number 10 from Canada.
There you go. So Pierre-Gilles does get advanced. Nassen does a good skate, but just that little bit at the end, he will get a penalty as we see it again here.
We'll watch Nassen. Failure to give way, jumping up the inside. There's that contact on Jordan Pierre-Gilles that bumps him out.
So a couple advancements from that one. The quarterfinals for that go this weekend. That includes individual racing for qualifying Friday from here in Montreal. You'll see a list of who will be moving on. We get to break for about 20 minutes from now. We get to break for about 20 minutes. When we come back, it will be the mixed team relay quarterfinals.
Voici premier coup de patin rapide, le nouveau programme d'initiation de patinage de vitesse Canada. À travers 10 niveaux, des entraîneurs vous guideront à l'aide de leçons amusantes et stimulantes pour enseigner les bases du patinage. Que vous soyez débutant ou plus avancé, ce programme est le moyen idéal pour débuter et se faire de nouveaux amis. Alors, qu'attendez-vous? Inscrivez-vous dès maintenant et découvrez votre nouvelle passion.
Less than a minute to go from return to action, and our first look at relays this time, and it is the mixed relay quarterfinals, 3 heats in all. Top 2 from each race and up to 2 fastest third place teams will go through to the semifinals. And heat number 1 has the Dutch, the Italians, Poland, and Hungary. Just sort of looking to see who is out there. Felix Pigeon, Michał Niewinski, Nikola Mazur, and Natalia Malashevska for Poland. The Van het Wouts are out on the ice. Selma Poutsma and Michela Velzebor. Pietro Siegel, Luca Speckenhauser, Elisa Confortola, and Chiara Betti for Italy. And Hungary, Sara Lutza, Bakskai, Benson Ogradi, Diana Vegi, and Daniel Tiborts. Is Vegi, Malashevska, Betti, and Poutsma to start things off.
Go to the start. Ready.
Everyone goes 2.5 laps, and then the second time around, everyone goes 2 laps, and it's Poutsma, Betti, Malashevska, and Vegi.
As always, the mixed relay, only 18 laps, so it's very much a sprint. You have the added component of the potential time advancement for the third place team, so that's going to keep the pace high throughout the entirety of the race.
It didn't go to plan in Milano Cortina for the Dutch side, but here they are leading the way in the quarterfinals.
Well, we have 3 teams together. The Hungary team has fallen off the back early in this mixed relay. They'll have some work to do to try to catch back up.
It's Bakskai for Hungary, and now it is Mela Van het Wout as the men enter the fray. Luca Speckenhauser and Michał Niewinski. The Italians with one of the iconic moments of those Milan games, that gold medal celebration, as Niewinski, though, says, oh yeah, that means nothing to me, into second.
Well, just a beautiful execution on that inside pass from Michał Niewinski. Wide setup, carried that speed, hooked tight, got up the inside of Speckenhauser, and now the Polish team sitting in second behind the Dutch.
Is Jens Van Wout and Felix Pigeon, Selma Poutsma ready to come back in. No change of the lineup in the middle of the race. It's Poutsma, Malashevska, and Betti, and on the exchange, Betti into second.
Great exchange for the Italians to capitalize, to move up. Malashevska looks for the inside, takes off some speed to back out of that pass.
And Velzebor, and another exchange for the lead. Confortola opts not to push it, and that saps some speed. And here comes Mazur taking a look at second.
Looking up the inside, she makes it stick.
Move for the Polish side. Mela Van het Wout, Michał Niewinski, and Luca Speckenhauser. And the brothers Van het Wout looking to finish things off. Pigeon and Siegel. Watch out for Siegel, a man who never says die in any race he's in.
Well, Pigeon's going to want to get tight on Jens Van het Wout, leave no openings for Pietro Siegel. He's a great finisher for the Italian team. He looks up the inside, he squeezes in.
He will never, ever be denied when he wants to make a pass, will he? Siegel into second, but the Dutch hang on. And Pigeon able to hang on for third for Poland, 2:38.06 the time. But Siegel, he just never stops scrapping until the race is done.
Well, great quarterfinal action to kick us off in this mixed relay. Some good back and forth between the Italians and the Polish teams. Here's a look at that inside pass from Michał Niewinski. Just carried so much speed off that previous corner.
The Italians, though, those exchanges, they found a lot of success. Betti, the big one there, getting up into second.
Here's a look at this finishing corner. Siegel just squeezing through. Has to lean it over really hard here to hold that corner.
start things off. And confirmed, Netherlands and Italy into the semis. Poland will now play the waiting game. And heat number 2 as they fix up the ice. Korea, USA, Japan, and France. And the USA, Cameron Lute, Corinne Stoddart, Clayton DiClemente, and Andrew Hio. French have Bérénice Camby, Chloé Olivier, Etienne Bastier, and Quentin Fercoq. Korean side, Kim Gilly is out on the ice. Che Ji-hyun, Hwang Dae-han, and Shin Dong-min. And the Japanese side, Nakashima Mirei, Watanabe Keita, Yoshinaga Kazuki, and Kanai Rika.
That team will look for a spot to move on to the semifinals. Part of that 2+2 advancement. Just waiting on the track stewards to finish up their work.
Well, the American team will definitely be missing Kristen Santos Griswold in this event. But a great opportunity for Cameron Lute here to step up, but she's got some big shoes to fill.
Reaching her first Olympics, Lute. Is Camby, I believe it's Kanai, Stoddart, and Che Ji-hyun for Korea.
Go to the start. Ready.
Formidable force. Corinne Stoddart not able to get around to the lead. Good start by Che Ji-hyun, and it's a move for Japan to get up into second, and the doors open for Camby to get up into third.
Stoddart was battling for that first position, dropped all the way to fourth there in that first lap, but now works back to third as she hands off to Cameron Lute.
And Kim Gilly on the ice for the Korean side. Nakashima Mirei for the Japanese. Lute. And Glenview, no, it's Olivier, pardon me.
Oh, there's contact.
Oh, boy. And Lute and Olivier, that was a hard fall. Olivier is feeling it.
Lute is down 2, holding her.
Yeah, that's the situation there where she checked her mouth to see if she's okay. Olivier checking to see if she's fine. There's the confusion of the order and skaters going, and yeah, Lute is staying down. Not sure if she got a blade up high, and they are bringing this one back because Cameron Lute needs a look. Unfortunately, the medics are right there. It took a second for it to be realized, but yeah, we are seeing, brings it back to the discussion. We are seeing more skaters with the full face shields these days, and I mean, I'm not sure if they'll block everything, but when it's something coming up there, she was grabbing her mouth, and fingers crossed that she's fine. Olivier also went down quite hard and was grabbing her shoulder still, but the medical staff right there and able to jump in as soon as the race was stopped.
Well, unfortunate incident here. So you see them clash skates. It was on the skater on the inside track setting up for the exchange that made contact.
Yeah, I don't know if she went face first into the ice and bumped the chin or any of that. Olivier, not much either of them do. Yeah, and it was face down, just the mouth onto the ice. She's up on her feet. She is alert, but yeah, that worrying sign. But the important stuffer is promising, and she's up on her skates and going off. But
she's giving thumbs up there, which is good to see. But
These are some tough athletes. They know the risks involved, and sometimes there's not a lot you can do when you find yourself down. But she and the recovery can begin, and we all hope Cameron Luke will be tip-top sooner rather than later. But it was almost a group effort. The officials were watching the heat of the action, and it took a few people to alert them. Then they spotted, then they whistled, and then everybody like clockwork.
Well, the officials never want to have to call a race. That one went on a little bit longer, but eventually they made the right call there to blow this race down, to make sure the athletes are okay. And we'll see Louisiana Stahl now coming out onto the ice.
And I think it's going to be a penalty for the Japanese team, because as you mentioned, Olivier got caught up with one of the inside skaters, and usually it's their responsibility to make sure the track is clear.
If you're a skater on the inside setting up for an exchange, you have to ensure that you don't interrupt the race or impede the race that's happening, and that's what we saw with the contact between the Japanese team and the French team coming down that straightaway.
The official term, inactive skater on the track causing obstruction, and so penalty to Japan. And in an individual race, we see when there's a race stopped because of an athlete injury, that athlete, regardless of their condition, cannot continue. But as we see here, the U.S. making the change on the fly in the relay.
Yeah, I was actually wondering myself as I was watching this, because typically, as you said, Gavin, if they blow the race for you, but you don't get to restart that race. But the Americans being allowed to restart here, the incident was not of their fault as a result of that impediment from the Japanese team on the inside.
And it's incidents like that, of course, never malicious, and just unfortunate that that all played out. But it seems overall everyone seems to be in decent enough shape. We hope that Cameron Lute, no doubt in my mind, she'll of course get good treatment, but that it's not something overly serious, and we'll see her out again soon. But we're down to 3 teams and refocusing back in here when it's almost a whole race to go again. It makes it a difficult situation when you're chasing that 3rd place time.
Chloe Olivier still holding that right shoulder a little bit.
They do, of course, have Ophélie Lévesque and Eva Grenouillou available. She's toughing this one out. So here we go, Che, Stoddard, Combi. Reduced field down to 3.
Go to the start. Ready.
Still quickly off the line, banishing the thoughts of lactic burn as the skaters are off to a flying start. Combi gets up into 2nd.
Completely different order off this start as Corey Stoddard wins it to the corner. That's the American team out front early here in the mixed relay. They're going to be a little bit of fatigue in the legs for these skaters. They've already completed quite a few laps into this race, and time is still a factor for that 3rd place team.
Louisiana Stahl, fresh legs in many ways, and Olivier in 2nd, looking like she is ignoring any pain in the shoulder. But Kim Gill-Lee, what more can you say? Yes, there might be some tired legs, but she is all the way around to the front, and now there is a lead.
Leighton de Clemente up the inside of Etienne Bastier, now looking to try to close down this gap. He's got Shin Dong-min ahead of him.
And it will be Hung Dae-han coming in, Andrew Heo and Quentin Felcock. We'll see if they can close that gap, as the Korean side have a gap, but yeah, maybe coming down a little bit.
Quentin Felcock up the inside of Andrew Heo. Beautiful inside pass.
And you pointed out, Felcock has had a little spring in his step so far this weekend. Nice move on Heo, who's passing him is no mean feat. And Combi Maybe the legs getting in a little bit, Che, for Korea. Combi is closing that gap. Stahl not able to keep touch, but the U.S. doing a flip. And Stoddard, who started this race, will be the second skater on the women's side, but she has a gap to shut down.
A lot of work to do, but Stoddard's giving everything she has back in third position.
If anyone can, it is Corinne Stoddard. And in will come Shin Dong Min, Etienne Bastier, and Corinne Stoddard. Yeah, definitely closed that gap a little bit. Now the pressure falls to Clayton DiClemente to further close that gap.
3 laps to go. Can he give Andrew Hugh a shot to get in there, but still a large gap to overcome.
One final exchange is now complete. Hwang Dae-han, Conte Felcock, and Hio is closing that gap a little bit. What a final lap this could be. Hio is back in striking distance. Oh, and he just couldn't hold on to the corner, and that will do it. Hwang Dae-han and Conte Felcock going 1 and 2, and the U.S. will see a 2:41.54, so that is slower than the Polish side, but that was a fun race too.
Well, Andrew here was closing with a lot of speed there on Conte Felcock, and as he was really trying to apply a lot of pressure to that corner exit, the ice just giving way, losing the footing, and just sucking the speed out of his legs there. But again, 2 teams moving through on time. So the Americans will be sitting there holding their breath and waiting.
And it includes the defending world champions from Canada. A new look Chinese side, the Olympic bronze medalists from Belgium and Kazakhstan in semifinal number 3. But you were praising of that Conte and Felcock pass earlier.
Well, it's just great to see Conte Felcock, you know, getting some momentum, looking stronger than he's done all year. It's maybe not the timing that he would have liked, but it's nice to see him getting back into form here and getting competitive with the field.
Final decision, penalty for Team Japan.
And that was from the earlier incident, impeding. So watch the inside skater right there, and that started things off. Something like that, of course, never intentional, but unfortunate. So you have a 2:41.528 is the third place time to beat. And we will see who is out on the ice. I'm looking at Belgium. Both the De Smets are there. Tineke Dandalk. And I think they are going with Adrian de Wagdera. Usually they have Port Petre there, but not this time. The Canadian side has Florence Brunel, Felix Roussel, Steven Dubois, and Courtney Sereau. And we see Olga Tikhonova out there for Kazakhstan. Or sorry, Yana Khan for Kazakhstan, Denis Nikisha, Alina Ashgalieva, and Abzal Ashgaliev. So the siblings out there, and China going with Gungli, Zheng Chutong, Zheng Bohao, and Li Yuheng. Another name we have not seen before this weekend or at all today.
Go to the start. Ready.
Khan for Kazakhstan, De Smet for Belgium, Sereau for Canada. David Gung Lee starting for China.
Country Team Canada is number 8, Florence Brunel, number 14, Courtney Sereau, number 4, Steven Dubois, number 12, Felix Roussel.
Looking for third. Always watch out for Hana De Smet. Either De Smet really to make a move, and they can sometimes make it happen out of nowhere.
And number 168, Li Yuing. 14, Belgium, we have number 4.
Well, the Canadian team and Chinese team really creating some separation here. A little bit of breathing room.
Canadians silver medalists to kickstart the competition in Milano Cortina. In comes Felix Roussel, and in comes Li Yuheng for the first time.
Très relevé pour cette troisième vague de quart de finale. Les équipes ayant terminé deuxième, troisième et quatrième des derniers Jeux olympiques de cette distance, effectivement.
Comfortable in behind Felix Roussel. Not taking any chances. We got two teams together, so they don't have to get desperate.
Nikisha on the ice. That might be a bit worrying for Stan de Smet to know Nikisha is bearing down on you. It is Dubois and Jung Bo Hao right now, 1 and 2 for the women come back in for the second time.
Track steward out there just evading disaster.
Living dangerously. They've done a swap on the Belgian side. Dendelk in to take the first women's leg. It will be de Smet Hana to finish things off. Before the men come back in, and it comes Brunel for Canada, still leading wire to wire.
There's still a heated battle for this third position because that time is available going up against the Americans.
See how that stands up because there is a gap between the front two and the back two. Final exchange. Lee Yu-heng right up on Felix Roussel, and Roussel says, "Not yet, young man. This is still my time." One more exchange to come. You hear the gun there. It will be Dubois and Jung Bo Hao, who I'll say is assuming a mantle of leadership with this men's side on the Chinese team.
Just too much of a gap for Stan de Smet, but he can't back off. He's got to go for time here.
Last one down. Jung sizing up a move. Dubois will not relinquish this one, and he will hang on. Jung made it close. It is Belgium for third at 2:44.6.
I think that's just
I think that is quicker than heat number 2. Yeah, by about 9/10 of a second. And so it looks like Belgium will go through. Nothing getting reviewed.
Third place time in order to also secure a spot for the main event in the semifinals. We will be waiting on the official results, and once we have those, we will be moving on to the ice resurfacing break before our
Well, the Canadians and Chinese just creating a lot of separation early, giving themselves that breathing room to relax and settle in, not have to make any heroic efforts or passes. And that allowed them to skate freely to first and second, qualifying through to the semifinals of this mixed relay.
So another break coming up. This one for about 16 minutes, 15 minutes or so. And then we'll be back with more relays. The women's 3,000 meter quarterfinals qualification day nearing an end, but still more relay action to come. Women's relay, men's relay. Do not go anywhere. Speak to you on the other side.
tombe en action avec la première course d'une série de 3 vagues quart de finale du relais 3000 mètres femmes. Deux premières équipes à l'arrivée, ce qui est de plus pour les vagues demi-finales. On ira repêcher un maximum de 2 équipes.
2 more blocks of racing still to come. Upcoming is the quarterfinals for the women's 3,000-meter relay heats in all. Top 2 for each race, up to 2 fastest third-place teams will move into the semifinals. In Thailand, the first 2 heats have 3 teams on the ice, so there'll be a little more space to work out there.
Well, it makes a huge difference when you have 4 fewer skaters on the track or within the ice surface. Gives a little bit more breathing room. If you are the 3rd team, you're competing for those top 2 spots. It might buy you a little bit more time to set something up. You're not under pressure from a 4th team trying to make a move on you, so you can get a little bit more aggressive in your track pattern to set up that pass to overtake the team in front of you.
We saw on the start list the Dutch, the Chinese, and the Hungarians. Gong Li on the ice for China. Selma Poutsma to lead things off. There's also Zoe Deltrap, Cassandra Velzebor, and Dita Van Oerschaut. Sarah Lutza Baksky, Rebecca Silitse, and Nemet Taisi for Hungary. Diana Laura Vegi.
Ready.
Also important to note that 2 fastest 3rd teams will qualify through. So if you only have 3 teams and you can keep a high pace throughout, you don't have to get too aggressive because there is a chance you can punch your ticket just with a 3rd place finish with a quick time.
Maya Dora Somoli started things off, and it is Sandra Velzebor not starting relay today. A good advantage to have that they can sit her out of the mixed relay and then put her in here in the women's relay. It's Dita Van Oerschaut, who just missed making that Dutch side, which we are so used to seeing her on World Tour, but Suzanne Schulting came out to their nationals and skated a little bit better in the individual races and then qualified for the Olympic team that way, but Van Oerschaut is back here ready to step in this relay, and it's Poutsma on the ice right now.
Well, this pace on this relay is moving quite quickly. We saw a 9.2-second lap there, followed by a 9.3, so the pace is high. The Hungarian team in 3rd right now is going to want to keep in close contact with the Dutch and the Chinese teams. Try to get pulled along to a quick finishing 3rd.
Last year and 4th at the Olympic Games in Italy last month. Is the number 37, Dita Van Oerschaut.
It is Van Oerschaut giving away to Zoe Deltrap.
Sitting in 2nd, team of China. Currently sitting in 3rd is the Hungarian team.
It is
a little bit movement by the inside.
Sarah Lutza Baksky getting up into 2nd, just in time for the exchange, but China battling back.
Wang Li just sneaking into 2nd there.
+2 advancement, so all of the teams are looking for that guarantee.
If you're the 3rd place team in a race, you don't want to fall off the back. Just stay close to the front 2 as possible and hope it's a quick race.
Well, it is quick here. We see a series of 9.02 laps. 8.9 now. Sandra Velzebor out front, handing off to Dita Van Oerschaut again.
Van Oerschaut in front, watching to see Silitse Nemet giving way to...
Still no changes in order here.
This Dutch side, their last World Tour race at home indoor directly, the Dutch side swept the relay events. Not quite the same story in Milano Cortina during the Olympics. For so much rise that program had at those games, there were those little moments that happen. No event will go completely smoothly in the mixed relay and the women's relay. Shut out of the medals was that one, but they are on the front right now.
Last year, at the World Championships, looking to
little bit of a stretch now. The Hungarians still just hanging on. And they're getting right back in that slipstream right now. It's Biggie back on for Hungary as Poutsma on the front. Here they gun. One more exchange allowed. It's going to be Sandra Velzebor to finish things off. Diana Laura Vegi for the Hungarians.
Sitting in second, team of China, Gong Li.
It's Gong Li in second right now.
An 8-7 lap from Sandra Velzebor. And the final stages of this relay. Bring it home, but toe in on the last straightaway.
Whoops. If there was ever a time to fall, I think she towed in. You see the scar on the ice. All smiles right now. I'm sure the heart rate jumped about 335 beats in half a second, but all smiles, towing in, took a marker with her, took a block with her. And you were just talking about Velzebor, just able to just add that injection of pace just at the end, just to make sure.
Well, if there was ever a place to have a fall, it's across the finish line of the relay.
And I did like that moment, that second time Seagull during the games when he backwards over the line inadvertently, and they did that sort of tracking camera shot all the way around to show him over the line. Don't have that technology here, but we might get a fun photo of her over the finish line. Gong Li. Let's see it here. Took the block with her.
Steps on the block. Oh. That was what caused it.
But then just knowing she's in second, enjoying the ride as much as possible. Velzebor, look over that. What was that? I'm sure the smile would have been reversed had it caused her.
Oh, there's her photo finish here.
So good. And it got the blade over.
Hungarian team with a 409.38. I think that's a very good time to could stand up. They were really humming that low 9s, 9.2s, 9.0s, and then finishing in the 8s at the end of this race. So that time could very well stand for third.
There is heat number 2 has Korea, Japan, Poland. Malashevska to start things off for Poland. There's also Gabriela Topolska, Nikola Mazur, and Cornelia Wozniak.
Go to the start.
And is Shim Soo-ki in this race? Yes, she is. Hand up.
Ready.
The little markers we have to recognize the athletes when we don't always sort of immediately remember their numbers. It's always Shim Soo-ki lets us know. Says, hi, everybody.
Present.
There they go in the second quarterfinal race.
Topolska.
3,000-meter relay.
Gili.
We have 3 teams on the ice for this one.
Nakashima Mirei.
Nakashima.
The Republic of Korea, number 6.
Nakashima Mirei joined with Kanai Rika, Watanabe Aoi, and Nagamori Haruna. And it is Nagamori getting right up now. Wozniak sitting into second, her first experience in a relay. I'm excited to see what she can do in the 500 this weekend. Wozniak advanced. Took the victim of a tumble earlier on, and she'll get moved on. Actually, this is Nagamori, pardon me. Nicola Mazur hitting the front.
I like this move from Nicola Mazur to get to the front. They got to keep the pace high. These 3 teams are all strong. They could have challenged, but they're a little bit off the pace from the previous relay, so they'll have a lot of work to try to do later, try to close the gap on the time. So, again, 2 third-place teams, though.
Is there an advantage when you're chasing those third-place times to being in a smaller field?
Certainly, when there's only 3 of you, you have the ability for all 3 of your teams to advance through. So there is some potential, you know, for those teams to push the pace together.
Watanabe chasing down Wozniak, but here is the move coming from the Korean side.
Now the Koreans dropping the pace there. 9.0 second lap.
There's no room on the front. To Malashevska. Shim Soo-ki back on. These are the starters. The next skaters to go will be the finishers.
The challenge lies here for the teams in second and third because they can't really depend on the fact that they're going to get through on a time. This has been a little bit slower, so they really have to fight for that second position. And all, you know, the Polish team, the Japanese team, I think will have a real heated battle in the final laps.
Watanabe Aoi in second behind Lee So-Yoon, but on the exchange, almost for the Japanese, but no Aru shutting it down. Looks to me just like Missouri is biding her time a little bit now. On the exchange, Malashevska for second. Gets to stick for the moment. Just temporarily. Nice move. I think that was Kanairika getting back up there into second for Japan. And now it is Hidai Ami in second ahead of Topolska. But Kim Gilly saying, you guys can battle away for second. That's giving me all I need to push away in the lead.
Coming now on to 6 laps to go.
Exchanges to come. Next time around, they will see 5 to go. No to come in for Korea.
And the pack is tightening up again. All three skaters back together.
Let's see what Missouri has planned. She set up a pass on the exchange a moment ago. She's getting right up there. She has Malashevska ready to go on the inside. And not quite there this time. Shut down well, but now the gap is coming down, as Tyler mentioned. Shim under increasing pressure.
For the Republic of Korea, being chased down right now by the Japanese team.
This is the last exchange. 2 to go. Kim Gilly, Hidai Ami, Gabriela Topolska just trying to stay in contact, but Kim able to stretch it out. There's power, precision in the legs, and it will be Kim Gilly stretching it. Now it's a battle for second. Topolska is there. Down goes Hidai. And was that after the pass? They will take a look to see what led to that, but over the line, Korea, I think, should be safe. Second is Poland, and that is where things will get interesting.
Well, we're going to have a review on that call. As always, love to see that broken down in slow motion for us, but it did look to me like the Polska had the lead, shoulders ahead on the entry on my initial take of that pass. But we'll have to wait and see here. They're certainly going to look at it. Was it a possible late entry? But so much back and forth in this race. Completely different. The first relay heat, we didn't have one single change or exchange or pass throughout that race, and the exact opposite with that one. A ton of back and forth between the Polish team, the Korean team, and the Japanese. There's that, just a slight contact, but Topolska was really ahead by that point.
The blades, you see carving a gash in the mats on the side there.
They are reviewing Topolska for that pass in the last corner.
And so what would make this interesting, if there is a penalty, essentially just moves a team up into second place, and that would all but assure that this next race, the third place would still be alive.
So Topolska's shoulders are ahead. Slight contact of the hip on the chin, but
I'm not sure what you can do to avoid that.
No, you lift your head up a little bit.
I guess, or lower your hips somehow.
But if we're looking at how far ahead, Topolska's shoulders are ahead on that corner entry.
She tucks in safely. Interesting.
And as always, when they know there's a decision being made, they find those coaches on the sideline to try to get some reactions.
It's as if they were forewarned, though, that you might have the camera on you. Just be aware of the situation. So it's a tough call. I mean, the times were slower. That was slower than the first heat. So the third place is still at play. Canada, Italy, Kazakhstan, Ukraine out on the ice. Italy has Chiarabetti, Elisa Confortola, Gloria Ioriatti, and I believe it's Margherita Betti, so two of them. And there you go, no call in the way. The Topolska did get clear, did get level. The Japanese skater essentially has to give way once she's by at that point. So no call made. So yes, it's Ioriatti, the two Betties, and Confortola. Canada has Danae Blais. Ricky Doak making her debut of the weekend. Courtney Sereau back for more. Kim Boutin, Yelizaveta Sidorko to start things off for Ukraine.
Go to the start. Ready.
Kazakhstan has Yana Khan, Olga Tikhanova, Alina Ashgalieva, and Malika Yermak.
Third and last quarterfinal race in the women's 3,000
It's a shame that the Italian side at the European Championships, they had Martina Valchipina, who broke her leg after coming back from another serious injury, had herself in position, but kind of an inauspicious crash took her out of the Europeans, and that ruled out her Olympic comeback dreams. But I think it was after the mixed relay gold medal. I think it was Lucas Speckenhauser had her up in a piggyback and brought her out onto the ice so she could share the moment. But it was cool to see her come back this year. All just heartbreaking to see it come to an end like that.
Yeah, really unfortunate finish for her because she put in so much work, and she was skating tremendously well on the World Tour, and all looks like everything was aligning for her for the Olympic Games to be in top shape, and then just a small incident like that completely derails all the work that she put in, and it's so challenging. I hate to see it.
Danae Blais, Elisa Confortola on the front right now. Courtney Sereau, Chiarabetti coming in.
Well, off the start here, we are going a little bit of a slower pace. 4 teams in this relay. A little bit more strategy at play here.
2 of the teams were on the podium at the Olympics. The Canadians in bronze, the Italians in silver. Margherita Betti on the ice right now. Wasn't a part of that side. Yana Khan sitting in third. The Kazakhstan side. Will be Blais back on. Look at the starters. The finishers will be up next. Sereau, Chiarabetti.
CNSG, c'est Danae Blais qui est en prise, justement va donner relais à 50 milliards, quadruple médaillé des derniers Jeux olympiques, Courtney Sereau.
Betty looking up the inside, sneaking ahead of Courtney Sereau.
Really contesting that one. One sister giving way to the other. Ricky Doak in second. Never got to see the ice in race action in Milano, but she is back here now on the relay side of things. Ioriatti leading the way out of Kim Boutin.
Looking to set up here, quick on the exit, out wide, trying to hook it tight for a pass on the exchange, but it's not there.
It's a 3-horse race right now. Good job by Kazakhstan staying in contact against 2 Olympic medalists, and we're down to single digits left on the lap counter. This Kazakh side has a World Tour medal from Beijing. Not this season that we've just concluded, but the one before. Third place opportunity is still there, but might Yana Khan be eyeing more?
Well, with that fall from the Japanese, it really opens things up for the third place team just to stay on your feet and keep it clean here.
Ioriatti will bring in Confortola, 2 more exchanges to come. Kazakhstan side again, just keeping enough contact against 2 very, very good sides. Last exchanges, Betty and Siro leading the way.
Siro in second here, doesn't have to make any moves, but you never know with Courtney. She doesn't like to go down without a fight. Will she try for the line?
And it is Betty going over Siro to say, okay, we'll see you later. And a 4:16.95 for Kazakhstan in 3rd place. That is quicker than the time set by Japan. So it looks like it would be enough to move them into the semifinals.
Surprisingly, within a second though, the Japanese finishing time, despite that crash and having to tag up.
Yeah. And the Japanese were able to hold up for a 4:17.834, perhaps because it was just at the finish to be able to get it in time. But you know, all the importance, even just being in the running for that spot, all goes to keeping your head up and knowing that you need to be there to tag in for your teammate. That is enough. Kazakhstan and Hungary will move into the semifinals, where you never know what will happen next when that pressure mounts that little bit more. But Italy, Canada, Kazakhstan all moving through. And we are doing no flooding break, as we will head into the men's 5,000 meter relays, the final races of the day. It started at 9:30 this morning. We are approaching 5:30 p.m. local time. So it has been a day here in Montreal, but it's just the start of what will be a weekend in Montreal. Here we go, 3 heats. The men's 5,000 meter relay quarterfinals, top 2 in each heat, and 2 fastest 3rd place sides moving on, just as it was in the women's, except all 3 heats will have 4 teams. Heat number 1 will have China, Japan, Belgium, and Kazakhstan. China has Zheng Bohao, Zhu Yiding, Song Guishu, and Li Yuhang, so a new look side for them. Japan going with Miyata Shogo, Watanabe Keita, Yoshinaga Kazuki, and Matsubayashi Yui. Belgium going with Stan de Smet, Ward Petre, Wara Van Dam, and Adrian de Wagtera. And Kazakhstan going with Denis Nikisha, Adil Galiakhmatov, Nurtalet Kajgali, and Aybek Nasser. Of guys that are getting their first experience here in Montreal and our first chance to call them.
À la 4e place, les Italiens qui sont les champions européens en titre de cette épreuve et les Canadiennes par contre qui est championne du monde en titre du relais masculin 5000 mètres.
Still waiting on the official start list for this men's 5,000 meter.
There is a bit of a delay that they are still just waiting on the official start lists.
None of the referees or none of the competitor stewards actually have the list themselves, so we're just waiting on that, and once we have that, we will get going.
Like they have the paperwork that they all need. relays don't often have the quickest of starts, but maybe that'll change when they need to get warm now. They're all trying to move their arms around or huddling for warmth, and it's chilly down there when essentially just in 2 skin suits.
Well, a lot of these skaters have seen a lot of racing action today.
Petit vendredi après-midi festif sous la musique des Caraïbes avant de débuter cette première vague de tir de droit au volet masculin.
Here we go. Whistle to the line. It will be Miyata Shogo for Japan, Ward Petre for Belgium, Dennis Nikisha leading things off for Kazakhstan, and Li Yuheng for China.
Go to the start. Ready.
Yeah, there's the quick dash off the line, but a quick settling in as Miyata gets Japan to the front.
Women's 5,000-meter relay. Events to the semifinals will be 2 + 2
Watanabe,
being the first and
Keita
fastest,
coming
first
in.
and second fastest.
Well, as we talk about so often, Gavin, in the relay, it's really an advantage to be in the front position. You can stay a little bit more clean on your exchanges. You stay out of some of the jostling and the exchanges in the back that can get you caught up. We so often see sometimes an exchange with a skater getting pushed, catching a foot of another skater in front of them. If you're out front, you can get a little bit wider on the exit. You can enter a little bit cleaner. You're not getting squeezed off. So the Japanese team wanting to get that lead right away so they have a little bit more clean air in front of them, a little bit more room to move and have cleaner exchanges.
Aibek Nasen at the back for Kazakhstan. He has Adrian Duarte right in front of him. And we go back to the skaters that led things off. Interesting. They have Nikisha leading things off, and it'll be Gali Akhmatov to finish things off for them.
And finally for Team Kazakhstan, number 18.
Plenty of time before the moves begin in earnest. Watanabe, Jung, Desmet, Gali Akhmatov. Those will be your finishers.
After 9 laps, 1,000 meters done so far, it's Team Japan, the current leaders. Team China sitting in second, Belgium in third, but overtaken right now by Team Kazakhstan. Moving Belgium to the
It's not like we're taking this one easy. There's still a long way to go. We're already low 9 seconds, and so there's still a lot more to come, and already it's sort of a good brisk tempo in this one.
And for reference, probably about the fastest lap times we see towards the end of a relay. It's around that 8.3 second mark from these men. So as you mentioned, Gavin, they're 9.2 now, so they're within a second of that top speed.
Watanabe, jump, Desmet, as Desmet now makes the move for second.
4 pays, comme je le disais précédemment, la République populaire de Chine, le Japon, la Belgique et le Kazakhstan. Du côté chinois, 4e des championnats du monde la saison dernière à la maison à Beijing.
China takes that position right back.
Les Japonais qui ont terminé 7e, les Belges 6e. Donc, ces 3 pays qui étaient de la finale B. Et du côté kazakh, on a terminé 7e.
Sitting on the back, both hands on the back, just looking casual. Now he puts the hand down along with everybody else as the starters come back in. They are inside, 27 laps remaining, and now look at this, we are closing in on just under 9 seconds for the first time. We are up. Jung Bo-Hao tries for the lead. Watanabe, no, decides you're not going anywhere.
Well, Stan Smith looking around the outside this time. Went up the inside of the previous exchange, but this is going to an exchange corner, so great catch there for the Belgian team. But that drops them now back to 4th. Getting caught on the outside.
Had to change their position. Desmet made the move, but it was way outside, and he didn't have the teammate in position. And so now it's almost, you start at the bottom again and try to work your way through.
You have to have such good communication. Your team has to be so aware if you're making a pass on that exchange corner to be able to react and respond quickly.
And it's the lead for China. We've seen skaters often almost calling an audible and saying, skip it, we'll do it in the next half lap. And you wonder maybe if that would have been a time to do it for Desmet to keep carrying around and then make it in that position there. But he's back up into third. Desmet now chasing down Watanabe, but he has Gali Akhmetov behind him.
Pushing his teammate Matsubayashi Yui.
For Belgium defending. And now the move is made. Kazakhstan gets into third just in time for the exchange there, Tyler.
Well, the job for the Belgian team is really to keep in contact with the pack. Stan Desmet is such a great finisher for that team. As long as he's within reach of the field, you can never count him out.
He literally will throw everything at the wall to the finish line. Try to get those spots. And so if he's in contact, watch out for a grandstand finish. And he's in contact now.
13 laps to go here.
Du côté belge, Stan Desmet toujours très explosif dans les 200 derniers mètres, qui est parfois même audacieux dans ses arrivées.
Belgians just hanging in touch, and Kazakhstan makes the move for second as Nassim comes back in.
Now the pace is really picking up. We're sub-9's got an 8.8 here. I expect to see it even pick up faster. 8.5 on that last lap. Now we're getting to top speed here.
Now we are flying in Montreal. Inside, 8 laps to go in men's relay quarterfinal number 1 of 3. Jung Ho Hao on the ice for China ahead of Adil Gali Akhmetov. Watanabe, Keita, and Stan Desmet making a move back up into third. That forced Keita out wide. Japan is missing their exchange. They're going to make it this time around. That will get a review, obviously.
Oh, tight entry from Zhang Bohao and Aidek Nassim there. Nassim looks up the inside.
Zhang that move. Nicely done from him, and Nikish is in. Ahead of Lee and Ward Petre, and here we go. One final exchange. Gali Akhmetov is on. Jung Bohao is on, but watch out. Here comes Stan Desmet. As Jung takes the lead, the door is open a bit for Gali Akhmetov at the bell, and it's every single time there's a relay, Desmet, a little tap on the back saying, here I come, and he does not get it at the line. A good win for China. Jung Bohao taking it ahead of Gali Akhmetov, but Desmet almost tapped him to say, look out.
Well, Gali Akhmetov felt that pressure from Stan Desmet. Stan Desmet was winding up really wide. Gali Akhmetov put that block on him going to the last corner, and it shut down all the speed of Stan Desmet coming out of that exit. He is so hard to defend against. But Gali Akhmetov pulling it off there.
Veteran moves by Gali Akhmetov, a guy who's been around for a while now. But remember, there will be a couple incidents reviewed, and one of them will be a Desmet pass.
Here's that outside move by Stan Desmet earlier, where that exchange just gets missed a little bit, so the Belgian team gets caught on the outside here and ends up finding themselves back in fourth position. Good inside move from the Kazakh team. Here's that pass from Desmet that bumps out the Japanese skater.
So that was not in it was in a third position there.
Bit of a block there off the exchange from Zhang Bohao on Aidek Nassim. There's that last corner drama. Be great to get another angle on that.
faces. But a familiar result for them.
Well, really strong skate from that Chinese team. As you mentioned, Gavin, not their A team here, getting a little bit of a development opportunity for some other skaters, but they're really delivering this weekend.
Our guy, we've seen cameo appearances now, more free reign, and really seizing that opportunity. It'll be fun to watch over the course of the weekend. So separate incidents. One is Desmet and another is Kazakhstan on Belgium.
On that last corner, they'll be reviewing that movement from Gali Akhmetov to block Stan Desmet on that corner.
Possible arm block is that second one on Gali Akhmetov, and this might be it.
We'll watch the arm here on the exit.
It's over the arm, it's over the leg of Desmet, so we'll see.
There's that great defense by Gali Akhmetov on the entrance, but now they're watching the exit here with that left hand.
On those official results before we move on with the second quarterfinal race.
And the second one, the one at the finish line, has been cleared, and so no discipline for Kazakhstan, but it's that first one now of Desmet going in on Yoshinaga. I believe they've made their decisions, and yeah, nothing doing on that. All clear. And pardon me, actually, never mind. I didn't see the official results. To the ice we go.
Final decision, penalty for Team Belgium.
So there is lane change call on that corner. I've not seen the official result. So inside to out on Desmet, right?
There you see as he's going up the inside, then he swings wide on the entry to create some space for himself, but he makes contact with the Japanese skater on that lane change from inside to out, and that is what results in the penalty.
Drifting out wide. And so there you go. So Japan will now see if 650.447 stands up. Two more relays to come now on the ice. Korea, Canada, Hungary, and Poland. Olympic silver medal, but actually a bit of a different roster this time around. Canada starting with Felix
Go
Roussel,
to the start.
Michal Nowiński, Daniel Tiborts for Hungary.
Ready.
Korea's roster: Lee Jung-min, Lee Jun-seo, Im Jong-un, and Shin Dong-min. I think the helmet numbers for Korea will change quite a bit next year, since it was really a new look side. They all come in with helmet numbers in the triple digits, but those will all come down for next season, I'm sure. One thing we do know, number one will remain the same next year with William Donjanu keeping that again. He has Jordan Kiełczyn, Lukas Kuczynski on the ice for Poland. Hungary goes with Benson Ogrady, Dominic Major, Daniel Tiborts, and Balas Bontovics. Pardon me, that's Nathan Thomas on the ice right now for Poland out of Hungary. But yes, it is Nathan Thomas on the ice. Major. Back to those who open. The next look around will be, or the next exchange will be those who finish. Lukas now sitting in third.
On a terminé 8e des derniers Jeux olympiques sur la distance. Les Polonais, 3e
It's nice to see Jordan Kiełczyn back in action, Tyler, after what's been a frustrating, not just season, the end of last season as well. Last World Championships now fully fit racing again.
Well, it seems like they're giving Stephen Dubois a little bit more rest, so Jordan Pierre-Gilles getting the opportunity to skate this relay. And as you mentioned, he had a bit of frustration. Didn't get an opportunity to race at the games while he was there as the alternate, but I'm sure he's happy to be back on the ice here today and racing individually as well.
Second for Hungary.
Pushing his teammate now. That's number 111.
And while they look quite relaxed down here on the ice, they are clocking at 9.2 second lap time, still moving at a good pace, 9.4 on the last one. Canadians controlling the front as they always love to do. No one quite challenging yet for the lead. There was some jostling for positions 2 and 3 between Hungary and Poland, while Korea just sits patiently back at position number 4 for the time being.
Balas Bantovic sitting in second ahead of Nathan Thomas. He is still playing the long game in this one. Here, just at 26 to go as Hungary takes the lead.
And Felix Roussel responds immediately back to the front.
And not so fast. Back and forth, exchanging a couple times every single lap here, it feels. Grady, 1 and 2. Łukasz Kuczynski. Third. Wait for that moment when do the Koreans make their move.
C'est Maxime Lahoun qui est en piste. Félix Roussel qui prend sa vitesse de l'intérieur. Peloton bien aligné derrière les Canadiens.
Lahoun pushing up Félix Roussel. Roussel now out for
1, 2, and 3.
Owen in second behind him.
Well, the pace has really picked up now. 8.6s we're clocking at, 20 laps to go.
Still, nobody's really fallen off just yet, but I mean, Korea's sitting right there and almost compressing it with the Canadians. A team like Poland or a team like Hungary might almost be relieved that Korea's still sitting at the back because it keeps everybody compressed, it feels like.
And now Im Jong-un on the outside, making a move for the Koreans. A little bit of contact there on the Polish skater, Kuczynski.
And they go off exchange. He decided to keep it going. They call the audible there and just say, nope, you keep going, I'm not going to risk it. He was on the outside, but Im goes from 4th to 2nd in the blink of an eye. Everybody back on exchange, but still, the group is compact. Come up and see 12 remaining. There is one review coming.
Jordan Pierre-Gilles, 2 crossovers in on this entry. Now he's starting the attack. 2 again here, really building some speed.
At his best, he's an elite 500-meter skater. When he decides to push the tempo, everyone else in the field has to pay attention. There was an incident there with, I believe it was Balas Bantovic going into the back of the Korean skater who was going off.
Well, now we've got some separation with the Canadians and Koreans out well ahead of the Polish and Hungarian teams.
Either Team Poland or Team Hungary hoping to secure one of those fastest third-place times. The fight for first and fight for third.
He'll see 7 to go, a couple more exchanges to come.
Donjanu skating a wide speed track all the way out towards the boards on those corner exits.
Pushing Rim Jong-un, the 18-year-old Korean superstar. Following behind the Olympic
that separation that Gyeongju started is now really separated the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. And now, for the lead, it's Korea on the exchange.
Loss of speed from Jordan Pierre-Gilles going into that exchange from Maxime Lahoun, and that opened the door for a Korean team to get control of this race.
There will be one more exchange to come. These guys will only get 1 lap to set it up. Might just settle in and go for it. Here comes Donjanu. Race who's going to race. And here comes Donjanu. Nope, not going to risk that one. Wasn't much of an opening, and Donjanu saying, yeah, not this time. But the couple of looks, one of them on the exchange when Balas Bontovics, who just come in for Hungary, went into the back of a Korean skater who was going off. So often that's just part of the name of the game with so many skaters on the ice, but we'll get a look.
So they've cleared the click of the blades from the first incident. But we still have a second incident to review.
Canada trading punch and counter punch early on in this one.
Here's that outside move from Im Jong-un that you pointed out, Gavin. They called the audible to adjust their exchange pattern as he was carrying so much speed wide.
Jumped ahead with that exchange that was getting looked at.
This is the pass from the Korean team. Beautifully executed. There's the incident that you were catching, Gavin. Watching the Koreans and the Hungarians here.
On voit ici sur l'écran géant l'action en temps réel. Les angles de caméra regardés par l'officiel en chef biathlon.
Hungary's lined up right behind Korea. I'm not sure what you can do when you're doing an exchange in that case.
Yeah, what I was looking for first is you have to watch your feet. You can't be spreading both your feet way out wide and cause the contact, but the contact didn't happen from the feet being out wide. They were at first, but he pulled his feet back together here, and this is when the contact happens. He's trying to get out of the way as best he can.
So we will see final race of the day on the ice. Heat number 3, the Dutch, the Italians, the Americans, and the Brits.
Il semble que la première action qui était sur reprise vidéo et a été validée comme étant correcte et on est maintenant avec la deuxième action.
Secondhauser, Thomas Natalini, Lorenzo Previtali, both the Vandervout brothers on the ice for the Dutch. The Americans, the Brits rather have Niall Tracy, Theo Collins, Willem Murray, and Adam Hill Jr. And Andrew Heo, Brandon Kim, Clayton DiClemente, and newcomer coming up to the show for the first time, Noah Trop.
Welcome.
Welcome.
World Championships.
He's another one of these guys who's a big, tall skater. But you always look for ways that make a skater easy to recognize. And height is an advantage in that case for us to spot him. But it looks like, yeah, it was all part of the racing. And we will press on with our final race of the day. It's Collins, Kim, Natalini, and Mela Vanetvout to start things off.
Go to the start. Ready.
final race of the day on qualifying Friday in Montreal. And Theo Collins jumped to the front, Brandon Kim behind him, Melavan and Thomas Natalini. But of course, this will change. These are the openers, these are the finishers. Niall Tracy, Andrew Hio, Jens van het Wout, and Pietro Siegel. Dutch
For our 4 teams,
on top of the Olympics just a few weeks ago.
Number 2, Jens van het Wout. Number 32, Friso Ewons. Number 120, Kai Husman. And number 121, Melle van der Waals.
Well, the Dutch team at the Olympics, when they had that gold medal victory, they did such a good job of controlling the lead of that relay. They never gave up on trying to be in the front. When you watch that race, anytime they were overtaken, they responded immediately. Right now, back in position number 3, we'll look to see if they try to move up to the front of this race quickly.
Noah Trop, just a quick deleting a bit of research. He was on the ice just a moment ago. George Washington University, double major in economics and public policy. He's also a member of the University Singers Choir. Did the World University Games, and he's also a tutor at the University Writing Program. So, not sure if he can do all of that, but maybe he can. These speed skaters are incredible people on and off the ice.
American team sitting in second, the Dutch team in third, and the Italians in fourth.
Keeping an eye on the two teams at the back. The Dutch and the Italians waiting in the wings as Lucas Beckenhauser gets up into third. Bronze medal, men's relay. Andrea Cassinelli was the member in Milan, really used as a relay specialist. I've actually just seen Cameron Luke walk back into the arena, so that's very good news for her. Very happy to see it.
Well, the British team pushing the pace here. I think what they're eyeing up is that possible third-place time advancement. They've been keeping the pace high, low nines. That's where they need to be right now in order to challenge for that 6:51.99.
Already low nines. We still have 30 laps to go here. So this one, these guys are banking time, especially knowing full well that 2 of the 3 Olympic medal winners from Milan a couple weeks ago. I think I've dated myself there. But the Dutch and the Italians sitting 3rd and 4th, knowing full well that they will push the tempo. Junior on the ice for the Brits as Previtali gets into second. Now Natalini on the ice.
Well, the Dutch team calm, back and forth position. Happy to let the British do the work out front and keep the pace moving. They'll be keeping those legs fresh, and I'll be waiting to see a big move, a big strike from them late in this relay.
It's been a long day. The big question, what is left in those legs for all these skaters? Some have been more involved in the action than others. Others are getting their first action of the day here, and so still will be relatively fresh. That's Friso Ewons going to Kay Hausman.
Well, continuing to watch the clock, the British team holding these lap times, 9.0s, 8.9s, very consistent here.
Hungary is the bubble time right now, a 51.994, as we are going to be down to 19 to go this time around.
Niall Tracy, Pietro Siegel, Andrew Hio, and Jens van der Waals.
All these teams have very strong closers.
Team Great Britain, Team Italy, Team USA, and Team Netherlands.
Lucas Beckenhauser in second. Looks like he's eyeing up an attack for the lead. Beautiful outside move.
Now the Dutch on the charge, and now it is Italy and the Netherlands 1 and 2. And the Brits and the United States just looking to keep contact after spending so much time on the front. And for the lead, Melle van het Wout. He still doesn't quite have it, but now he does. But that's opened the door for the British and the UK or in the US to come back in.
Well, Natalini felt that inside pressure from Melle van het Wout, was looking to maybe close the door, but he gave way on the exit.
Hio into third. Niall Tracy sitting back in fourth. now seeing 12 laps to go. Clemente into third, pressuring Speckenhauser as best he can.
Oh, it's a heated battle for this third position right now between the British and the Americans.
Hausmann in the lead ahead of Previtali. Bella Vanafout, Natalini coming back in, and on the exchange, it's Italy for the lead. Great exchange, though, has put the U.S. right up into third, putting a bit of pressure. Any false move, and Andrew Hio now is right there. What an evenly matched race this has been.
Al Tracy just loses his footing on the exit. He's able to make the exchange.
This is that time of the ice where the ice is just going away from all the use. We've got a lot of relays out there. And the Brits, I think, are changing up their exchanges a little bit. It's a long ride out there for Adam Hill Jr. But it is Previtali. There's the bang. One more exchange coming. Natalini will go to Pietro Siegel, and it is going to be head-to-head. Siegel, Jens van het Veld, but Andrew Hio is within sniffing distance, and here comes the American. And with one to go, I think Hio is going to run out of room, but it was a very quick race. Van het Veld, a little check over the shoulder, doesn't need to make the pass, and almost loses it going out of the corner. But we've seen him defy physics today with a couple times, and he's able to stay on his skates. And it's the Italians and the Dutch just ahead of the Americans. The Americans a 6:48.980. That's the fastest third place time we've seen today. And so all being confirmed, they would go through. Good race by the Americans. The Brits, all of them, really good race. So there is a review in progress.
Well, just watching those final last two laps, Jens van het Veld tracking down Pietro Siegel there, so relaxed, even at that top speed with deteriorating ice conditions, both hands on his back, even through the turn, looking in full control. Just building off this Olympic Games, Jens van het Veld's going to be the skater to watch this weekend at the World Championships.
So the review has been cleared, and so going through from that race, the Italians, the Dutch, and the Americans. Good race by the Brits to maintain contact. What's interesting is the British time was faster than Japan in third race from heat number one. So on another day, nice to see so many teams right in the thick of things.
Well, the British team, they gave themselves a chance. They kept that pace going early, so they knew they had a shot for that third time, but just not able to finish it off. And here's a look against Van het Veld again at that finish, just both hands on his back, making it look effortless again. Really standing out to me. Was a little unsure, you know, coming into this weekend, feeling unwell, but he's looking like he's in great form.
Our action on day one. Final thoughts, Tyler? Not a bad way to start the weekend.
It was an incredibly action-packed first day of the World Championships here qualifying. I'm just blown away. It's great to see. You always think, oh, we're coming off the Olympics. Is it going to be a little bit down? But once these skaters hit the ice, the competition was on. They put that out of their mind. They all are racers. They all want to win, and they all brought the heat today on the Friday qualifying.
So many competitive races on what was a qualifying day, and so we got to see short track at its very, very best. Lots more to come. We are back with you tomorrow morning for repechage day number one, and that will lead into the medal races in the afternoon. Same thing on Sunday. Lots more to look forward to. We'll be excited to carry it along with you. So until tomorrow, on behalf of Tyler Dara and the entire crew who put this together, my name is Gavin Day. Good night. Talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.